Chapter 18, Part 1 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by paultheisen. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 18, Part 1 of Master Stephen Timewell, Mayor of Taunton. Within the town hall, all was bustle and turmoil. At one side, behind a low table covered with green baize, sat two scriveners with great rolls of paper in front of them. A long line of citizens passed slowly before them, each in turn putting down a roll or bag of coins, which was duly noted by the receivers. A square, iron-bound chest stood by their side, into which the money was thrown, and we noted as we passed that it was half full of gold pieces. We could not but mark that many of the givers were men whose threadbare doublets and pinched faces showed that the wealth which they were dashing down so readily must have been hoarded up for such a purpose, at the cost of a scanty fare and hard living. Most of them accompanied their gift by a few words of prayer, or by some pithy text anent the treasure which rusteth not, or the lending to the Lord. The town clerk stood by the table, giving forth the vouchers for each sum, and the constant clack of his tongue filled the hall as he read aloud the names and amounts, with his own remarks between. "Abraham Willis," he shouted as we entered, "put him down 26 pounds and 10 shillings. You shall receive 10 per centum upon this earth, Master Willis, and I warrant that it shall not be forgotten hereafter. John Standish, 2 pounds. William Simons, 2 guineas. Standfast Healing, 45 pounds. That is a rare blow which you have struck into the ribs of prelacy, good Master Healing. Solomon Warren, 5 guineas. James White, 5 shillings. The widow's mite, James. Thomas Bakewell, 10 pounds. Nay, Master Bakewell, surely out of 3 farms on the banks of Tone, and grazing land in the fattest part of Athelney, you can spare more than this for the good cause. We shall doubtless see you again. Alderman Smithson, 90 pounds. Aha! There is a slap for the Scarlet Woman. A few more such, and her throne shall be a ducking-stool. We shall break her down, worthy Master Smithson, even as Jehu the son of Nimshi broke down the house of Baal." So he babbled on with praise, precept, and rebuke, though the grave and solemn burghers took little notice of his empty clamor. At the other side of the hall were several long wooden drinking troughs, which were used for the storing of pikes and scythes. Special messengers and tithing men had been sent out to scour the country for arms, who, as they returned, placed their prizes here under the care of the armourer general. Besides the common weapons of the peasants, there was a puncheon half full of pistols and petronels, together with a good number of muskets, screw-guns, snap-hances, birding-pieces, and carbines, with a dozen bell-mouthed brass blunderbusses and a few old-fashioned wall-pieces, such as sakers and culverins, taken from the manor-houses of the county. From the walls and the lumber rooms of these old dwellings, many other arms had been brought to light, which were doubtless esteemed as things of price by our forefathers, but which would seem strange to your eyes in these days, when a musket may be fired once in every 2 minutes, and will carry a ball to a distance of 400 paces. There were halberds, battle-axes, morning-stars, brown-bills, maces, and ancient coats of chainmail, which might even now save a man from sword-stroke or pike-thrust. In the midst of the coming and the going stood Master Timewell, the mayor, ordering all things like a skilful and provident commander. I could understand the trust and love which his townsmen had for him, as I watched him laboring with all the wisdom of an old man and the blithesomeness of a young one. He was hard at work as we approached, in trying the lock of a falconet, but perceiving us, he came forward and saluted us with much kindliness. "I have heard much of ye," said he, how ye caused the faithful to gather to a head, and so beat off the horsemen of the usurper. It will not be the last time, I trust, that ye shall see their backs. I hear, Colonel Saxon, that ye have seen much service abroad. I have been the humble tool of Providence in much good work, said Saxon with a bow. I have fought with the Swedes against the Brandenburgers, and again with the Brandenburgers against the Swedes, my time and conditions with the latter having been duly carried out. I have afterwards in the Bavarian service fought against Swedes and Brandenburgers combined, besides having undergone the great wars on the Danube against the Turk, and 2 campaigns with the Messieurs in the Palatinate, which latter might be better termed holiday-making than fighting. A soldierly record in very truth, cried the mayor, stroking his white beard. I hear that you are also powerfully borne onwards in prayer and song. You are, I perceive, one of the old breed of 44, Colonel, the men who were in the saddle all day and on their knees half the night. When shall we see the like of them again? A few such broken wrecks as I are left, with the fire of our youth all but burned out, and naught left but the ashes of lethargy and lukewarmness. Nay, nay, said Saxon, your position and present business will scarce jump with the modesty of your words. But here are young men who will find the fire if their elders bring the brains. This is Captain Micah Clarke, and Captain Lockerby, and Captain the Honourable Sir Gervas Jerome, who have all come far to draw their swords for the downtrodden faith. Taunton welcomes ye, young sirs, said the mayor, looking a trifle askance, as I thought, at the baronet, who had drawn out his pocket mirror and was engaged in the brushing of his eyebrows. I trust that during your stay in this town ye will all 4 take up your abode with me. 'Tis a homely roof and simple fare, but a soldier's wants are few. And now, Colonel, I would fain have your advice as to these 3 drakes, whether, if rehooped, they may be deemed fit for service, and also as to these demi-cannons, which were used in the old parliamentary days, and may yet have a word to say in the people's cause. The old soldier and the Puritan instantly plunged into a deep and learned disquisition upon the merits of wall-pieces, drakes, demi-culverins, sakers, minions, mortar-pieces, falcons, and patereros, concerning all which pieces of ordnance Saxon had strong opinions to offer, fortified by many personal hazards and experiences. He then dwelt upon the merits of fire arrows and fire pikes in the attack or defense of places of strength, and had finally begun to descant upon sconces, directis lateribus, and upon works semilunar, rectilineal, horizontal, or orbicular, with so many references to his Imperial Majesty's lines at Gran that it seemed that his discourse would never find an end. We slipped away at last, leaving him still discussing the effects produced by the Austrian grenados upon a Bavarian brigade of pikes at the Battle of Obergraustock. "Curse me if I like accepting this old fellow's offer," said Sir Gervas in an undertone. "I have heard of these Puritan households, much grace to little sack, and text flying about as hard and as jagged as flintstones. To bed at sundown, and a sermon ready if ye do but look kindly at the waiting wench or hum the refrain of a ditty. His home may be larger, but it could scarce be stricter than that of my own father," I remarked. "I'll warrant that," cried Reuben, "when we have been a morris dancing, or having a Saturday night game of kiss in the ring, or parson has lost his coat, I have seen Ironside Joe stride past us and cast a glance at us which hath frozen the smile upon our lips. I warrant that he would have aided Colonel Pride to shoot the bears and hack down the maypoles." "'Twere fratricide for such a man to shoot a bear," quoth Sir Gervas, "with all respect, friend Clarke, for your honoured progenitor." "No more than for you to shoot at a popinjay," I answered, laughing. "But as to the mayor's offer, we can but go to meet with him now, and should it prove irksome, it will be easy for you to plead some excuse, and so get honourably quit of it. But bear in mind, Sir Gervas, that such households are in very truth different to any with which you are acquainted, so curb your tongue, or offence may come of it. Should I cry ahem or cough, it will be a sign to you that you had best beware. Agreed, young Solomon, cried he. It is, indeed, well to have a pilot like yourself who knows these godly waters. For my own part, I should never know how near I was to the shoals. But our friends have finished the battle of Ober-what's-its-name and are coming towards us. I trust, worthy Mr. Mayor, that your difficulties have been resolved? They are, sir, replied the Puritan. I have been much edified by your colonel's discourse, and I have little doubt that by serving under him ye will profit much by his ripe experience. Very like, sir, very like, said Sir Gervas carelessly. But it is nigh 1 o'clock, the mayor continued. Our frail flesh cries aloud for meat and drink. I beg that ye will do me the favour to accompany me to my humble dwelling, where we shall find the household board already dressed. With these words he led the way out of the hall, and paced slowly down Fore Street, the people falling back to right and to left as he passed, and raising their caps to do him reverence. Here and there, as he pointed out to us, arrangements had been made for barring the road with strong chains to prevent any sudden rush of cavalry. In places, too, at the corner of a house, a hole had been knocked in the masonry, through which peeped the dark muzzle of a carronade or wall-piece. These precautions were the more necessary, as several bodies of the royal horse, besides the one which we had repulsed, were known to be within the Dean, and the town, deprived of its ramparts, was open to an incursion from any daring commander. The chief magistrate's house was a squat, square-faced stone building within a court which opened on to East Street. The peaked oak door, spangled with broad iron nails, had a gloomy and surly aspect, but the hall within was lightful and airy, with a bright polished cedar planking, and high panelling of some dark-grained wood which gave forth a pleasant smell as of violets. A broad night of steps rose up from the farther end of the hall, down which, as we entered, a young, sweet-faced maid came tripping, with an old dame behind her, who bore in her hands a pile of fresh napery. At the sight of us, the elder one retreated up the stairs again, whilst the younger came flying down 3 steps at a time, threw her arms around the old mayor's neck, and kissed him fondly, looking hard into his face the while, as a mother gazes into that of a child with whom she fears that aught may have gone amiss. "Weary again, Daddy, weary again," she said, shaking her head anxiously, with a small white hand upon each of his shoulders. "Indeed and indeed, thy spirit is greater than thy strength." "Nay, nay, lass," said he, passing his hand fondly over her rich brown hair. "The workman must toil until the hour of rest is rung. This, gentleman, is my granddaughter Ruth, the sole relic of my family and the light of mine old age. The whole grove hath been cut down, and only the oldest oak and the youngest sapling left. These cavaliers, little one, have come from afar to serve the cause, and they have done us the honour to accept of our poor hospitality." "Ye are come in good time, gentlemen," she answered, looking us straight in the eyes with a kindly smile, as a sister might greet her brothers. "The household is gathered round the table, and the meal is ready." "But not more ready than we," cried the stout old burgher. "Do thou conduct our guests to their places, whilst I seek my room and doff these robes of office with my chain and tippet ere I break my fast." Following our fair guide, we passed into a very large and lofty room, the walls of which were wainscoted with carved oak, and hung at either end with tapestry. The floor was tessellated after the French fashion, and plentifully strewn with skins and rugs. At one end of the apartment stood a great white marble fireplace, like a small room in itself, fitted up, as was the ancient custom, with an iron stand in the center and with broad stone benches in the recess on either side. Lines of hooks above the chimney-piece had been used, as I surmise, to support arms, for the wealthy merchants of England were wont to keep enough in their houses to at least equip their apprentices and craftsmen. They had now, however, been removed, nor was there any token of the troublous times save a single heap of pikes and halberds piled together in a corner. Down the center of this room there ran a long and massive table, which was surrounded by 30 or 40 people, the greater part of whom were men. They were on their feet as we entered, and a grave-faced man at the farther end was drawling forth an interminable grace, which began as a thanksgiving for food, but wandered away into questions of church and state, and finally ended in a supplication for Israel, now in arms, to do battle for the Lord. While this was proceeding, we stood in a group by the door with our caps doffed, and spent our time in observing the company more closely than we could have done with courtesy had their eyes not been cast down and their thoughts elsewhere. They were of all ages, from greybeards down to lads scarce out of their teens, all with the same solemn and austere expression of countenance, and clad in the same homely and sombre garb. Save their wide white collars and cuffs, not a string of any color lessened the sad severity of their attire. Their black coats and doublets were cut straight and close, and their Cordovan leather shoes, which in the days of our youth were usually the seat of some little ornament, were uniformly square-toed and tied with sad-colored ribbon. Most of them wore plain sword-belts of untanned hide, but the weapons themselves, with their broad felt hats and black cloaks, were laid under the benches or placed upon the settles which lined the walls. They stood with their hands clasped and their heads bent, listening to the untimely address, and occasionally by some groan or exclamation, testifying that the preacher's words had moved them. The overgrown grace came at last to an end, when the company sat silently down, and proceeded without pause or ceremony to attack the great joints which smoked before them. Our young hostess led us to the end of the table, where a high carded chair with a black cushion upon it marked the position of the master of the house. Mistress Timewell seated herself upon the right of the mayor's place, with Sir Gervas beside her, while the post of honor upon the left was assigned to Saxon. On my left sat Lockerby, whose eyes, I observed, had been fixed in undisguised and all-absorbing admiration upon the Puritan maiden from the first moment that he had seen her. The table was of no great breadth, so that we could talk across, in spite of the clatter of plates and dishes, the bustle of servants, and the deep murmur of voices. "This is my father's household," said our hostess, addressing herself to Saxon. "There is not one of them who is not in his employ. He hath many apprentices in the wool trade. We sit down 40 to meat every day in the year." "And to right good fare, too," quoth Saxon, glancing down the table. "Salmon, ribs of beef, loin of mutton, veal, pasties, what could man wish for more? Plenty of good home-brewed, too, to wash it down. If worthy Master Timewell can arrange that the army be victualled after the same fashion, I for one shall be beholden to him. A cup of dirty water and a charred morsel cooked on a ramrod over the campfire are like to take the place of these toothsome dainties." "Is it not best to have faith?" said the Puritan maiden. "Shall not the Almighty feed his soldiers, even as Elisha was fed in the wilderness and Hagar in the desert?" "Aye," exclaimed a lanky-haired, swarthy young man who sat upon the right of Sir Gervas. "He will provide for us, even as the stream of water gushed forth out of dry places, even as the quails and the manna lay thick upon barren soil." "So I trust, young sir," quoth Saxon. "But we must none the less arrange a victual train, with a staff of wains duly numbered, and an intendant over each, after the German fashion. Such things should not be left to chance. Pretty Mistress Timewell glanced up with a half-startled look at this remark, as though shocked at the want of faith implied in it. Her thoughts might have taken the form of words had not her father entered the room at the moment, the whole company rising and bowing to him as he advanced to his seat. "Be seated, friends," said he with a wave of his hand. "We are a homely folk, Colonel Saxon, and the old-time virtue of respect for our elders has not entirely forsaken us. I trust, Ruth," he continued, "that thou hast seen to the wants of our guests." We all protested that we had never received such attention and hospitality. "'Tis well," said the good wool-worker. "But your plates are clear and your glasses empty. William, look to it. A good workman is ever a good trencherman. If a prentice of mine cannot clean his platter, I know that I shall get little from him with Carter and Teazle. Thew and sinew need building up. A slice from that round of beef, William." Touching that same battle of Obergraustock, Colonel, what part was played in the fray by that regiment of Pandor horse, in which, as I understand, thou didst hold a commission? This was a question on which, as may be imagined, Saxon had much to say, and the pair were soon involved in a heated discussion, in which the experiences of Roundway Down and Marston Moor were balanced against the results of a score of unpronounceable fights in the Styrian Alps and along the Danube. Stephen Timewell, in his lusty youth, had led first a troop and then a regiment through the wars of the Parliament, from Chalgrove Field to the final battle at Worcester, so that his warlike passages, though less varied and extensive than those of our companion, were enough to enable him to form and hold strong opinions. These were in the main the same as those of the soldier of fortune, but when their ideas differed upon any point, there arose forthwith such a crossfire of military jargon, such speech of estacados and palisados, such comparisons of light horse and heavy, of pikemen and musketeers, of landsknechte, leaguers and onfalls, that the unused ear became bewildered with the babble. At last, on some question of fortification, the mayor drew his outworks with the spoons and knives, on which Saxon opened his parallels with lines of bread, and pushing them rapidly up with traverses and covered ways, he established himself upon the re-entering angle of the mayor's redoubt. This opened up a fresh question as to countermines, with the result that the dispute raged with renewed vigor. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by paultheisen. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 18, Part 2. Of Master Stephen Timewell, Mayor of Taunton. Whilst this friendly strife was proceeding between the elders, Sir Gervas Jerome and Mistress Ruth had fallen into conversation at the other side of the table. I have seldom seen, my dear children, so beautiful a face as that of this Puritan damsel, and it was beautiful with that sort of modest and maidenly comeliness where the features derive their sweetness from the sweet soul which shines through them. The perfectly molded body appeared to be but the outer expression of the perfect spirit within. Her dark brown hair swept back from a broad and white forehead, which surmounted a pair of well-marked eyebrows and large blue, thoughtful eyes. The whole cast of her features was gentle and dove-like, yet there was a firmness in the mouth and delicate prominence of the chin, which might indicate that in times of trouble and danger the little maid would prove to be no unworthy descendant of the Roundhead soldier and Puritan magistrate. I doubt not that where more loud-tongued and assertive dames might be cowed, the mayor's soft-voiced daughter would begin to cast off her gentler disposition and to show the stronger nature which underlay it. It amused me much to listen to the efforts which Sir Gervas made to converse with her, for the damsel and he lived so entirely in two different worlds that it took all his gallantry and ready wit to keep on ground which would be intelligible to her. "No doubt you spend much of your time in reading, Mistress Ruth," he remarked. "It puzzles me to think what else you can do, so far from town." "Town?" she said in surprise. "What is Taunton but a town?" "Heaven forbid that I should deny it," replied Sir Gervas, "more especially in the presence of so many worthy burghers, who have the name of being somewhat jealous of the honour of their native city. Yet the fact remains, fair mistress, that the town of London so far transcends all other towns that it is called, even as I called it just now, the town." "Is it so very large, then?" she cried with pretty wonder. "But new houses are building in Taunton, outside the old walls and beyond Shuttern, and some even at the other side of the river. Perhaps in time it may be as large." "If all the folks in Taunton were to be added to London," said Sir Gervas, "no one there would observe that there had been any increase." "Nay, there you are laughing at me. That is against all reason," cried the country maiden. "Your grandfather will bear out my words," said Sir Gervas. "But to return to your reading, I'll warrant that there is not a page of Scudery and her Grand Cyrus which you have not read. You are familiar, doubtless, with every sentiment in Cowley, or Waller, or Dryden?" "Who are these?" she asked. "At what church do they preach?" "Faith," cried the baronet with a laugh, "honest John preaches at the church of Will Unwin, commonly known as Will's, where many a time it is 2 in the morning before he comes to the end of his sermon. But why this question? Do you think that no one may put pen to paper unless they have also a right to wear a gown and climb up to a pulpit? I had thought that all of your sex had read Dryden. Pray, what are your own favourite books?" "There is Allien's Alarm to the Unconverted," said she. "It is a stirring work, and one which hath wrought much good. Hast thou not found it to fructify within thee?" "I have not read the book you name," Sir Gervas confessed. "Not read it?" she cried with raised eyebrows. "Truly, I had thought that every one had read the Alarm. What dost thou think, then, of Faithful Contendings?" "I have not read it." "Or of Baxter's Sermons?" she asked. "I have not read them." "Of Bull's Spirit Cordial, then?" "I have not read it." Mistress Ruth Timewell stared at him in undisguised wonder. "You may think me ill-bred to say it, sir," she remarked, "but I cannot but marvel where you have been, or what you have done all your life. Why, the very children in the street have read these books." "In truth, such works come little in our way in London," Sir Gervas answered. "A play of George Etheridge's, or a jingle of Sir John Suckling's, is lighter, though mayhap less wholesome food for the mind. A man in London may keep pace with the world of letters without much reading, for what with the gossip of the coffee houses and the newsletters that fall in his way, and the babble of poets or wits at the assemblies, with mayhap an evening or two in the week at the playhouse with Vanbrugh or Farquhar, one can never part company for long with the muses. Then, after the play, if a man is in no humour for a turn of luck at the green table at the Groom Porter's, he may stroll down to the Coca Tree if he be a Tory, or to St. James's if he be a Whig, and it is 10 to 1 if the talk turn not upon the turning of alcaics, or the contest between blank verse or rhyme. Then one may, after an arriere supper, drop into Will's or Slaughter's, and find old John with Tickle and Congreve and the rest of them hard at work on the dramatic unities, or poetical justice, or some such matter. I confess that my own tastes lay little in that line, for about that hour I was likely to be worse employed with wine-flask, dice-box, or ahem, cried I warningly, for several of the Puritans were listening with faces which expressed anything but approval. "What you say of London is of much interest to me," said the Puritan maiden, though these names and places have little meaning to my ignorant ears. You did speak, however, of the playhouse. Surely no worthy man goes near those sinks of iniquity, the baited traps of the evil one? Has not the good and sanctified Master Bull declared from the pulpit that they are the gathering place of the froward, the chosen haunts of the perverse Assyrians, as dangerous to the soul as any of those papal steeple-houses, wherein the creature is sacrilegiously confounded with the Creator? Well and truly spoken, Mistress Timewell, cried the lean young Puritan upon the right, who had been an attentive listener to the whole conversation. There is more evil in such houses than even in the cities of the plain. I doubt not that the wrath of the Lord will descend upon them and destroy them, and wreck them utterly, together with the dissolute men and abandoned women who frequent them. Your strong opinions, friend, said Sir Gervas quietly, are borne out doubtless by your full knowledge of the subject. How often, prithee, have you been in these playhouses which you are so ready to decry? I thank the Lord that I have never been so far tempted from the straight path as to set foot within one, the Puritan answered. Nor have I ever been in that great sewer which is called London. I trust, however, that I, with others of the faithful, may find our way thither with our tucks at our sides ere this business is finished, when we shall not be content, I'll warrant, with shutting these homes of vice, as Cromwell did, but we shall not leave one stone upon another, and shall sow the spot with salt, that it may be a hissing and a byword amongst the people. You are right, John Derrick, said the mayor, who had overheard the latter part of his remarks. Yet, methinks that a lower tone and a more backward manner would become you better when you are speaking with your master's guests. Touching these same playhouses, Colonel, when we have carried the upper hand this time, we shall not allow the old tares to check the new wheat. We know what fruit these places have borne in the days of Charles, the Gwynns, the Palmers, and the whole base crew of foul, lecherous parasites. Have you ever been in London, Captain Clarke? Nay, sir, I am country-born and bred. The better man you, said our host. I have been there twice. The first time was in the days of the Rump, when Lambert brought in his division to overawe the Commons. I was then quartered at the sign of the Four Crosses in Southwark, then kept by a worthy man, one John Dolman, with whom I had much edifying speech concerning predestination. All was quiet and sober then, I promise you, and you might have walked from Westminster to the Tower in the dead of the night without hearing aught save the murmur of prayer and the chanting of hymns. Not a ruffler or a wench was in the streets after dark, nor anyone save staid citizens upon their business, or the halberdiers of the watch. The second visit which I made was over this business of the levelling of the ramparts, when I and neighbour Foster, the glover, were sent at the head of a deputation from this town to the Privy Council of Charles. Who could have credited that a few years would have made such a change? Every evil thing that had been stamped underground had spawned and festered until its vermin brood flooded the streets, and the godly wore themselves driven to shun the light of day. Apollyon had indeed triumphed for a while. A quiet man could not walk the highways without being elbowed into the kennel by swaggering swashbucklers, or accosted by painted hussies. Padders and michers, laced cloaks, jingling spurs, slashed boots, tall plumes, bullies and pimps, oaths and blasphemies. I promise you, hell was waxing fat. Even in the solitude of one's coach one was not free from the robber. How that, sir? Asked Reuben. Why, marry, in this wise. As I was the sufferer, I have the best right to tell the tale. Ye must know that after our reception, which was cold enough, for we were about as welcome to the Privy Council as the hearth-tax man is to the village housewife, we were asked, more as I guess from derision than from courtesy, to the evening levee at Buckingham Palace. We would both fain have been excused from going, but we feared that our refusal might give undue offence, and so hinder the success of our mission. My homespun garments were somewhat rough for such an occasion, yet I determined to appear in them, with the addition of a new black baize waistcoat faced with silk, and a good periwig, for which I gave 3 pounds 10 shillings in the Haymarket. The young Puritan opposite turned up his eyes and murmured something about sacrificing to Dagon, which fortunately for him was inaudible to the high-spirited old man. "It was but a worldly vanity," quoth the mayor, "for, with all deference, Sir Gervas Jerome, a man's own hair arranged with some taste, and with perhaps a sprinkling of powder, is to my mind the fittest ornament to his head. It is the contents and not the case which availeth." Having donned this frippery, good Master Foster and I hired a calash and drove to the palace. We were deep in grave and I trust profitable converse, speeding through the endless streets, when of a sudden I felt a sharp tug at my head, and my hat fluttered down onto my knees. I raised my hands, and lo, they came upon my bare pate. The wig had vanished. We were rolling down Fleet Street at the moment, and there was no one in the calash save neighbor Foster, who sat as astounded as I. We looked high and low, on the seats and beneath them, but not a sign of the periwig was there. It was gone utterly and without a trace. "Whither then?" we asked with one voice. That was the question which we set ourselves to solve. For a moment I do assure ye that we bethought us that it might be a judgment upon us for our attention to such carnal follies. Then it crossed my mind that it might be the doing of some malicious sprite, as the drummer of Tedworth, or those who occasioned the disturbances no very long time since at the old Gasthouse at Little Burton here in Somersetshire. With this thought we hallooed to the coachman, and told him what had occurred to us. The fellow came down from his perch, and having heard our story, he burst straightway into much foul language, and walking round to the back of his calash, showed us that a slit had been made in the leather wherewith it was fashioned. Through this the thief had thrust his hand, and had drawn my wig through the hole, resting the while on the crossbar of the coach. It was no uncommon thing, he said, and the wig-snatchers were a numerous body who waited beside the peruke-makers' shops, and when they saw a customer come forth with a purchase which was worth their pains, they would follow him, and, should he chance to drive, deprive him of it in this fashion. Be that as it may, I never saw my wig again, and had to purchase another before I could venture into the royal presence.
"A strange adventure, truly," exclaimed Saxon. "How fared it with you for the remainder of the evening?"
But scurvily, for Charles's face, which was black enough at all times, was blackest of all to us. Nor was his brother, the papist, more complaisant. They had but brought us there that they might dazzle us with their glitter and gewgaws, in order that we might bear a fine report of them back to the west with us. There were supple-backed courtiers, and strutting nobles, and hussies with their shoulders bare, who should, for all their high birth, have been sent to Bridewell as readily as any poor girl who ever walked at the cart's tail. Then there were the gentlemen of the chamber, with cinnamon and plum-colored coats, and a brave show of gold lace and silk and ostrich feather. Neighbor Foster and I felt as 2 crows might do who have wandered among the peacocks. Yet we bear in mind in whose image we were fashioned, and we carried ourselves, I trust, as independent English burghers. His Grace of Buckingham had his flout at us, and Rochester sneered, and the women simpered, but we stood 4 square, my friend and I, discussing, as I well remember, the most precious doctrines of election and reprobation, without giving much heed either to those who mocked us, or to the gamesters upon our left, or to the dancers upon our right. So we stood throughout the evening, until, finding that they could get little sport from us, my Lord Clarendon, the Chancellor, gave us the word to retire, which we did at our leisure after saluting the king and the company. "Nay, that I should never have done," cried the young Puritan, who had listened intently to his elder's narrative. "Would it not have been more fitting to have raised up your hands and called down vengeance upon them, as the holy man of old did upon the wicked cities?" "More fitting, quotha," said the mayor impatiently. "It is most fitting that youth should be silent until his opinion is asked on such matters. God's wrath comes with leaden feet, but it strikes with iron hands. In his own good time he is judged when the cup of these men's iniquities is overflowing. It is not for us to instruct him. Curses have, as the wise man said, a habit of coming home to roost. Bear that in mind, Master John Derrick, and be not too liberal with them." The young apprentice, for such he was, bowed his head sullenly to the rebuke, whilst the mayor, after a short pause, resumed his story. "Being a fine night," said he, "we chose to walk back to our lodgings, but never shall I forget the wicked scenes wherewith we were encountered on the way. Good Master Bunyan of Elstow might have added some pages to his account of Vanity Fair had he been with us. The women, bepatched, beruddled, and brazen, the men swaggering, roistering, cursing, the brawling, the drabbing, and the drunkenness. It was a fit kingdom to be ruled over by such a court. At last we had made our way to more quiet streets, and were hoping that our adventures were at an end, when of a sudden there came a rush of half-drunken cavaliers from a side street, who set upon the passers-by with their swords, as though we had fallen into an ambuscade of savages in some Paynim country. They were, as I surmise, of the same breed as those of whom the excellent John Milton wrote, "The sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine." Alas, my memory is not what it was, for at one time I could say by rote whole books of that noble and godly poem. "And pray, how fared ye with these rufflers, sir?" I asked. "They beset us, and some few other honest citizens who were wending their ways homewards, and waving their naked swords they called upon us to lay down our arms and pay homage." "To whom?" I asked. They pointed to one of their number who was more gaudily dressed and somewhat drunker than the rest. "This is our most sovereign liege," they cried. "Sovereign over whom?" I asked. "Over the Titeratus," they answered. "O most barbarous and cuckoldy citizen, do you not recognize that you have fallen into the hands of that most noble order?" "This is not your real monarch," said I, "for he is down beneath us, chained in the pit, where some day he will gather his dutiful subjects around him." "Lo, he hath spoken treason," they cried, on which, without much more ado, they set upon us with sword and dagger. Neighbour Foster and I placed our backs against the wall, and with our cloaks round our left arms we made play with our tucks, and managed to put in one or two of the old Wigan Lane raspers. In particular, friend Foster pinked the king in such wise that his majesty ran howling down the street like a gored bull-pup. We were beset by numbers, however, and might have ended our mission then and there, had not the watch appeared upon the scene, struck up our weapons with their halberds, and so arrested the whole party. Whilst the fray lasted, the burghers from the adjoining houses were pouring water upon us, as though we were cats on the tiles, which, though it did not cool our ardour in the fight, left us in a scurvy and unsavoury condition. In this guise we were dragged to the roundhouse, where we spent the night amidst bullies, thieves, and orange wenches, to whom I am proud to say that both neighbour Foster and myself spoke some words of joy and comfort. In the morning we were released, and forthwith shook the dust of London from our feet. Nor do I ever wish to return thither, unless it be at the head of our Somersetshire regiments, to see King Monmouth don the crown which he had wrested in fair fight from the popish perverter. As Master Stephen Timewell ended his tale, a general shuffling and rising announced the conclusion of the meal. The company filed slowly out in order of seniority, all wearing the same gloomy and earnest expression, with grave gait and downcast eyes. These Puritan ways were, it is true, familiar to me from childhood, yet I had never before seen a large household conforming to them, or marked their effect upon so many young men. "You shall bide behind for a while," said the mayor, as we were about to follow the others. "William, do you bring a flask of the old green-sealed sack. These creature comforts I do not produce before my lads, for beef and honest malt is the fittest food for such. On occasion, however, I am of Paul's opinion, that a flagon of wine among friends is no bad thing for mind or for body. You can away now, sweetheart, if you have aught to engage you." "Do you go out again?" asked Mistress Ruth. "Presently, to the town hall. The survey of arms is not yet complete." "I shall have your robes ready, and also the rooms of our guests," she answered, and so, with a bright smile to us, tripped away upon her duty. "I would that I could order our town as that maiden orders this house," said the mayor. "There is not a want that is not supplied before it is felt. She reads my thoughts and acts upon them ere my lips have time to form them. If I have still strength to spend in the public service, it is because my private life is full of restful peace. Do not fear the sack, sirs. It cometh from Brooke and Hellier's of Abchurch Lane, and may be relied upon." "Which showeth that one good thing cometh out of London," remarked Sir Gervas. "Ay, truly," said the old man, smiling. "But what think ye of my young men, sir? They must needs be of a very different class to any with whom you are acquainted, if, as I understand, you have frequented court circles." "Why, Mary, they are good enough young men, no doubt," Sir Gervas answered lightly. "Methinks, however, that there is a want of sap about them. It is not blood, but sour buttermilk that flows in their veins." "Nay, nay," the mayor responded warmly. "There you do them an injustice. Their passions and feelings are under control, as the skilful rider keeps his horse in hand. But they are as surely there as is the speed and endurance of the animal. Did you observe the godly youth who sat upon your right, whom I had occasion to reprove more than once for overzeal? He is a fit example of how a man may take the upper hand of his feelings and keep them in control." "And how has he done so?" I asked. "Why, between friends," quoth the mayor, "it was but last Lady Day that he asked the hand of my granddaughter Ruth in marriage. His time is nearly served, and his father, Sam Derrick, is an honourable craftsman, so that the match would have been no unfitting one. The maiden turned against him, however. Young girls will have their fancies, and the matter came to an end. Yet here he dwells under the same roof-tree, at her elbow from morn to night, with never a sign of that passion which can scarce have died out so soon. Twice my wool warehouse hath been nigh burned to the ground since then, and twice he hath headed those who fought the flames. There are not many whose suit hath been rejected, who would bear themselves in so resigned and patient a fashion." "I am prepared to find that your judgment is the correct one," said Sir Gervas Jerome. "I have learned to distrust too hasty dislikes, and bear in mind that couplet of John Dryden, 'Errors, like straws, upon the surface flow. He who would search for pearls must dive below.'"
"Or worthy Dr. Samuel Butler," said Saxon, "who in his immortal poem of Hudibras says, 'The fool can only see the skin, the wise man tries to peep within.'"
"I wonder, Colonel Saxon," said our host severely, "that you should speak favourably of that licentious poem, which is composed, as I have heard, for the sole purpose of casting ridicule upon the godly. I should as soon have expected to hear you praise the wicked and foolish work of Hobbes, with his mischievous thesis, A Deo Rex, a Rege Lex."
"It is true that I contemn and despise the use which Butler hath made of his satire," said Saxon adroitly. "Yet I may admire the satire itself, just as one may admire a damascened blade without approving of the quarrel in which it is drawn."
"These distinctions are, I fear, too subtle for my old brain," said the stout old Puritan. "This England of ours is divided into two camps, that of God and that of Antichrist. He who is not with us is against us, nor shall any who serve under the devil's banner have anything from me save my scorn and the sharp edge of my sword."
"Well, well," said Saxon, filling up his glass, "I am no Laodicean or time-server. The cause shall not find me wanting with tongue or with sword."
"Of that I am well convinced, my worthy friend," the mayor answered, "and if I have spoken over sharply, you will hold me excused. But I regret to have evil tidings to announce to you. I have not told the commonalty, lest it cast them down, but I know that adversity will be but the whetstone to give your ardour a finer edge. Argyle's rising has failed, and he and his companions are prisoners in the hands of the man who never knew what pity was. We all started in our chairs at this, and looked at one another aghast, save only Sir Gervas Jerome, whose natural serenity was, I am well convinced, proof against any disturbance. For you may remember, my children, that I stated when I first took it in hand to narrate to you these passages of my life, that the hopes of Monmouth's party rested very much upon the raid which Argyle and the Scottish exiles had made upon Ayrshire, where it was hoped that they would create such a disturbance as would divert a good share of King James's forces, and so make our march to London less difficult. This was the more confidently expected, since Argyle's own estates lay upon that side of Scotland, where he could raise 5,000 swordsmen among his own clansmen. The western counties abounded, too, in fierce zealots who were ready to assert the cause of the Covenant, and who had proved themselves in many a skirmish to be valiant warriors. With the help of the Highlanders and of the Covenanters, it seemed certain that Argyle would be able to hold his own, the more so since he took with him to Scotland the English Puritan Rumbold, and many others skilled in warfare. This sudden news of his total defeat and downfall was therefore a heavy blow, since it turned the whole forces of the government upon ourselves.
"Have you the news from a trusty source?"
asked Decimus Saxon, after a long silence. "It is beyond all doubt or question," Master Stephen Timewell answered. "Yet I can well understand your surprise, for the Duke had trusty counsellors with him. There was Sir Patrick Hume of Polwarth."
"All talk and no fight,"
said Saxon. "And Richard Rumbold."
"All fight and no talk," quoth our companion. "He should, methinks, have rendered a better account of himself."
Then there was Major Elphinstone.
"A bragging fool,"
cried Saxon. And Sir John Cochrane.
"A captious, long-tongued, short-witted sluggard," said the soldier of fortune. "The expedition was doomed from the first with such men at its head. Yet I had thought that they could have done naught else. They might at least have flung themselves into the mountain country, where these bare-legged caterans could have held their own amid their native clouds and mists. All taken, you say. It is a lesson and a warning to us. I tell you that unless Monmouth infuses more energy into his counsels, and thrusts straight for the heart instead of fencing and foining at the extremities, we shall find ourselves as Argyle and Rumbold. What mean these 2 days wasted at Axminster at a time when every hour is of import? Is he, every time that he brushes a party of militia aside, to stop 48 hours and chant Te Deums when Churchill and Feversham are, as I know, pushing for the west with every available man, and the Dutch grenadiers are swarming over like rats into a granary?"
"You are very right, Colonel Saxon," the mayor answered. "And I trust that when the king comes here we may stir him up to more prompt action. He has much need of more soldierly advisers, for since Fletcher hath gone there is hardly a man about him who hath been trained to arms."
"Well," said Saxon moodily, "now that Argyle hath gone under, we are face to face with James, with nothing but our own good swords to trust to."
"To them and to the justice of our cause. How like ye the news, young sirs? Has the wine lost its smack on account of it? Are ye disposed to flinch from the standard of the Lord?" "For my own part, I shall see the matter through," said I. "And I shall bide where Micah Clarke bides," quoth Reuben Lockerby. "And to me," said Sir Gervas, "it is a matter of indifference, so long as I am in good company and there is something stirring." "In that case," said the mayor, "we had best each turn to his own work, and have all ready for the king's arrival. Until then, I trust that ye will honour my humble roof."
"I fear that I cannot accept your kindness," Saxon answered. "When I am in harness, I come and go, early and late. I shall therefore take up my quarters in the inn, which is not very well furnished with victual, and yet can supply me with the simple fare, which, with a blackjack of October and a pipe of Trinidado, is all I require."
As Saxon was firm in this resolution, the mayor forbore to press it upon him, but my two friends gladly joined with me in accepting the worthy wool-worker's offer, and took up our quarters for the time under his hospitable roof. End of Chapter 18, Part 2.
Chapter 20 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 20 of A Brawl in the Night. Decimus Saxon refused to avail himself of Master Timewell's house and table for the reason, as I afterwards learned, that the mayor, being a firm Presbyterian, he thought it might stand him in ill stead with the Independents and other zealots were he to allow too great an intimacy to spring up between them. Indeed, my dears, from this time onward, this cunning man framed his whole life and actions in such a way as to make friends of the sectaries, and to cause them to look upon him as their leader, for he had a firm belief that in all such outbreaks as that in which we were engaged, the most extreme party is sure in the end to gain the upper hand. Fanatics, he said to me one day, mean fervor, and fervor means hard work, and hard work means power. That was the center point of all his plotting and scheming. And first of all, he set himself to show how excellent a soldier he was, and he spared neither time nor work to make this apparent. From morn till midday, and from afternoon till night, we drilled and drilled, until, in very truth, the shouting of the orders and the clatter of the arms became wearisome to our ears. The good burghers may well have thought that Colonel Saxon's Wiltshire foot were as much part of the marketplace as the town cross or the parish stocks. There was much to be done in very little time, so much that many would have thought it hopeless to attempt it. Not only was there the general muster of the regiment, but we had each to practice our own companies in their several drills, and to learn, as best we could, the names and the wants of the men. Yet our work was made easier to us by the assurance that it was not thrown away, for at every gathering our bumpkins stood more erect and handled their weapons more deftly. From cockcrow to sundown, the streets resounded with "Poise your muskets! Order your muskets! Rest your muskets! Handle your primers!" and all the other orders of the old manual exercise. As we became more soldierly, we increased in numbers, for our smart appearance drew the pick of the newcomers into our ranks. My own company swelled until it had to be divided, and others enlarged in proportion. The baronet's musketeers mustered a full 100, skilled for the most part in the use of the gun. Altogether, we sprang from 300 to 450, and our drill improved until we received praise from all sides on the state of our men. Late in the evening, I was riding slowly back to the house of Master Timewell, when Reuben clattered after me and besought me to turn back with him to see a noteworthy sight. Though feeling little in the mood for such things, I turned Covenant and rode with him down the length of High Street and into the suburb which is known as Shuttern, where my companion pulled up at a bare barn-like building and bade me look in through the window. The interior, which consisted of a single great hall, the empty warehouse in which wool had used to be stored, was all alight with lamps and candles. A great throng of men, whom I recognized as belonging to my own company, or that of my companion, lay about on either side, some smoking, some praying, and some burnishing their arms. Down the middle a line of benches had been drawn up, on which there were seated astraddle the whole 100 of the baronet's musketeers, each engaged in plaiting into a queue the hair of the man who sat in front of him. a boy walked up and down with a pot of grease, by the aid of which, with some whipcord, the work was going forward merrily. Sir Gervase, himself with a great flour dredger, sat perched upon a bale of wool at the head of the line, and as quickly as any cue was finished, he examined it through his quizzing glass, and if it found favour in his eyes, daintily powdered it from his dredger, with as much care and reverence as though it were some service of the church. No cook seasoning a dish could have added his spices with more nicety of judgment than our friend displayed in whitening the pates of his company. Glancing up from his labours, he saw our two smiling faces looking in at him through the window, but his work was too engrossing to allow him to leave it, and we rode off at last without having speech with him. By this time the town was very quiet and still, for the folk in those parts were early bed-goers, save when some special occasion kept them afoot. We rode slowly together through the silent streets, our horses' hoofs ringing out sharp against the cobblestones, talking about such light matters as engaged the mind of youth. The moon was shining very brightly above us, silvering the broad streets and casting a fretwork of shadows from the peaks and pinnacles of the churches. At Master Timewell's courtyard I sprang from my saddle, but Reuben, attracted by the peace and beauty of the scene, rode onwards with the intention of going as far as the town gate. I was still at work upon my girth buckles, undoing my harness, when of a sudden there came from the street a shouting and a rushing with the clinking of blades, and my comrade's voice calling upon me for help. Drawing my sword, I ran out. Some little way down there was a clear space, white with the moonshine, in the centre of which I caught a glimpse of the sturdy figure of my friend, springing about with an activity for which I had never given him credit, and exchanging sword thrusts with 3 or 4 men who were pressing him closely. On the ground there lay a dark figure, and behind the struggling group Reuben's mare reared and plunged in sympathy with her master's peril. As I rushed down, shouting and waving my sword, the assailants took flight down a side street, save one, a tall, sinewy swordsman, who rushed in upon Reuben, stabbing furiously at him, and cursing him the while for a spoiled sport. To my horror, I saw, as I ran, the fellow's blade slip inside my friend's guard, who threw up his arms and fell prostrate, while the other, with a final thrust, dashed off down one of the narrow winding lanes, which led from East Street to the banks of the Taunton. "For heaven's sake, where are you hurt?" I cried, throwing myself upon my knees beside his prostrate body. "Where is your injury, Reuben?" "In the wind, mostly," quoth he, blowing like a smithy bellows. "Likewise on the back of my pate. Give me your hand, I pray." "Are you indeed scathless?" I cried, with a great lightening of the heart, as I helped him to his feet. "I thought that the villain had stabbed you." "As well stab a Warsash crab with a bodkin," said he. "Thanks to the good Sir Jacob Clancing, once of Snalleby Hall, and now of Salisbury Plain. Their rapiers did no more than scratch my plate of proof. But how is it with the maid?" "The maid?" said I. "Aye, it was to save her that I drew. She was beset by these night walkers. See, she rises. They threw her down when I set upon them." "How is it with you, mistress?" I asked, for the prostrate figure had arisen and taken the form of a woman, young and graceful to all appearance, with her face muffled in a mantle. "I trust that you have met with no hurt." "None, sir," she answered, in a low, sweet voice. "But that I have escaped is due to the ready valor of your friend, and the guiding wisdom of him who confutes the plots of the wicked. Doubtless, a true man would have rendered this help to any damsel in distress, and yet it may add to your satisfaction to know that she whom you have served is no stranger to you." With these words, she dropped her mantle and turned her face towards us in the moonlight. "Good lack! It is Mistress Timewell!" I cried in amazement. "Let us homewards," she said, in firm, quick tones. "The neighbours are alarmed, and there will be a rabble collected anon. Let us escape from the babblement." Windows had indeed begun to clatter up in every direction, and loud voices to demand what was amiss. Far away down the street, we could see the glint of lanthorns swinging to and fro as the watch hurried thitherwards. We slipped along in the shadow, however, and found ourselves safe within the mayor's courtyard, without let or hindrance. "I trust, sir, that you have really met with no hurt," said the maiden to my companion. Reuben had said not a word, since she had uncovered her face, and bore the face of a man who finds himself in some pleasant dream, and is vexed only by the fear lest he wake up from it. "Nay, I am not hurt," he answered, "but I would that you could tell us who these roving blades may be, and where they may be found." "Nay, nay," said she, with uplifted finger, "you shall not follow the matter further. As to the men, I cannot say with certainty who they may have been. I had gone forth to visit Dame Clatworthy, who hath the tertian ague, and they did beset me on my return. Perchance they are some who are not of my grandfather's way of thinking in affairs of state, and who struck at him through me. But ye have been both so kind that ye will not refuse me one more favour which I shall ask ye." We protested that we could not with our hands upon our sword hilts. "Nay, keep them for the Lord's quarrel," said she, smiling at the action. "All that I ask is that ye will say nothing of this matter to my grandsire. He is choleric, and a little matter doth set him in a flame. So old as he is, I would not have his mind turned from the public needs to a private trifle of this sort. Have I your promises?" "Mine," said I, bowing. "And mine," said Lockerby. "Thanks, good friends. Alack, I have dropped my gauntlet in the street. But it is of no import. I thank God that no harm has come to any one. My thanks once more, and may pleasant dreams await ye." She sprang up the steps and was gone in an instant. Reuben and I unharnessed our horses, and saw them cared for in silence. We then entered the house, and ascended to our chambers, still without a word. Outside his room door my friend paused. "I have heard that long man's voice before, Micah," said he. "And so have I answered. "The old man must beware of his prentices. I have half a mind to go back for the little maiden's gauntlet." A merry twinkle shot through the cloud which hid gathered on Reuben's brow. He opened his left hand, and showed me the doeskin glove, crumpled up in his palm. "I would not barter it for all the gold in her grandsire's coffers," said he, with a sudden outflame, And then, half laughing, half blushing at his own heat, he whisked in and left me to my thoughts. And so I learned for the first time, my dears, that my good comrade had been struck by the little god's arrows. When a man's years number 100, love springs up in him. As the gourd grew in the Scriptures in a single night, I have told my story ill, if I have not made you understand that my friend was a frank, warm-hearted lad of impulse, whose reason seldom stood sentry over his inclinations. Such a man can no more draw away from a whining maid than the needle can shun the magnet. He loves as the mavis sings or the kitten plays. Now a slow-witted, heavy fellow like myself, in whose veins the blood has always flowed somewhat coolly and temperately, may go into love as a horse goes into a shelving stream, step by step. But a man like Reuben is kicking his heels upon the bank one moment, and is over ears in the deepest pool the next. Heaven only knows what match it was that had set the tow alight. I can but say that from that day on my comrade was sad and cloudy one hour, gay and blithesome the next. His even flow of good spirits had deserted him, and he became as dismal as a molting chicken, which has ever seemed to me to be one of the strangest outcomes of what poets have called the joyous state of love. But indeed, pain and pleasure are so very nearly akin in this world that it is as if they were tethered in neighboring stalls, and a kick would at any time bring down the partition. Here is a man who is as full of sighs as a grenade is of powder. His face is sad, his brow is downcast, his wits are wandering. Yet if you remark to him that it is an ill thing that he should be in this state, he will answer you, as like as not, that he would not exchange it for all the powers and principalities. Tears to him are golden, and laughter is but base coin. Well, my dears, it is useless for me to expound to you that which I cannot myself understand. If, as I have heard, it is impossible to get the thumb marks of any two men to be alike, how can we expect their inmost thoughts and feelings to tally? Yet this I can say with all truth, that when I asked your grandmother's hand, I did not demean myself as if I were chief mourner at a funeral. She will bear me out that I walked up to her with a smile upon my face, though mayhap there was a little flutter at my heart, and I took her hand, and I said, "But, lack-a-day, whither have I wandered? What has all this to do with Taunton town and the rising of 1685? On the night of Wednesday, June 17, we learned that the king, as Monmouth was called throughout the West, was lying less than 10 miles off with his forces, and that he would make his entry into the loyal town of Taunton the next morning. Every effort was made, as you may well guess, to give him a welcome which should be worthy of the most Whiggish and Protestant town in England. An arch of evergreens had already been built up at the western gate, bearing the motto, "Welcome to King Monmouth," and another spanned the entrance to the marketplace from the upper window of the White Hart Inn, with "Hail to the Protestant Chief," in great scarlet letters. A third, if I remember right, bridged the entrance to the castle yard, but the motto on it has escaped me. The cloth and wool industry is, as I have told you, the staple trade of the town, and the merchants had no mercy on their wares, but used them freely to beautify the streets. Rich tapestries, glossy velvets, and costly brocades fluttered from the windows or lined the balconies. East Street, High Street, and Fore Street were draped from garret to basement with rare and beautiful fabrics, while gay flags hung from the roofs on either side or fluttered in long festoons from house to house. The royal banner of England floated from the lofty tower of St. Mary Magdalene, while the blue ensign of Monmouth waved from the sister turret of St. James. Late into the night there was planning and hammering, working and devising, until when the sun rose upon Thursday, June 18, it shone on as brave a show of bunting and evergreen as ever graced a town. Taunton had changed, as by magic, from a city into a flower garden. Master Stephen Timewell had busied himself in these preparations, but he had borne in mind at the same time that the most welcome sight which he could present to Monmouth's eyes was the large body of armed men who were prepared to follow his fortunes. There were 1,600 in the town, 200 of which were horse, mostly well armed and equipped. These were disposed in such a way that the king should pass them in his progress. The townsmen lined the marketplace 3 deep from the castle gate to the entrance to the High Street. From thence to Shuttern, Dorsetshire, and Frome, peasants were drawn up on either side of the street, while our own regiment was stationed at the western gate, with arms well burnished, serried ranks, and fresh sprigs of green in every bonnet. No leader could desire a better addition to his army. When all were in their places, and the burghers and their wives had arrayed themselves in their holiday gear, with gladsome faces and baskets of new-cut flowers, all was ready for the royal visitor's reception. "My orders are," said Saxon, riding up to us, as we sat our horses beside our companions, "that I and my captains shall fall in with the king's escort as he passes, and so accompany him to the marketplace. Your men shall present arms, and shall then stand their ground until we return." We all 3 drew our swords and saluted. "If ye will come with me, gentlemen, and take position to the right of the gate here," said he, "I may be able to tell ye something of these folk as they pass. 30 years of war in many climes should give me the master craftsman's right to expound to his apprentices." We all very gladly followed his advice and passed out through the gate, which was now nothing more than a broad gap amongst the mounds which marked the lines of the old walls. "There is no sign of them yet," I remarked, as we pulled up upon a convenient hillock. "I suppose that they must come by this road, which winds through the valley before us." "There are 2 sorts of bad general," quoth Saxon, "the man who is too fast, and the man who is too slow. His Majesty's advisers will never be accused of the former failing, whatever other mistakes they may fall into. There was old Marshal Grunberg, with whom I did 26 months soldiering in Bohemia. He would fly through the country pell-mell, horse, foot, and artillery, as if the devil were at his heels. He might make 50 blunders, but the enemy had never time to take advantage. I call to mind a raid which we made into Silesia, when, after 2 days or so of mountain roads, his Oberhauptmann of the staff told him that it was impossible for the artillery to keep up. "Lass es hinter," says he. So the guns were left, and by the evening of the next day the foot were dead beat. "They cannot walk another mile," says the Oberhauptmann. "Lassen Sie hinter," says he. So on we went with the horse. I was in his Pandor regiment, worst luck, but after a skirmish or two, what with the roads and what with the enemy, our horses were foundered and useless. "The horses are used up," says the Oberhauptmann. "Lassen Sie hinter," he cries, and I warrant that he would have pushed on to Prague with his staff, had they allowed him. General Hinterlassen, we called him after that. "A dashing commander, too," cried Sir Gervas. "I would fain have served under him." "Aye, and he had a way of knocking his recruits into shape which would scarce be relished by our good friends here in the West Country," said Saxon. "I remember that after the leaguer of Salzburg, when we had taken the castle or fortalice of that name, we were joined by some 1,000 untrained foot, which had been raised in Dalmatia, in the Emperor's employ. As they approached our lines, with waving of hands and blowing of bugles, old Marshal Hinterlassen discharged a volley of all the cannon upon the walls at them, killing 70, and striking great panic into the others. "The rogues must get used to standing fire sooner or later," said he, "so they may as well commence their education at once." "He was a tough schoolmaster," I remarked. "He might have left that part of the drill to the enemy." "Yet his soldiers loved him," said Saxon. "He was not a man when a city had been forced to inquire into every squawk of a woman, or give ear to every burgess who chanced to find his strong box a trifle the lighter. But as to the slow commanders, I have known none to equal Brigadier Baumgarten, also of the Imperial service. He would break up his winter quarters and sit down before some place of strength, where he would raise a sconce here and sink a sap there, until his soldiers were sick of the very sight of the place. So he would play with it as a cat with a mouse, until at last it was about to open its gates, when, as like as not, he would raise the leaguer and march back into his winter quarters. I served 2 campaigns under him, without honour, sack, plunder, or emolument, save a beggarly stipend of 3 gulden a day, paid in clipped money, 6 months in arrear. But mark ye, the folk under yonder tower, they're waving their kerchiefs as though something were visible to them." "I can see nothing," I answered, shading my eyes and gazing down the tree-sprinkled valley which rose slowly in green uplands to the grassy Blackdown hills. "Those on the housetops are waving and pointing," said Reuben. "Methinks I can myself see the flash of steel among yonder woods." "There it is," cried Saxon, extending his gauntleted hand. "On the western bank of the Tone, hard by the wooden bridge. Follow my finger, Clarke, and see if you cannot distinguish it." "Yes, truly," I exclaimed. "I see a bright shimmer coming and going, and there to the left, where the road curves over the hill, mark you that dense mass of men? Ha! The head of the column begins to emerge from the trees." There was not a cloud in the sky, but the great heat had caused a haze to overlie the valley, gathering thickly along the winding course of the river, and hanging in little sprays and feathers over the woodlands which clothe its banks. Through this filmy vapor, there broke from time to time fierce sparkles of brilliant light as the sun's rays fell upon breastplate or headpiece. Now and again, the gentle summer breeze wafted up sudden pulses of martial music to our ears, with the blaze of trumpets and the long, deep snarl of the drums. As we gazed, the van of the army began to roll out from the cover of the trees and to darken the white, dusty roads. The long line slowly extended itself, writhing out of the forest land like a dark snake with sparkling scales, until the whole rebel army, horse, foot, and ordnance, were visible beneath us. The gleam of the weapons, the waving of numerous banners, the plumes of the leaders, and the deep columns of marching men made up a picture which stirred the very hearts of the citizens who, from the housetops and from the ruinous summit of the dismantled walls, were enabled to gaze down upon the champions of their faith. If the mere sight of a passing regiment will cause a thrill in your bosoms, you can fancy how it is when the soldiers upon whom you look are in actual arms for your own dearest and most cherished interests, and have just come out victorious from a bloody struggle. If every other man's hand was against us, these at least were on our side, and our hearts went out to them as to friends and brothers. Of all the ties that unite men in this world, that of a common danger is the strongest. It all appeared to be most warlike and most imposing to my inexperienced eyes, and I thought as I looked at the long array that our cause was as good as won. To my surprise, however, Saxon pished and pshawed under his breath until at last, unable to contain his impatience, he broke out in hot discontent. "Do but look at that vanguard as they breast the slope," he cried. "Where's the advance party, or Vorreiter, as the Germans call them? Where, too, is the space which should be left between the foreguard and the main battle? By the sword of Skanderberg, they remind me more of a drove of pilgrims, as I have seen them approaching the shrine of St. Sebaldus of Nuremberg, with their banners and streamers. There in the center, amid that cavalcade of cavaliers, rides our new monarch, doubtless. Pity he hath not a man by him who can put this swarm of peasants into something like campaign order. Now do but look at those 4 pieces of ordnance trailing along like lame sheep behind the flock. Caraco! I would that I were a young king's officer with a troop of light horse on the ridge yonder. My faith, how I should sweep down yon crossroad like a kestrel on a brood of young plover. Then hay for cut and thrust, down with the skulking cannoneers, a carbine fire to cover us, round with the horses, and away go the rebel guns in a cloud of dust. How's that, Sir Gervas?" "Good sport, Colonel," said the baronet, with a touch of colour in his white cheeks. "I warrant that you did keep your Pandors on the trot." "Aye, the rogues had to work or hang, one or t'other. But methinks our friends here are scarce as numerous as reported. I reckon them to be 1,000 horse, and maybe 5,200 foot. I've been thought a good tally man on such occasions. With 1,500 in the town, that would bring us to close on 8,000 men, which is no great force to invade a kingdom and dispute a crown." "If the West can give 8,000, how many can all the counties of England afford?" I asked. "Is that not the fairer way to look at it?" "Monmouth's popularity lies mostly in the West," Saxon answered. "It was the memory of that which prompted him to raise his standard in these counties." "His standards, rather," quoth Reuben. Why, it looks as though they had hung their linen up to dry all down the line. True, they have more ensigns than ever I saw with so small a force, Saxon answered, rising in his stirrups. One or two are blue, and the rest, as far as I can see, for the sun shining upon them, are white, with some motto or device. Whilst we had been conversing, the body of horse which formed the vanguard of the Protestant army had approached within a quarter of a mile or less of the town, when a loud, clear bugle call brought them to a halt. In each successive regiment or squadron, the signal was repeated, so that the sound passed swiftly down the long array until it died away in the distance. As the coil of men formed up upon the white road with just a tremulous shifting motion along the curved and undulating line, its likeness to a giant serpent occurred again to my mind. I could fancy it a great boa, I remarked, which was drawing its coils around the town. A rattlesnake, rather, said Reuben, pointing to the guns in the rear. It keeps all its noise in its tail. Here comes its head, if I mistake not, quoth Saxon. It were best, perhaps, that we stand at the side of the gate. As he spoke, a group of gaily dressed cavaliers broke away from the main body and rode straight for the town. Their leader was a tall, slim, elegant young man who sat his horse with the grace of a skilled rider, and who was remarkable amongst those around him for the gallantry of his bearing and the richness of his trappings. As he galloped towards the gate, a roar of welcome burst from the assembled multitude, which was taken up and prolonged by the crowds behind, who, though unable to see what was going forward, gathered from the shouting that the king was approaching. End of chapter 20. Recording by John Brandon.
Section 21 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 20 of the Muster of the Men of the West. Monmouth was at that time in his 36th year, and was remarkable for those superficial graces which please the multitude, and fit a man to lead in a popular cause. He was young, well-spoken, witty, and skilled in all martial and manly exercises. On his progress in the West, he had not thought it beneath him to kiss the village maidens, to offer prizes at the rural sports, and to run races in his boots against the fleetest of the barefooted countrymen. His nature was vain and prodigal, but he excelled in that showy magnificence and careless generosity which wins the hearts of the people. Both on the continent and at Bothwell Bridge in Scotland he had led armies with success, and his kindness and mercy to the Covenanters after his victory had caused him to be as much esteemed amongst the Whigs as Dalzell and Claverhouse were hated. As he reined up his beautiful black horse at the gate of the city, and raised his plumed Montero cap to the shouting crowd, the grace and dignity of his bearing were such as might befit the knight-errant in a romance who is fighting at long odds for a crown which a tyrant has filched from him. He was reckoned well favoured, but I cannot say that I found him so. His face was, I thought, too long and white for comeliness, yet his features were high and noble, with well-marked nose and clear searching eyes. In his mouth might perchance be noticed some trace of that weakness which marred his character, though the expression was sweet and amiable. He wore a dark purple roquelaire riding jacket, faced and lapelled with gold lace, through the open front of which shone a silver breastplate. A velvet suit of a lighter shade than the jacket, a pair of high yellow cordovan boots with a gold-hilted rapier on one side and a poniard of Parma on the other, each hung from the morocco leather sword belt, completed his attire. A broad collar of Mechlin lace flowed over his shoulders, while wristbands of the same costly material dangled from his sleeves. Again and again he raised his cap and bent to the saddle-bow in response to the storm of cheering. "A Monmouth! A Monmouth!" cried the people. "Hail to the Protestant chief! Long live the noble King Monmouth!" While from every window and roof and balcony, fluttering kerchief or waving hat brightened the joyous scene. The rebel van caught fire at the sight, and raised a great deep-chested shout, which was taken up again and again by the rest of the army, until the whole countryside was sonorous. In the meanwhile, the city elders, headed by our friend the mayor, advanced from the gate in all the dignity of silk and fur, to pay homage to the king. Sinking upon one knee by Monmouth's stirrup, he kissed the hand which was graciously extended to him. "Nay, good Master Mayor," said the king, in a clear strong voice, "it is for my enemies to sink before me, and not for my friends. Prithee, what is this scroll which you do unroll?" "It is an address of welcome and of allegiance, your Majesty, from your loyal town of Taunton." "I need no such address," said King Monmouth, looking round. "It is written all around me in fairer characters than ever found themselves upon parchment. My good friends have made me feel that I was welcome without the aid of clerk or scrivener. Your name, good Master Mayor, is Stephen Timewell, as I understand?" "The same, your Majesty." "Too curt a name for so trusty a man," said the king, drawing his sword and touching him upon the shoulder with it. "I shall make it longer by 3 letters. Rise up, Sir Stephen, and may I find that there are many other knights in my dominions as loyal and as stout." Amidst the huzzas which broke out afresh at this honour done to the town, the mayor withdrew with the councilmen to the left side of the gate, whilst Monmouth with his staff gathered upon the right. At a signal, a trumpeter blew a fanfare. The drums struck up a point of war, and the insurgent army, with serried ranks and waving banners, resumed its advance upon the town. As it approached, Saxon pointed out to us the various leaders and men of note who surrounded the king, giving us their names and some few words as to their characters. "That is Lord Grey of Wark," said he, the little middle-aged lean man at the king's bridle arm. "He hath been in the Tower once for treason. 'Twas he who fled with the Lady Henrietta Berkeley, his wife's sister. A fine leader truly for a godly cause. The man upon his left, with the red swollen face and the white feather in his cap, is Colonel Holmes. I trust that he will never show the white feather save on his head. The other, upon the high chestnut horse, is a lawyer, though, by my soul, he is a better man at ordering a battalion than at drawing a bill of costs. He is the Republican Wade who led the foot at the skirmish at Bridgepoint, and brought them off with safety. The tall heavy-faced soldier in the steel bonnet is Anthony Bice, the Brandenburger, a soldado of fortune, and a man of high heart, as are most of his countrymen. I have fought both with him and against him ere now." "Mark ye the long thin man behind him?" cried Reuben. "He hath drawn his sword and waves it over his head. 'Tis a strange time and place for the broadsword exercise. He is surely mad." "Perhaps you are not far amiss," said Saxon. "Yet, by my hilt, were it not for that man, there would be no Protestant army advancing upon us down yonder road. 'Tis he who by dangling the crown before Monmouth's eyes beguiled him away from his snug retreat in Brabant. There is not one of these men whom he hath not tempted into this affair by some bait or other. With Grey it was a dukedom, with Wade the woolsack, with Buyse the plunder of Cheapside. Every one hath his own motive, but the clues to them all are in the hands of yonder crazy fanatic, who makes the puppets dance as he will. He hath plotted more, lied more, and suffered less than any Whig in the party. It must be that Dr. Robert Ferguson, of whom I have heard my father speak," said I. "You are right, 'tis he. I have but seen him once in Amsterdam, and yet I know him by his shock wig and crooked shoulders. It is whispered that of late his overweening conceit hath unseated his reason. See, the German places his hand upon his shoulder and persuades him to sheath his weapon. King Monmouth glances round too, and smiles as though he were the court buffoon, with a Geneva cloak instead of the motley. But the van is upon us. To your companies, and mind that ye raise your swords to the salute while the colours of each troop go by." Whilst our companion had been talking, the whole Protestant army had been streaming towards the town, and the head of the foreguard was abreast with the gateway. 4 troops of horse led the way, badly equipped and mounted, with ropes instead of bridles, and in some cases squares of sacking in place of saddles. The men were armed for the most part with sword and pistol, while a few had the buff coats, plates, and headpieces taken at Axminster, still stained sometimes with the blood of the last wearer. In the midst of them rode a banner bearer, who carried a great square ensign hung upon a pole, which was supported upon a socket let into the side of the girth. Upon it was printed in golden letters the legend, Pro Libertate et Religione Nostra. These horse soldiers were made up of yeomen's and farmers' sons, unused to discipline, and having a high regard for themselves as volunteers, which caused them to cavil and argue over every order. For this cause, though not wanting in natural courage, they did little service during the war, and were a hindrance rather than a help to the army. Behind the horse came the foot, walking 6 abreast, divided into companies of varying size, each company bearing a banner which gave the name of the town or village from which it had been raised. This manner of arranging the troops had been chosen because it had been found to be impossible to separate men who were akin and neighbours to each other. They would fight, they said, side by side, or they would not fight at all. For my own part, I think that it is no bad plan, for when it comes to push of pike, a man stands all the faster when he knows that he hath old and tried friends on either side of him. Many of these country places I came to know afterwards from the talk of the men, and many others I have travelled through, so that the names upon the banners have come to have a real meaning with me. Homer hath, I remember, a chapter or book wherein he records the names of all the Grecian chiefs, and whence they came, and how many men they brought to the common muster. It is pity that there is not some Western Homer who could record the names of these brave peasants and artisans, and recount what each did or suffered in upholding a noble though disastrous cause. Their places of birth, at least, shall not be lost, as far as mine own feeble memory can carry me. The 1st Foot Regiment, if so rudely formed a band could be so called, consisted of men of the sea, fishers and coastmen, clad in the heavy blue jerkins and rude garb of their class. They were bronzed, weather-beaten tarpaulins, with hard mahogany faces, variously armed with birding pieces, cutlasses, or pistols. I have a notion that it was not the first time that those weapons had been turned against King James's servants, for the Somerset and Devon coasts were famous breeding places for smugglers, and many a saucy lugger was doubtless lying up in creek or in bay, whilst her crew had gone a-soldiering to Taunton. As to discipline, they had no notion of it, but rolled along in true blue water style, with many a shout and halloo to each other or to the crowd. From Star Point to Portland Roads there would be but few nets for many weeks to come, and fish would swim the narrow seas which should have been heaped on Lime Cobb or exposed for sale in Plymouth Market. Each group or band of these men of the sea bore with it its own banner, that of Lyme in the front, followed by Topsham, Colliford, Bridgeport, Sidmouth, Otterton, Abbotsbury, and Charmouth, all southern towns which are on or near the coast. So they trooped past us, rough and careless, with caps cocked, and the reek of their tobacco rising up from them like the steam from a tired horse. In number they may have been 400 or thereabouts. The peasants of Rockbear, with flail and scythe, led the next column, followed by the banner of Honiton, which was supported by 200 stout lacemakers from the banks of the Otter. These men showed by the colour of their faces that their work kept them within four walls, yet they excelled their peasant companions in their alert and soldierly bearing. Indeed, with all the troops we observed that, though the countrymen were the stouter and hardier, the craftsmen were the most ready to catch the air and spirit of the camp. Behind the men of Honiton came the Puritan clothworkers of Wellington, with their mayor upon a white horse beside their standard-bearer, and a band of 20 instruments before him. Grim-visaged, thoughtful, sober men, they were for the most part clad in grey suits and wearing broad-brimmed hats. For God and faith was the motto of a streamer which floated from amongst them. The clothworkers formed 3 strong companies, and the whole regiment may have numbered close on 600 men. The 3rd regiment was headed by 500 foot from Taunton, men of peaceful and industrious life, but deeply imbued with those great principles of civil and religious liberty which were 3 years later to carry all before them in England. As they passed the gates, they were greeted by a thunderous welcome from their townsmen upon the walls and at the windows. Their steady, solid ranks and broad, honest burgher faces seemed to me to smack of discipline and of work well done. Behind them came the musters of Winterbourne, Leominster, Chard, Yeovil, and Columpton, 100 or more pikesmen to each, bringing the tally of the regiment to 1,000 men. A squadron of horse trotted by, closely followed by the 4th regiment, bearing in its van the standards of Beaminster, Crewkerne, Langport, and Chidiock, all quiet Somersetshire villages, which had sent out their manhood to strike a blow for the old cause. Puritan ministers, with their steeple hats and Geneva gowns, once black, but now white with dust, marched sturdily along beside their flocks. Then came a strong company of wild, half-armed shepherds from the great plains, which extended from the Blackdowns on the south to the Mendips on the north, very different fellows, I promise you, from the Corydons and Strephons of Master Waller or Master Dryden, who have depicted the shepherd as ever shedding tears of love and tootling upon a plaintive pipe. I fear that Chloe or Phyllis would have met with rough wooing at the hands of these western savages. Behind them were musketeers from Dorchester, pikemen from Newton Poppleford, and a body of stout infantry from among the serge workers of Ottery St. Mary. This 4th regiment numbered rather better than 800, but was inferior in arms and in discipline to that which preceded it. The 5th regiment was headed by a column of men from the dreary marches which stretch round Athelney. These men, in their sad and sordid dwellings, had retained the same free and bold spirit which had made them in past days the last resource of the good King Alfred and the protectors of the western shires from the inroads of the Danes, who were never able to force their way into their watery strongholds. 2 companies of them, towsy-headed and bare-legged, but loud in hymn and prayer, had come out from their fastnesses to help the Protestant cause. At their heels came the woodmen and lumberers of Bishop's Lydiard, big sturdy men in green jerkins, and the white-smocked villagers of Hewish Champflower. The rear of the regiment was formed by 400 men in scarlet coats, with white cross-belts and well-burnished muskets. These were deserters from the Devonshire militia, who had marched with Albemarle from Exeter, and who had come over to Monmouth on the field at Axminster. These kept together in a body, but there were many other militiamen, both in red and in yellow coats, amongst the various bodies which I have set forth. This regiment may have numbered 700 men. The 6th and last column of foot was headed by a body of peasants bearing Minehead upon their banner, and the ensign of the 3 wool bales and the sailing ship, which is the sign of that ancient borough. They had come for the most part from the wild country which lies to the north of Dunster Castle and skirts the shores of the Bristol Channel. Behind them were the poachers and huntsmen of Porlock Quay, who had left the red deer of Exmoor to graze in peace whilst they followed a nobler quarry. They were followed by men from Dulverton, men from Milverton, men from Wivelscombe, and the sunny slopes of the Quantocks, swart, fierce men from the bleak moors of Duncarry Beacon, and tall, stalwart pony rearers and grazers from Bampton. The banners of Bridgewater, of Shepton Mallet, and of Nether Stowey swept past us, with that of the fishers of Clovelly and the quarrymen of the Black Downs. In the rear were 3 companies of strange men, giants in stature, though somewhat bowed with labour, with long tangled beards and unkempt hair hanging over their eyes. These were the miners from the Mendip Hills and from the Ore and Bagworthy valleys, rough, half-savage men whose eyes rolled up at the velvets and brocades of the shouting citizens, or fixed themselves upon their smiling dames with a fierce intensity which scared the peaceful burghers. So the long line rolled in, until 3 squadrons of horse and 4 small cannon, with the blue-coated Dutch cannoneers, as stiff as their own ramrods, brought up the rear. A long train of carts and of waggons, which had followed the army, were led into the fields outside the walls, and there quartered. When the last soldier had passed through the Shuttern Gate, Monmouth and his leaders rode slowly in, the mayor walking by the king's charger. As we saluted, they all faced round to us, and I saw a quick flush of surprise and pleasure come over Monmouth's pale face as he noted our close lines and soldierly bearing. "By my faith, gentlemen," he said, glancing round at his staff, "our worthy friend the mayor must have inherited Cadmus's dragon teeth. Where raised ye this pretty crop, Sir Stephen? How came ye to bring them to such perfection too, even, I declare, to the hair powder of the grenadiers?" I have 1,500 in the town, the old wool worker answered proudly, though some are scarce as disciplined. These men come from Wiltshire, and the officers from Hampshire. As to their order, the credit is due not to me, but to the old soldier, Colonel Decimus Saxon, whom they have chosen as their commander, as well as to the captains who serve under him. My thanks are due to you, Colonel, said the King, turning to Saxon, who bowed and sank the point of his sword to the earth, and to you also, gentlemen. I shall not forget the warm loyalty which brought you from Hampshire in so short a time. Would that I could find the same virtue in higher places. But, Colonel Saxon, you have, I gather, seen much service abroad. What think you of the army which hath just passed before you? If it please your Majesty, Saxon answered, it is like so much uncarded wool, which is rough enough in itself, and yet may in time come to be woven into a noble garment. Hem! There is not much leisure for the weaving, said Monmouth, but they fight well. You should have seen them fall on at Axminster. We hope to see you and to hear your views at the council table. But how is this? Have I not seen this gentleman's face before? It is the Honourable Sir Gervas Jerome of the county of Surrey, quoth Saxon. Your Majesty may have seen me at St. James's, said the baronet, raising his hat, or in the balcony at Whitehall. I was much at court during the latter years of the late king. Yes, yes, I remember the name as well as the face, cried Monmouth. You see, gentlemen, he continued, turning to his staff, the courtiers begin to come in at last. Were you not the man who did fight Sir Thomas Killigrew behind Dunkirk House? I thought as much. Will you not attach yourself to my personal attendance? If it please your Majesty, Sir Gervas answered, I am of opinion that I could do your royal cause better service at the head of my musketeers. So be it, said King Monmouth. Setting spurs to his horse, he raised his hat in response to the cheers of the troops, and cantered down the high street under a rain of flowers, which showered from roof and window upon him, his staff, and his escort. We had joined in his train, as commanded, so that we came in for our share of this merry crossfire. One rose, as it fluttered down, was caught by Reuben, who, I observed, pressed it to his lips, and then pushed it inside his breastplate. Glancing up, I caught sight of the smiling face of our host's daughter, peeping down at us from a casement. Well caught, Reuben, I whispered. At trick-track or trap and ball, you were ever our best player. Ah, Micah, said he, I bless the day that ever I followed you to the wars. I would not change places with Monmouth this day. Has it gone so far then? I exclaimed. Why, lad, I thought that you were but opening your trenches, and you speak as though you had carried the city. Perhaps I am over-hopeful, he cried, turning from hot to cold, as a man doth when he is in love, or hath the tertian ague, or other bodily trouble. God knows that I am little worthy of her, and yet, set not your heart too firmly upon that which may prove to be beyond your reach, said I. The old man is rich, and will look higher. I would he were poor, sighed Reuben, with all the selfishness of a lover. If this war last, I may win myself some honour or title. Who knows? Others have done it, and why not I? Of our three from Havant, I remarked, one is spurred onwards by ambition, and one by love. Now, what am I to do, who care neither for high office nor for the face of a maid? What is to carry me into the fight? Our motives come and go, but yours is ever with you, said Reuben. Honour and duty are the two stars, Micah, by which you have ever steered your course. Faith, Mistress Ruth has taught you to make pretty speeches, said I, but methinks she ought to be here amid the beauty of Taunton." As I spoke, we were riding into the market-place, which was now crowded with our troops. Round the cross were grouped a score of maidens, clad in white muslin dresses, with blue scarves around their waists. As the King approached, these little maids, with much pretty nervousness, advanced to meet him, and handed him a banner which they had worked for him, and also a dainty gold-clasped Bible. Monmouth handed the flag to one of his captains, but he raised the book above his head, exclaiming that he had come there to defend the truths contained within it, at which the cheerings and acclamations broke forth with redoubled vigour. It had been expected that he might address the people from the cross, but he contented himself with waiting while the heralds proclaimed his titles to the crown, when he gave the word to disperse, and the troops marched off to the different centres where food had been provided for them. The King and his chief officers took up their quarters in the castle, while the mayor and richer burgesses found bed and board for the rest. As to the common soldiers, many were billeted among the townsfolk, many others encamped in the streets and castle grounds, while the remainder took up their dwelling among the waggons in the fields outside the city, where they lit up great fires, and had sheep roasting and beer flowing as merrily as though a march on London were but a holiday outing. End of section 21. Section 22 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 21 of My Hand Grips with the Brandenburger. King Monmouth had called a council meeting for the evening, and summoned Colonel Decimus Saxon to attend it, with whom I went, bearing with me the small package which Sir Jacob Clancing had given over to my keeping. On arriving at the castle, we found that the king had not yet come out from his chamber, but we were shown into the great hall to await him, a fine room with lofty windows and a noble ceiling of carved woodwork. At the further end, the royal arms had been erected without the bar sinister which Monmouth had formerly worn. Here were assembled the principal chiefs of the army, with many of the inferior commanders, town officers, and others who had petitions to offer. Lord Grey of Wark stood silently by the window, looking out over the countryside with a gloomy face. Wade and Holmes shook their heads and whispered in a corner. Ferguson strode about with his wig awry, shouting out exhortations and prayers in a broad Scottish accent. A few of the more gaily dressed gathered round the empty fireplace and listened to a tale from one of their number which appeared to be shrouded in many oaths, and which was greeted with shouts of laughter. In another corner, a numerous group of zealots, clad in black or russet gowns, with broad white bands and hanging mantles, stood round some favourite preacher, and discussed in an undertone Calvinistic philosophy and its relation to statecraft. A few plain homely soldiers, who were neither sectaries nor courtiers, wandered up and down, or stared out through the windows at the busy encampment upon the castle green. To one of these, remarkable for his great size and breadth of shoulder, Saxon led me, and touching him on the sleeve, he held out his hand as to an old friend. "Mein Gott!" cried the German soldier of fortune, for it was the same man whom my companion had pointed out in the morning. "I thought it was you, Saxon, when I saw you by the gate, though you are even thinner than of old. How a man could suck up so much good Bavarian beer, as you have done, and yet make so little flesh upon it, is more than I can verstan. How have all things gone with you?" "As of old," said Saxon, "more blows than thalers, and greater need of a surgeon than of a strong box. When did I see you last, friend? Was it not at the onfall at Nurnberg, when I led the right, and you the left wing of the heavy horse?" "Nay," said Buyse, "I have met you in the way of business since then. Have you forgot the skirmish on the Rhine bank, when you did flash your snappen at me? Sapperment! Had some rascally shelm not stabbed my horse, I should have swept your head off, as a boy cuts thistles mit a stick." "Aye, aye," Saxon answered composedly. "I had forgot it. You were taken, if I remember aright, but did afterwards brain the sentry with your fetters, and swam the Rhine under the fire of a regiment. Yet I think that we did offer you the same terms that you were having with the others." "Some such base offer was indeed made me," said the German sternly, to which I answered that, though I sold my sword, I did not sell my honour. It is well that cavaliers of fortune should show that an engagement is with them. How do ye say it? Unbreakable until the war is over. Then by all means let him change his paymaster. Warm nicht? "True, friend, true," replied Saxon. "These beggarly Italians and Swiss have made such a trade of the matter, and sold themselves so freely, body and soul, to the longest purse, that it is well that we should be nice upon points of honour. But you remember the old hand grip which no man in the Palatinate could exchange with you? Here is my captain, Micah Clarke. Let him see how warm a North German welcome may be." The Brandenburger showed his white teeth in a grin as he held out his broad, brown hand to me. The instant that mine was enclosed in it, he suddenly bent his whole strength upon it, and squeezed my fingers together till the blood tingled in the nails, and the whole hand was limp and powerless. "Donnerwetter!" he cried, laughing heartily at my start of pain and surprise. "It is a rough Prussian game, and the English lads have not much stomach for it." "Truly, sir," said I, "it is the first time that I have seen the pastime, and I would fain practise it under so able a master." "What, another?" he cried. "Why, you must be still pringling from the first. Nay, if you will, I shall not refuse you, though I fear it may weaken your hold upon your sword hilt." He held out his hand as he spoke, and I grasped it firmly, thumb to thumb, keeping my elbow high so as to bear all my force upon it. His own trick was, as I observed, to gain command of the other hand by a great output of strength at the onset. This I prevented by myself putting out all my power. For a minute or more we stood motionless, gazing into each other's faces. Then I saw a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, and I knew that he was beaten. Slowly his grip relaxed, and his hand grew limp and slack, while my own tightened ever upon it, till he was forced in a surly, muttering voice to request that I should unhand him. "Teufel und Hexerei!" he cried, wiping away the blood which oozed from under his nails. "I might as well put my fingers in a rat trap. You are the first man that ever yet exchanged fair hand grips with Anthony Buyse." "We breed brawn in England as well as in Brandenburg," said Saxon, who was shaking with laughter over the German soldier's discomfiture. "Why, I have seen that lad pick up a full-size sergeant of dragoons and throw him into a cart as though he had been a clod of earth." "Strong he is," grumbled Buyse, still wringing his injured hand. "Strong as old Goths, mit de iron grip. But what good is strength alone in the handling of a weapon? It is not the force of a blow, but the way in which it is geschlagen, that makes the effect. Your sword now is heavier than mine by the look of it, and yet my blade would bite deeper. Eh? Is not that a more soldierly sport than kinderspiel, such as hand-grasping and the like?" "He is a modest youth," said Saxon, "yet I would match his stroke against yours." "For what?" snarled the German. "For as much wine as we can take at a sitting." "No small amount either," said Buyse. "A brace of gallons at the least." "Well, be it so. Do you accept the contest?" "I shall do what I may," I answered, "though I can scarce hope to strike as heavy a blow as so old and tried a soldier." "Henker take your compliments," he cried gruffly. "It was with sweet words that you did coax my fingers into that fool catcher of yours. Now here is my old headpiece of Spanish steel. It has, as you can see, 1 or 2 dints of blows, and a fresh one will not hurt it. I place it here upon this oaken stool high enough to be within fair sword sweep. Have at it, Junker, and let us see if you can leave your mark upon it." "Do you strike first, sir," said I, "since the challenge is yours." "I must bruise my own headpiece to regain my soldierly credit," he grumbled. "Well, well, it has stood a cut or two in its day." Drawing his broadsword, he waved back the crowd who had gathered around us, while he swung the great weapon with tremendous force round his head, and brought it down with a full, clean sweep on to the smooth cap of steel. The headpiece sprang high into the air, and then clattered down upon the oaken floor with a long, deep line bitten into the solid metal. "Well struck! A brave stroke!" cried the spectators. "It is proof steel thrice welded, and warranted to turn a sword blade," one remarked, raising up the helmet to examine it, and then replacing it upon the stool. "I have seen my father cut through proof steel with this very sword," said I, drawing the 50-year-old weapon. "He put rather more of his weight into it than you have done. I have heard him say that a good stroke should come from the back and loins rather than from the mere muscles of the arm." "It is not a lecture we want, but a Beispiel, or example," sneered the German. "It is with your stroke that we have to do, and not with the teaching of your father." "My stroke," said I, "is in accordance with his teaching," and whistling round the sword, I brought it down with all my might and strength upon the German's helmet. The good old Commonwealth blade shore through the plate of steel, cut the stool asunder, and buried its point 2 inches deep in the oaken floor. "It is but a trick," I explained. "I have practised it in the winter evenings at home." "It is not a trick that I should care to have played upon me," said Lord Grey, amid a general murmur of applause and surprise. "Odds bud, man, you have lived 2 centuries too late. What would not your thews have been worth before gunpowder put all men upon a level?" "Wunderbar," growled Buyse, "wunderbar. I am past my prime, young sir, and may well resign the palm of strength to you. It was a right noble stroke. It hath cost me a runlet or 2 of canary and a good old helmet, but I grudge it not, for it was fairly done. I am thankful that my head was not darren. Saxon here used to show us some brave Schwarzspielerei, but he hath not the weight for such smashing blows as this. My eye is still true and my hand firm. though both are perhaps a trifle the worse for want of use," said Saxon, only too glad at the chance of drawing the eyes of the chiefs upon him. "At backsword, sword and dagger, sword and buckler, single falchion, and case of falchions, mine old challenge still holds good against any comer, save only my brother Quartus, who plays as well as I do, but hath an extra half-inch in reach, which gives him the vantage. I studied sword play under Signor Contarini of Paris," said Lord Grey. "Who was your master?" "I have studied, my lord, under Signor Stern Necessity of Europe," quoth Saxon. "For 35 years my life has depended, from day to day, upon being able to cover myself with this slip of steel. Here is a small trick which showeth some nicety of eye, to throw this ring to the ceiling and catch it upon a rapier point. It seems simple, perchance, and yet is only to be attained by some practice." "Simple!" cried Wade the lawyer, a square-faced, bold-eyed man. "Why, the ring is but the girth of your little finger. A man might do it once by good luck, but none could ensure it." "I will lay a guinea a thrust on it," said Saxon, and tossing the little gold circlet up into the air, he flashed out his rapier and made a pass at it. The ring rasped down the steel blade and tinkled against the hilt, fairly impaled. By a sharp motion of the wrist he shot it up to the ceiling again, where it struck a carved rafter and altered its course, but again with a quick step forward he got beneath it and received it on his sword point. "Surely there is some cavalier present who is as apt at the trick as I am," he said, replacing the ring upon his finger. "I think, Colonel, that I could venture upon it," said a voice, and looking round we found that Monmouth had entered the room and was standing quietly on the outskirts of the throng, unperceived in the general interest which our contention had excited. "Nay, nay, gentlemen," he continued pleasantly, as we uncovered and bowed with some little embarrassment, "how could my faithful followers be better employed than by breathing themselves in a little sword play? I prithee lend me your rapier, Colonel." He drew a diamond ring from his finger, and spinning it up into the air, he transfixed it as deftly as Saxon had done. I practised the trick at the Hague, where, by my faith, I had only too many hours to devote to such trifles. But how come these still links and splinters of wood to be littered over the floor? "A son of Anak hath appeared among us," said Ferguson, turning his face, all scarred and reddened with the king's evil, in my direction. "A Goliath a Gath, wha hath a stroke like unto a weaver's beam. Hath he no the smooth face of a bairn and the thews of Behemoth?" "A shrewd blow indeed," King Monmouth remarked, picking up half the stool. "How is our champion named?" "He is my captain, your Majesty," Saxon answered, resheathing the sword which the king had handed to him. "Micah Clarke, a man of Hampshire birth." "They breed a good old English stock in those parts," said Monmouth. "But how comes it that you are here, sir? I summoned this meeting for my own immediate household, and for the colonels of the regiments. If every captain is to be admitted into our councils, we must hold our meetings on the Castle Green, for no apartment could contain us." "I ventured to come here, your Majesty," I replied, "because on my way hither I received a commission, which was that I should deliver this small but weighty package into your hands. I therefore thought it my duty to lose no time in fulfilling my errand." "What is in it?" he asked. "I know not," I answered. Dr. Ferguson whispered a few words into the king's ear, who laughed and held out his hand for the packet. "Tut, tut!" said he. "The days of the Borgias and the Medicis are over, doctor. Besides, the lad is no Italian conspirator, but hath honest blue eyes and flaxen hair as nature's certificate to his character. This is passing heavy, an ingot of lead by the feel. Lend me your dagger, Colonel Holmes. It is stitched round with packthread. Ha! It is a bar of gold, solid virgin gold, by all that is wonderful. Take charge of it, Wade, and see that it is added to the common fund. This little piece of metal may furnish 10 pikemen. What have we here? A letter and an enclosure. To James, Duke of Monmouth. It was written before we assumed our royal state. Sir Jacob Glancing, late of Snellaby Hall, sends greeting and a pledge of affection. Carry out the good work. 100 more such ingots await you when you have crossed Salisbury Plain. Bravely promised, Sir Jacob. I would that you had sent them. Well, gentlemen, ye see how support and tokens of goodwill come pouring in upon us. Is not the tide upon the turn? Can the usurper hope to hold his own? Will his men stand by him? Within a month or less I shall see ye all gathered round me at Westminster, and no duty will then be so pleasing to me as to see that ye are all, from the highest to the lowest, rewarded for your loyalty to your monarch in this the hour of his darkness and his danger." A murmur of thanks rose up from the courtiers at this gracious speech, but the German plucked at Saxon's sleeve and whispered, "He hath his warm fit upon him. You shall see him cold anon. 1,500 men have joined me here, where I did but expect 1,000 at the most," the King continued. "If we had high hopes when we landed at Lime Cobb with 80 at our back, what should we think now, when we find ourselves in the chief city of Somerset with 8,000 brave men around us? 'Tis but one other affair like that at Axminster, and my uncle's power will go down like a house of cards. But gather round the table, gentlemen, and we shall discuss matters in due form. There is yet a scrap of paper which you have not read, sire," said Wade, picking up a little slip which had been enclosed in the note. "It is a rhyming catch, or the posy of a ring," said Monmouth, glancing at it. "What are we to make of this? When thy star is in trine, between darkness and shine, Duke Monmouth, beware of the Rhine." "Thy star in trine? What tomfoolery is this?" "If it please your Majesty," said I have reason to believe that the man who sent you this message is one of those who are deeply skilled in the arts of divination, and who pretend, from the motions of the celestial bodies, to foretell the fates of men." "This gentleman is right, sir," remarked Lord Grey. "Thy star in trine is an astrological term, which signifieth when your natal planet shall be in a certain quarter of the heavens. The verse is of the nature of a prophecy. The Chaldeans and Egyptians of old are said to have attained much skill in the art, but I confess that I have no great opinion of those latter-day prophets who busy themselves in answering the foolish questions of every housewife. And tell by Venus and the moon, who stole a thimble or a spoon?" muttered Saxon, quoting from his favourite poem. "Why, here are our colonels catching the rhyming complaint," said the King, laughing. "We shall be dropping the sword and taking to the harp anon, as Alfred did in these very parts. Or I shall become a king of bards and trouveurs, like good King Rene of Provence. But, gentlemen, if this be indeed a prophecy, it should, methinks, bode well for our enterprise. It is true that I am warned against the Rhine, but there is little prospect of our fighting this quarrel upon its banks." "Worse luck," murmured the German under his breath. "We may, therefore, thank this Sir Jacob and his giant messenger for his forecast as well as for his gold. But here comes the worthy Mayor of Taunton, the oldest of our councillors and the youngest of our knights. Captain Clarke, I desire you to stand at the inside of the door and to prevent intrusion. What passes amongst us will, I am well convinced, be safe in your keeping." I bowed and took up my post as ordered, while the councilmen and commanders gathered round the great oaken table which ran down the centre of the hall. The mellow evening light was streaming through the 3 western windows, while the distant babble of the soldiers upon the castle green sounded like the sleepy drone of insects. Monmouth paced with quick, uneasy steps up and down the further end of the room until all were seated. Then he turned towards them and addressed them. "You will have surmised, gentlemen," he said, "that I have called you together today that I might have the benefit of your collective wisdom in determining what our next step should be. We have now marched some 40 miles into our kingdom, and we have met wherever we have gone with the warm welcome which we expected. Close upon 8,000 men follow our standards, and as many more have been turned away for want of arms. We have twice met the enemy, with the effect that we have armed ourselves with their muskets and field pieces. From first to last there hath been nothing which has not prospered with us. We must look to it that the future be as successful as the past. To ensure this, I have called ye together, and I now ask ye to give me your opinions of our situation, leaving me, after I have listened to your views, to form our plan of action. There are statesmen among ye, and there are soldiers among ye, and there are godly men among ye, who may chance to get a flash of light when statesman and soldier are in the dark. Speak fearlessly then, and let me know what is in your minds." From my central post by the door I could see the lines of faces on either side of the board, the solemn, close-shaven Puritans, sunburned soldiers, and white-wigged, mustachioed courtiers. My eyes rested particularly upon Ferguson's scorbutic features, Saxon's hard, aquiline profile, the German's burly face, and the peaky, thoughtful countenance of the Lord of Wark. "If naebody else will give an opinion," cried the fanatical doctor, "I'll e'en speak myself, as led by the inward voice, for I have no work in the cause enslaved in it, much enduring and suffering many things at the hands of the froward, whereby my ain spirit hath plentifully fructified. Have I no been bruised as in a winepress, and cast out with hissing and scorning into waste places?" "We know your merits and your sufferings, doctor," said the King. "The question before us is as to our course of action." "Was there no a voice heard in the east?" cried the old Whig. "Was there not a sound as of a great crying, the crying for a broken covenant and a sinful generation? Whence came the cry? What was the voice? Was it not that of the man Robert Ferguson, what raised himself up against the great ones in the land, and wouldna be appeased?" "Aye, aye, doctor," said Monmouth impatiently. "Speak to the point, or give place to another." "I shall make myself clear, your Majesty. Have we not heard that Argyle is cutten off? And why was he cutten off? Because he hadna due faith in the workings of the Almighty, and must needs reject the help of the children of light in favour of the bare-legged spawn of prelacy. What are half pagan half popish. Had he walked in the path of the Lord, he wouldna be lying in the Tolbooth at Edinburgh with the tow or the axe before him. Why did he no gird up his loins and march straight onwards with the banner of light, instead of dallying here and biding there like a half-hearted Didymus? And the same or waur will fall upon us if we dinna march on into the land and plant our ensigns before the wicked town of London, the town where the Lord's wark is to be done, and the tares to be separated from the wheat and piled up for the burning. Your advice, in short, is that we march on, said Monmouth. That we march on, your Majesty, and that we prepare ourselves to be the vessels of grace, and forbear from polluting the cause of the gospel by wearing the livery of the devil. Here he glared at a gaily attired cavalier at the other side of the table. Or by the playing o' cards, the singing of profane songs, and the swearing of oaths, all which are nightly done by members of this army, with the effect of giving much scandal to God's ain folk. A hum of assent and approval rose up from the more Puritan members of the council at this expression of opinion, while the courtiers glanced at each other and curled their lips in derision. Monmouth took 2 or 3 turns, and then called for another opinion. You, Lord Grey, he added, are a soldier and a man of experience. What is your advice? Should we halt here, or push forward towards London? To advance to the east would, in my humble judgment, be fatal to us, Grey answered, speaking slowly, with the manner of a man who has thought long and deeply before delivering an opinion. James Stewart is strong in horse, and we have none. We can hold our own amongst hedgerows or in broken country, but what chance could we have in the middle of Salisbury Plain? With the dragoons round us, we should be like a flock of sheep amid a pack of wolves. Again, every step which we take towards London removes us from our natural vantage ground, and from the fertile country which supplies our necessities, while it strengthens our enemy by shortening the distance he has to convey his troops and his victuals. Unless, therefore, we hear of some great outbreak elsewhere, or of some general movement in London in our favour, we should do best to hold our ground and wait an attack. You argue shrewdly and well, my Lord Grey, said the King, but how long are we to wait for this outbreak which never comes, and for this support which is ever promised and never provided? We have now been 7 long days in England, and during that time, of all the House of Commons, no single man hath come over to us, and of the Lords none save my Lord Grey, who was himself an exile. Not a baron or an earl, and only 1 baronet, hath taken up arms for me. Where are the men whom Danvers and Wildman promised me from London? Where are the brisk boys of the city who were said to be longing for me? Where are the breakings out from Berwick to Portland, which they foretold? Not a man hath moved, save only these good peasants. I have been deluded, ensnared, trapped by vile agents who have led me into the shambles. He paced up and down, wringing his hands and biting his lips, with despair stamped upon his face. I observed that Buyse smiled and whispered something to Saxon, a hint, I suppose, that this was the cold fit of which he spoke. Tell me, Colonel Buyse, said the King, mastering his emotion by a strong effort, do you, as a soldier, agree with my Lord Grey? Ask Saxon, your Majesty, the German answered. My opinion in a Rathsversammlung is, I have observed, ever the same as his. Then we turn to you, Colonel Saxon, said Monmouth. We have in this council a party who are in favour of an advance, and a party who wish to stand their ground. Their weight and numbers are, methinks, nearly equal. If you had the casting vote, how would you decide?" All eyes were bent upon our leader for his martial bearing, and the respect shown to him by the veteran vice made it likely that his opinion might really turn the scale. He sat for a few moments in silence, with his hands before his face. "I will give my opinion, your Majesty," he said at last. "Feversham and Churchill are making for Salisbury with 3,000 foot, and they have pushed on 800 of the Blue Guards and 2 or 3 dragoon regiments. We should, therefore, as Lord Grey says, have to fight on Salisbury Plain, and our foot, armed with a medley of weapons, could scarce make head against their horse. All is possible to the Lord, as Dr. Ferguson wisely said. We are as grains of dust in the hollow of his hand. Yet he hath given us brains wherewith to choose the better course, and if we neglect it, we must suffer the consequence of our folly." Ferguson laughed contemptuously and breathed out a prayer, but many of the other Puritans nodded their heads to acknowledge that this was not an unreasonable view to take of it. "On the other hand, sire," Saxon continued, "it appears to me that to remain here is equally impossible. Your Majesty's friends throughout England would lose all heart if the army lay motionless and struck no blow. The rustics would flock off to their wives and homes. Such an example is catching. I have seen a great army thaw away like an icicle in the sunshine. Once gone, it is no easy matter to collect them again. To keep them, we must employ them. Never let them have an idle minute. Drill them, march them, exercise them, work them, preach to them, make them obey God and their colonel. This cannot be done in snug quarters. They must travel. We cannot hope to end this business until we get to London. London, then, must be our goal. But there are many ways of reaching it. You have, sire, as I have heard, many friends at Bristol and in the Midlands. If I might advise, I should say, let us march round in that direction. Every day that passes will serve to swell your forces and improve your troops, while all will feel something is a-stirring. Should we take Bristol, and I hear that the works are not very strong, it would give us a very good command of shipping and a rare centre from which to act. If all goes well with us, we could make our way to London through Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. In the meantime, I might suggest that a day of fast and humiliation be called to bring down a blessing on the cause. This address, skilfully compounded of worldly wisdom and of spiritual zeal, won the applause of the whole council, and especially that of King Monmouth, whose melancholy vanished as if by magic. "By my faith, Colonel," said he, "you make it all as clear as day. Of course, if we make ourselves strong in the west, and my uncle is threatened with disaffection elsewhere, he will have no chance to hold out against us. Should he wish to fight us upon our own ground, he must needs drain his troops from north, south, and east, which is not to be thought of. We may very well march to London by way of Bristol." "I think that the advice is good," Lord Grey observed, "but I should like to ask Colonel Saxon what warrant he hath for saying that Churchill and Feversham are on their way with 3,000 regular foot and several regiments of horse." "The word of an officer of the Blues with whom I conversed at Salisbury," Saxon answered. "He confided in me, believing me to be one of the Duke of Beaufort's household. As to the horse, one party pursued us on Salisbury Plain with bloodhounds, and another attacked us not 20 miles from here, and lost a score of troopers and a cornet. "We heard something of the brush," said the king. "It was bravely done. But if these men are so close, we have no great time for preparation." "Their foot cannot be here before a week," said the Mayor. "By that time we might be behind the walls of Bristol." "There is one point which might be urged," observed Wade the lawyer. "We have, as your Majesty most truly says, met with heavy discouragement in the fact that no noblemen and few commoners of repute have declared for us. The reason is, I opine, that each doth wait for his neighbour to make a move. Should one or two come over, the others would soon follow. How then are we to bring a duke or two to our standards?" "There's the question, Master Wade," said Monmouth, shaking his head despondently. "I think that it might be done," continued the Whig lawyer. "Mere proclamations addressed to the commonalty will not catch these gold fish. They are not to be angled for with a naked hook. I should recommend that some form of summons or writ be served upon each of them, calling upon them to appear in our camp within a certain date, under pain of high treason." "There spake the legal mind," quoth King Monmouth with a laugh. "But you have omitted to tell us how the said writ or summons is to be conveyed to these same delinquents." "There is the Duke of Beaufort," continued Wade, disregarding the King's objection. "He is President of Wales, and he is, as your Majesty knows, Lieutenant of 4 English counties. His influence overshadows the whole West. He hath 200 horses in his stables at Badminton, and 1,000 men, as I have heard, sit down at his tables every day. Why should not a special effort be made to gain over such a one, the more so as we intend to march in his direction?" "Henry, Duke of Beaufort, is unfortunately already in arms against his sovereign," said Monmouth gloomily. "He is, sire, but he may be induced to turn in your favour the weapon which he hath raised against you. He is a Protestant. He is said to be a Whig. Why should we not send a message to him, flatter his pride, appeal to his religion, coax and threaten him? Who knows? He may have private grievances of which we know nothing, and may be ripe for such a move." "Your counsel is good, Wade," said Lord Grey, "but methinks his Majesty hath asked a pertinent question. Your messenger would, I fear, find himself swinging upon one of the Badminton oaks, if the Duke desired to show his loyalty to James Stuart. Where are we to find a man who is wary enough and bold enough for such a mission, without risking one of our leaders, who could be ill spared at such a time?" "It is true," said the King. "It were better not to venture it at all, than to do it in a clumsy and halting fashion. Beaufort would think that it was a plot, not to gain him over, but to throw discredit upon him. But what means our giant at the door by signing to us?" "If it please your Majesty," I asked, "have I permission to speak?" "We would fain hear you, Captain," he answered graciously. "If your understanding is in any degree correspondent to your strength, your opinion should be of weight." "Then, your Majesty," said I would offer myself as a fitting messenger in this matter. My father bid me spare neither life nor limb in this quarrel, and if this honourable council thinks that the Duke may be gained over, I am ready to guarantee that the message shall be conveyed to him, if man and horse can do it." "I'll warrant that no better herald could be found," cried Saxon. "The lad hath a cool head and a staunch heart." "Then, young sir, we shall accept your loyal and gallant offer," said Monmouth. "Are ye all agreed, gentlemen, upon the point?" A murmur of assent rose from the company. "You shall draw up the paper, Wade. Offer him money, a seniority amongst the dukes, the perpetual presidentship of Wales, what you will, if you can but shake him. If not, sequestration, exile, and everlasting infamy. And hark ye, you can enclose a copy of the papers drawn up by Van Bruno, which prove the marriage of my mother, together with the attestations of the witnesses. Have them ready by tomorrow at daybreak, when the messenger may start." "They shall be ready, your Majesty," said Wade. "In that case, gentlemen," continued King Monmouth, "I may now dismiss ye to your posts. Should anything fresh arise, I shall summon ye again, that I may profit by your wisdom. Here we shall stay, if Sir Stephen Timewell will have us, until the men are refreshed and the recruits enrolled. We shall then make our way Bristolwards, and see what luck awaits us in the north. If Beaufort comes over, all will be well. Farewell, my kind friends. I need not tell ye to be diligent and faithful." The council rose at the king's salutation, and bowing to him, they began to file out of the castle hall. Several of the members clustered round me with hints for my journey, or suggestions as to my conduct. "He is a proud, froward man," said one. "Speak humbly to him, or he will never hearken to your message, but will order you to be scourged out of his presence." "Nay, nay," cried another, "he is hot, but he loves a man, that is a man. Speak boldly and honestly to him, and he is more like to listen to reason." "Speak as the Lord shall direct you," said a Puritan. "It is his message which you bear as well as the king's." "Entice him out alone, upon some excuse," said Buyse. "Then up and away, mit him upon your crupper. Hagelsturm, that would be a proper game." "Leave him alone," cried Saxon. "The lad hath as much sense as any of ye. He will see which way the cat jumps. Come, friend, let us make our way back to our men." "I am sorry indeed to lose you," he said, as we threaded our way through the throng of peasants and soldiers upon the castle green. "Your company will miss you sorely. Lockarby must see to the two. If all goes well, you should be back in 3 or 4 days. I need not tell you that there is a real danger. If the Duke wishes to prove to James that he would not allow himself to be tampered with, he can only do it by punishing the messenger, which as lieutenant of a county he hath power to do in times of civil commotion. He is a hard man if all reports be true. On the other hand, if you should chance to succeed, it may lay the foundations of your fortunes and be the means of saving Monmouth. He needs help, by the Lord Harry. Never have I seen such a rabble as this army of his. Buyse says that they fought lustily at this ruffle at Axminster, but he is of one mind with me that a few whiffs of shot and cavalry charges would scatter them over the countryside. Have you any message to leave?" "None, save my love to my mother," said I. "It is well. Should you fall in any unfair way, I shall not forget his Grace of Beaufort, and the next of his gentlemen who comes in my way shall hang as high as Haman. And now you had best make for your chamber, and have as good a slumber as you may, since tomorrow at cockcrow begins your new mission." End of section 22.
Section 23 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Section 23 of The News from Havant. Having given my orders that Covenant should be saddled and bridled by daybreak, I had gone to my room and was preparing for a long night's rest, when Sir Gervase, who slept in the same apartment, came dancing in with a bundle of papers waving over his head. "3 guesses, Clarke," he cried. "What would you most desire?" "Letters from Havant?" said I eagerly. "Right," he answered, throwing them into my lap. 3 of them, and not a woman's hand among them. Sink me if I can understand what you have been doing all your life. How can youthful heart resign lovely woman, sparkling wine? But you are so lost in your news that you have not observed my transformation. Why, wherever did you get these? I asked in astonishment, for he was attired in a delicate plum-coloured suit with gold buttons and trimmings, set off by silken hosen and Spanish leather shoes with roses on the instep. "It smacks more of the court than of the camp," quoth Sir Gervase, rubbing his hands and glancing down at himself with some satisfaction. "I am also revictualled in the matter of ratafia and orange-flower water, together with 2 new wigs, a bob and a quart, a pound of the imperial snuff from the sign of the Black Man, a box of de Crepigny's hair-powder, my foxskin muff, and several other necessaries. But I hinder you in your reading." "I have seen enough to tell me that all is well at home," I answered, glancing over my father's letter. "But how came these things?" "Some horsemen have come in from Petersfield, bearing them with them. As to my little box, which a fair friend of mine in town packed for me, it was to be forwarded to Bristol, where I am now supposed to be, and should be were it not for my good fortune in meeting your party. It chanced to find its way, however, to the Bruton Inn, and the good woman there, whom I had conciliated, found means to send it after me. It is a good rule to go upon, Clarke, in this earthly pilgrimage, always to kiss the landlady. It may seem a small thing, and yet life is made up of small things. I have few fixed principles, I fear, but 2 there are which I can say from my heart that I never transgress. I always carry a corkscrew, and I never forget to kiss the landlady." "From what I have seen of you," said I, laughing, "I could be warranty that those 2 duties are ever fulfilled." "I have letters too," said he, sitting on the side of the bed and turning over a sheaf of papers. "Your broken-hearted Araminta. The wench cannot know that I am ruined, or her heart would speedily be restored. What's this? A challenge to match my bird Julius against my Lord Dorchester's cockerel for 100 guineas. Faith, I am too busy backing the Monmouth rooster for the Champion Stakes. Another asking me to chase the stag at Epping. Zounds! Had I not cleared off, I should have been run down myself, with a pack of bandog bailiffs at my heels. A dunning letter from my clothier. He can afford to lose this bill. He hath had many a long one out of me. An offer of 3,000 from little Dicky Chichester. No, Dicky, it won't do. A gentleman can't live upon his friends. None the less grateful. How now? From Mrs. Butterworth. No money for 3 weeks. Bailiffs in the house. Now, curse me, if this is not too bad. What is the matter? I asked, glancing up from my own letters. The baronet's pale face had taken a tinge of red, and he was striding furiously up and down the bedroom with a letter crumpled up in his hand. "It is a burning shame, Clarke," he cried. "Hang it! She shall have my watch. It is by Tompion, of the sign of the 3 Crowns in Paul's Yard, and cost 100 when new. It should keep her for a few months. Mortimer shall measure swords with me for this. I shall write villain upon him with my rapier's point." "I have never seen you ruffled before," said I. "No," he answered, laughing. Many have lived with me for years and would give me a certificate for temper, but this is too much. Sir Edward Mortimer is my mother's younger brother, Clarke, but he is not many years older than myself. A proper, straight-laced, soft-voiced lad he has ever been, and as a consequence he throve in the world, and joined land to land after the scriptural fashion. I had befriended him from my purse in the old days, but he soon came to be a richer man than I, for all that he gained he kept, whereas all I got, well, it went off like the smoke of the pipe which you are lighting. When I found that all was up with me, I received from Mortimer an advance, which was sufficient to take me, according to my wish, over to Virginia, together with a horse and a personal outfit. There was some chance, Clarke, of the Jerome acres going to him should aught befall me, so that he was not averse to helping me off to a land of fevers and scalping knives. Nay, never shake your head, my dear country lad. You little know the wiles of the world. Give him credit for the best until the worst is proved, said I, sitting up in bed smoking, with my letters littered about in front of me. The worst is proved, said Sir Gervase, with a darkening face. I have, as I said, done Mortimer some turns which he might remember, though it did not become me to remind him of them. This Mistress Butterworth is mine old wet nurse, and it hath been the custom of the family to provide for her. I could not bear the thought that in the ruin of my fortune she should lose the paltry guinea or so a week which stood between her and hunger. My only request to Mortimer, therefore, made on the score of old friendship, was that he should continue this pittance, I promising that should I prosper, I would return whatever he should disburse. The mean-hearted villain wrung my hand, and swore that it should be so. How vile a thing is human nature, Clarke! For the sake of this paltry sum, he, a rich man, hath broken his pledge, and left this poor woman to starve. But he shall answer to me for it. He thinks that I am on the Atlantic. If I march back to London with these brave boys, I shall disturb the tenor of his sainted existence. Meanwhile, I shall trust to sundials, and off goes my watch to Mother Butterworth. Bless her ample bosoms! I have tried many liquors, but I dare bet that the first was the most healthy. But how of your own letters? You have been frowning and smiling like an April day. There is one from my father, with a few words attached from my mother, said I. The second is from an old friend of mine, Zachariah Palmer, the village carpenter. The third is from Solomon Sprent, a retired seaman, for whom I have an affection and respect. You have a rare trio of newsmen. I would I knew your father, Clarke. He must, from what you say, be a stout bit of British oak. I spoke even now of your knowing little of the world, but indeed it may be that in your village you can see mankind without the varnish, and so come to learn more of the good of human nature. Varnish or none, the bad will ever peep through. Now this carpenter and seaman show themselves no doubt for what they are. A man might know my friends of the court for a lifetime, and never come upon their real selves. Nor would it perhaps repay the search when you had come across it. Sink me, but I wax philosophical, which is the old refuge of the ruined man. Give me a tub, and I shall set up in the piazza of Covent Garden, and be the Diogenes of London. I would not be wealthy again, Micah. How goes the old lilt? Our money shall never indict us or drag us to Goldsmith Hall. No pirates or wrecks can affright us. We that have no estates fear no plunder or rates, nor care to lock gates. He that lies on the ground cannot fall. That last would make a good motto for an almshouse. You will have Sir Stephen up, said I warningly, for he was carolling away at the pitch of his lungs. Never fear! He and his prentices were all at the broadsword exercise in the hall as I came by. It is worth something to see the old fellow stamp and swing his sword and cry, "Ha!" on the downcut. Mistress Ruth and friend Lockerbie are in the tapestried room, she spinning and he reading aloud one of those entertaining volumes which she would have me read. Methinks she hath taken his conversion in hand, which may end in his converting her from a maid into a wife. And so you go to the Duke of Beaufort. Well, I would that I could travel with you, but Saxon will not hear of it, and my musketeers must be my first care. God send you safe back. Where is my jasmine powder and the patch-box? Read me your letters, if there be aught in them of interest. I have been splitting a flask with our gallant colonel at his inn, and he hath told me enough of your home at Havant to make me wish to know more. This one is somewhat grave, said I. Nay, I'm in the humour for grave things. Have at it, if it contain the whole Platonic philosophy. 'Tis from the venerable carpenter, who hath for many years been my adviser and friend. He is one who is religious without being sectarian, philosophic without being a partisan, and loving without being weak. A paragon, truly, exclaimed Sir Gervase, who was busy with his eyebrow brush. This is what he saith, I continued, and proceeded to read the very letter which I now read to you. Having heard from your father, my dear lad, that there was some chance of being able to send a letter to you, I have written this, and am now sending it under the charge of the worthy John Packingham of Chichester, who is bound for the West. I trust that you are now safe with Monmouth's army, and that you have received honourable appointment therein. I doubt not that you will find among your comrades some who are extreme sectaries, and others who are scoffers and disbelievers. Be advised by me, friend, and avoid both the one and the other. For the zealot is a man who not only defends his own right of worship, wherein he hath justice, but wishes to impose upon the consciences of others, by which he falls into the very error against which he fights. The mere brainless scoffer is, on the other hand, lower than the beast of the field, since he lacks the animal's self-respect and humble resignation. My faith, cried the baronet, the old gentleman hath a rough side to his tongue. Let us take religion upon its broadest base, for the truth must be broader than aught which we can conceive. The presence of a table doth prove the existence of a carpenter, and so the presence of a universe proves the existence of a universal maker, call him by what name you will. So far the ground is very firm beneath us, without either inspiration, teaching, or any aid whatever. Since, then, there must be a world maker, let us judge of his nature by his work. We cannot observe the glories of the firmament, its infinite extent, its beauty, and the divine skill wherewith every plant and animal hath its wants cared for, without seeing that he is full of wisdom, intelligence, and power. We are still, you will perceive, upon solid ground, without having to call to our aid aught save pure reason. Having got so far, let us inquire to what end the universe was made, and we put upon it. The teaching of all nature shows that it must be to the end of improvement and upward growth, the increase in real virtue, in knowledge, and in wisdom. Nature is a silent preacher, which holds forth upon weekdays as on Sabbaths. We see the acorn grow into the oak, the egg into the bird, the maggot into the butterfly. Shall we doubt, then, that the human soul, the most precious of all things, is also upon the upward path? And how can the soul progress save through the cultivation of virtue and self-mastery? What other way is there? There is none. We may say with confidence, then, that we are placed here to increase in knowledge and in virtue. This is the core of all religion, and this much needs no faith in the acceptance. It is as true and as capable of proof as one of those exercises of Euclid which we have gone over together. On this common ground men have raised many different buildings. Christianity, the creed of Mahomet, the creed of the Easterns, have all the same essence. The difference lies in the forms and the details. Let us hold to our own Christian creed, the beautiful, often professed, and seldom practised doctrine of love. But let us not despise our fellow men, for we are all branches from the common root of truth. Man comes out of darkness into light. He tarries a while, and then passes into darkness again. Micah, lad, the days are passing, mine as well as thine. Let them not be wasted. They are few in number. What says Petrarch? To him that enters, life seems infinite. To him that departs, nothing. Let every day, every hour, be spent in furthering the Creator's end, in getting out whatever power for good there is in you. What is pain, or work, or trouble? The cloud that passes over the sun. But the result of work well done is everything. It is eternal. It lives and waxes stronger through the centuries. Pause not for rest. The rest will come when the hour of work is past. May God protect and guard you. There is no great news. The Portsmouth garrison hath marched to the west. Sir John Lawson, the magistrate, hath been down here, threatening your father and others, but he can do little for want of proofs. Church and dissent are at each other's throats as ever. Truly, the stern law of Moses is more enduring than the sweet words of Christ. Adieu, my dear lad. All good wishes from your grey-headed friend, Zachariah Palmer. "Odds fish!" cried Sir Gervase, as I folded up the letter. "I have heard Stillingfleet and Tennyson, but I never listened to a better sermon. This is a bishop disguised as a carpenter. The crozier would suit his hand better than the plain. But how of our seaman friend? Is he a tarpaulin theologian, a divine among the tarry-breeks?" "Solomon Sprent is a very different man, though good enough in his way," said I. "But you shall judge him from his letter." "Master Clarke, sir, when last we was in company, I had run in under the batteries on cutting out service, while you did stand on and off in the channel and wait signals. Having stopped to refit and to overhaul my prize, which proved to be in proper trim alow and aloft." "What the devil doth he mean?" asked Sir Gervase. "It is a maid of whom he talks, Phoebe Dawson, the sister of the blacksmith. He hath scarce put foot on land for nigh 40 years, and can as a consequence only speak in this sea jargon, though he fancies that he uses as pure King's English as any man in Hampshire." "Proceed, then," quoth the baronet. "Having also read the Articles of War, I explained to her the conditions under which we were to sail in company on life's voyage, namely, first, she to obey signals without question as soon as received. Second, she to steer by my reckoning. Third, she to stand by me as true consort in foul weather, battle, or shipwreck. Fourth, she to run under my guns if assailed by picaroons, privateeros, or guarda-costas. Fifth, me to keep her in due repair, dry dock her at intervals, and see that she hath her allowance of coats of paint, streamers, and bunting, as befits a saucy pleasure boat. Sixth, me to take no other craft in tow, and if any be now attached, to cut their hawsers. Seventh, me to revictual her day by day. Eighth, should she chance to spring a leak, or be blown on her beam ends by the winds of misfortune, to stand by her and see her pumped out or righted. Ninth, to fly the Protestant ensign at the peak during life's voyage, and to lay our course for the great harbour, in the hope that moorings and ground to swing may be found for 2 British-built crafts when laid up for eternity. 'Twas close on 8 bells before these articles were signed and sealed. When I headed after you, I could not so much as catch a glimpse of your topsail. Soon after I heard as you had gone a soldiering, together with that lean, rakish, long-sparred, picaroon-like craft which I have seen of late in the village. I take it unkind of you that you have not so much as dipped ensign to me on leaving. But perchance the tide was favourable, and you could not tarry. Had I not been jury-rigged, with one of my spars shot away, I should have dearly loved to have strapped on my hanger and come with you to smell gunpowder once more. I would do it now, timber-toe and all, were it not for my consort, who might claim it as a breach of the articles, and so sheer off. I must follow the light on her poop until we are fairly joined. Farewell, mate. In action, take an old sailor's advice. Keep the weather gauge and board. Tell that to your admiral on the day of battle. Whisper it in his ear. Say to him, keep the weather gauge and board. Tell him also to strike quick, strike hard, and keep on striking. That's the word of Christopher Mingus, and a better man has not been launched, though he did climb in through the oars pipe. Yours to command, Solomon Sprent. Sir Gervase had been chuckling to himself during the reading of this epistle, but at the last part we both broke out a-laughing. Land or sea, he will have it that battles are fought in ships, said the baronet. You should have had that sage piece of advice for Monmouth's council today. Should he ever ask your opinion, it must be, keep the weather gauge and board. I must to sleep, said I, laying aside my pipe. I should be on the road by daybreak. Nay, I prithee, complete your kindness by letting me have a glimpse of your respected parent, the Roundhead. 'Tis but a few lines, I answered. He was ever short of speech, but if they interest you, you shall hear them. I am sending this by a godly man, my dear son, to say that I trust that you are bearing yourself as becomes you. In all danger and difficulty, trust not to yourself, but ask for help on high. If you are in authority, teach your men to sing psalms when they fall on, as is the good old custom. In action give point rather than edge. A thrust must beat a cut. Your mother and the others send their affection to you. Sir John Lawson hath been down here like a ravening wolf, but could find no proof against me. John Marchbank of Bedhampton is cast into prison. Truly Antichrist reigns in the land, but the kingdom of light is at hand. Strike lustily for truth and conscience. Your loving father, Joseph Clarke. Postscriptum from my mother. I trust that you will remember what I have said concerning your hosen, and also the broad linen collars, which you will find in the bag. It is a little over a week since you left, yet it seems a year. When cold or wet, take 10 drops of Daffy's elixir in a small glass of strong waters. Should your feet chafe, rub tallow on the inside of your boots. Commend me to Master Saxon and to Master Lockerbie, if he be with you. His father was mad at his going, for he hath a great brewing going forward, and none to mind the mash-tub. Ruth hath baked a cake, but the oven hath played her false, and it is lumpy in the inside. 1,000 kisses, dear heart, from your loving mother, M.C. A right sensible couple, quoth Sir Gervase, who, having completed his toilet, had betaken him to his couch. I now begin to understand your manufacture, Clarke. I see the threads that are used in the weaving of you. Your father looks to your spiritual wants. Your mother concerns herself with the material. Yet the old carpenter's preaching is, methinks, more to your taste. You are a rank latitudinarian man. Sir Stephen would cry fie upon you, and Joshua Pettigrew abjure you. Well, out with the light, for we should both be stirring at cock-crow. That is our religion at present. Early Christians, I suggested, and we both laughed as we settled down to sleep. End of section 23. Section 24 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 24, Part 1 of The Snare on the Weston Road. Just after sunrise, I was awoke by one of the mayor's servants, who brought word that the Honourable Master Wade was awaiting me downstairs. Having dressed and descended, I found him seated by the table in the sitting-room, with papers and wafer-box, sealing up the missive which I was to carry. He was a small, worn, grey-faced man, very erect in his bearing and sudden in his speech, with more of the soldier than of the lawyer in his appearance. "So," said he, pressing his seal above the fastening of the string, "I see that your horse is ready for you outside. You had best make your way round by Nether Stowey and the Bristol Channel, for we have heard that the enemy's horse guard the roads on the far side of Wells. Here is your packet." I bowed and placed it in the inside of my tunic. "It is a written order, as suggested in the council. The Duke's reply may be written, or it may be by word of mouth. In either case, guard it well. This packet contains also a copy of the depositions of the clergyman at The Hague, and of the other witnesses who saw Charles of England marry Lucy Walters, the mother of His Majesty. Your mission is one of such importance that the whole success of our enterprise may turn upon it. See that you serve the paper upon Beaufort in person, and not through any intermediary, or it might not stand in a court of law. I promise to do so if possible. I should advise you also," he continued, "to carry sword and pistol as a protection against the chance dangers of the road, but to discard your headpiece and steel front as giving you too warlike an aspect for a peaceful messenger." "I had already come to that resolve," said I. "There is nothing more to be said, Captain," said the lawyer, giving me his hand. "May all good fortune go with you. Keep a still tongue and a quick ear. Watch keenly how all things go. Mark whose face is gloomy and whose content. The Duke may be at Bristol, but you had best make for his seat at Badminton. Our sign of the day is Tewkesbury." Thanking my instructor for his advice, I went out and mounted Covenant, who pawed and champed at his bit in his delight at getting started once more. Few of the townsmen were stirring, though here and there a night-bonneted head stared out at me through a casement. I took the precaution of walking the horse very quietly until we were some distance from the house, for I had told Reuben nothing of my intended journey, and I was convinced that if he knew of it, neither discipline nor even his new ties of love would prevent him from coming with me. Covenant's iron-shod feet rang sharply, in spite of my care, upon the cobblestones, but looking back I saw that the blinds of my faithful friend's room were undrawn, and that all seemed quiet in the house. I shook my bridle, therefore, and rode at a brisk trot through the silent streets, which were still strewn with faded flowers and gay with streamers. At the north gate a guard of half a company was stationed, who let me pass upon hearing the word. Once beyond the old walls, I found myself out on the countryside, with my face to the north and a clear road in front of me. It was a blithesome morning. The sun was rising over the distant hills, and heaven and earth were ruddy and golden. The trees in the wayside orchards were full of swarms of birds, who chattered and sang until the air was full of their piping. There was lightsomeness and gladness in every breath. The wistful-eyed red Somerset kine stood along by the hedgerows, casting great shadows down the fields, and gazing at me as I passed. Farm horses leaned over wooden gates and snorted a word of greeting to their glossy-coated brother. A great herd of snowy-fleeced sheep streamed towards us over the hillside and frisked and gambolled in the sunshine. All was innocent life, from the lark which sang on high to the little shrew mouse which ran amongst the ripening corn, or the martin which dashed away at the sound of my approach. All alive and all innocent. What are we to think, my dear children, when we see the beasts of the field full of kindness and virtue and gratitude? Where is this superiority of which we talk? From the high ground to the north I looked back upon the sleeping town, with the broad edging of tents and waggons, which showed how suddenly its population had outgrown it. The royal standard still fluttered from the tower of St. Mary Magdalene, while close by its beautiful brother turret of St. James bore aloft the blue flag of Monmouth. As I gazed, the quick petulant roll of a drum rose up on the still morning air, with the clear ringing call of the bugles summoning the troops from their slumbers. Beyond the town, and on either side of it, stretched a glorious view of the Somersetshire Downs, rolling away to the distant sea, with town and hamlet, castle turret and church tower, wooded coombe and stretch of grainland, as fair a scene as the eye could wish to rest upon. As I wheeled my horse and sped upon my way, I felt, my dears, that this was a land worth fighting for, and that a man's life was a small thing if he could but aid, in however trifling a degree, in working out its freedom and its happiness. At a little village over the hill, I fell in with an outpost of horse, the commander of which rode some distance with me, and set me on my road to Nether Stowey. It seemed strange to my Hampshire eyes to note that the earth is all red in these parts, very different to the chalk and gravel of Havant. The cows, too, are mostly red. The cottages are built neither of brick nor of wood, but of some form of plaster, which they call cob, which is strong and smooth so long as no water comes near it. They shelter the walls from the rain, therefore, by great overhanging thatches. There is scarcely a steeple in the whole countryside, which also seems strange to a man from any other part of England. Every church hath a square tower, with pinnacles upon the top, and they are mostly very large, with fine peals of bells. My course ran along by the foot of the beautiful Quantock Hills, where heavy wooded combes are scattered over the broad heathery downs, deep with bracken and whortle bushes. On either side of the track, steep winding glens sloped downwards, lined with yellow gorse, which blazed out from the deep red soil like a flame from embers. Peat-coloured streams splashed down these valleys and over the road, through which Covenant ploughed fetlock deep, and shied to see the broad-backed trout darting from between his forefeet. All day I rode through this beautiful country, meeting few folk, for I kept away from the main roads, a few shepherds and farmers, a long-legged clergyman, a packman with his mule, and a horseman with a great bag, whom I took to be a buyer of hare, are all that I can recall. A blackjack of ale and the heel of a loaf at a wayside inn were all my refreshments. Near Coomwich, Covenant cast a shoe, and 2 hours were wasted before I found a smithy in the town and had the matter set right. It was not until evening that I at last came out upon the banks of the Bristol Channel, at a place called Shirton Bars, where the muddy Parret makes its way into the sea. At this point the channel is so broad that the Welsh mountains can scarcely be distinguished. The shore is flat and black and oozy, flecked over with white patches of sea-birds, but further to the east there rises a line of hills, very wild and rugged, rising in places into steep precipices. These cliffs run out into the sea, and numerous little harbours and bays are formed in their broken surface, which are dry half the day, but can float a good-sized boat at half-tide. The road wound over these bleak and rocky hills, which are sparsely inhabited by a wild race of fishermen or shepherds who came to their cabin doors on hearing the clatter of my horse's hoofs, and shot some rough West Country jest at me as I passed. As the night drew in, the country became bleaker and more deserted. An occasional light twinkling in the distance from some lonely hillside cottage was the only sign of the presence of man. The rough track still skirted the sea, and high as it was, the spray from the breakers drifted across it. The salt prinkled on my lips, and the air was filled with the hoarse roar of the surge and the thin piping of curlews, who flitted past in the darkness like white, shadowy, sad-voiced creatures from some other world. The wind blew in short, quick, angry puffs from the westward, and far out on the black waters a single glimmer of light, rising and falling, tossing up and then sinking out of sight, showed how fierce a sea had risen in the channel. Riding through the gloaming in this strange, wild scenery, my mind naturally turned towards the past. I thought of my father and my mother, of the old carpenter, and of Solomon Sprent. Then I pondered over Decimus Saxon, his many-faced character having in it so much to be admired and so much to be abhorred. Did I like him or no? It was more than I could say. From him I wandered off to my faithful Reuben and to his love passage with the pretty Puritan, which in turn brought me to Sir Gervase and the wreck of his fortunes. My mind then wandered to the state of the army and the prospects of the rising, which led me to my present mission with its perils and its difficulties. Having turned over all these things in my mind, I began to doze upon my horse's back, overcome by the fatigue of the journey and the drowsy lullaby of the waves. I had just fallen into a dream in which I saw Reuben Lockarby crowned King of England by Mistress Ruth Timewell, while Decimus Saxon endeavoured to shoot him with a bottle of Daffy's elixir, when in an instant, without warning, I was dashed violently from my horse and left lying half-conscious on the stony track. So stunned and shaken was I by the sudden fall, that though I had a dim knowledge of shadowy figures bending over me, and of hoarse laughter sounding in my ears, I could not tell for a few minutes where I was, nor what had befallen me. When at last I did make an attempt to recover my feet, I found that a loop of rope had been slipped round my arms and my legs so as to secure them. With a hard struggle I got one hand free, and dashed it in the face of one of the men who were holding me down. But the whole gang of a dozen or more set upon me at once, and while some thumped and kicked at me, others tied a fresh cord round my elbows, and deftly fastened it in such a way as to pinion me completely. Finding that in my weak and dazed state all efforts were of no avail, I lay sullen and watchful, taking no heed of the random blows which were still showered upon me. So dark was it that I could neither see the faces of my attackers, nor form any guess as to who they might be, or how they had hurled me from my saddle. The champing and stamping of a horse hard by showed me that Covenant was a prisoner as well as his master. "Dutch Pete's got as much as he can carry," said a rough, harsh voice. "He lies on the track as limp as a conger." "Ah, poor Pete," muttered another. "He'll never deal a card or drain a glass of the right cognac again." "There you lie, my good friend," said the injured man, in weak, quavering tones. "And I will prove that you lie if you have a flashen in your pocket." "If Pete were dead and buried," the first speaker said, "a word about strong waters would bring him to. Give him a sup from your bottle, Dickon." There was a great gurgling and sucking in the darkness, followed by a gasp from the drinker, "Gott sei gelobt," he exclaimed in a stronger voice. "I have seen more stars than ever were made. Had my Kopf not been well hooped, he would have knocked it in like an ill-staved cask. He schlags like the kick of a horse." As he spoke, the edge of the moon peeped over a cliff and threw a flood of cold, clear light upon the scene. Looking up, I saw that a strong rope had been tied across the road from one tree trunk to another, about 8 feet above the ground. This could not be seen by me, even had I been fully awake in the dusk, but catching me across the breast as Covenant trotted under it, it had swept me off and dashed me with great force to the ground. Either the fall, or the blows which I had received, had cut me badly, for I could feel the blood trickling in a warm stream past my ear and down my neck. I made no attempt to move, however, but waited in silence to find out whose these men were into whose hands I had fallen. My one fear was lest my letters should be taken away from me, and my mission rendered of no avail. That in this, my first trust, I should be disarmed without a blow and lose the papers which had been confided to me, was a chance which made me flush and tingle with shame at the very thought. The gang who had seized me were rough-bearded fellows in fur caps and fustian jackets, with buff belts round their waists, from which hung short, straight whinyards. Their dark, sun-dried faces and their great boots marked them as fishermen or seamen, as might be guessed from their rude sailor speech. A pair knelt on either side, with their hands upon my arms. A third stood behind with a cocked pistol pointed at my head, while the others, 7 or 8 in number, were helping to his feet the man whom I had struck, who was bleeding freely from a cut over the eye. "Take the horse up to Daddy Mycroft's," said a stout, black-bearded man, who seemed to be their leader. "It is no mere dragooner hack, but a comely, full-blooded brute, which will fetch 60 pieces at the least. Your share of that, Peter, will buy salve and plaster for your cut." "Ha! Houndsfoot!" cried the Dutchman, shaking his fist at me. "You would strike Peter, would you? You would draw Peter's blood, would you? Tausend Teufel, man! If you and I were together upon the hillside, we should see which was the better man." "Slack your jaw tackle, Pete," growled one of his comrades. "This fellow is a limb of Satan for sure, and doth follow a calling that none but a mean, snivelling, base-born son of a gun would take to. Yet I warrant, from the look of him, that he could truss you like a woodcock if he had his great hands upon you. And you would howl for help as you did last Martinmas, when you did mistake Cooper Dick's wife for a gouger." "Trust me, would he? Tod und Halle!" cried the other, whom the blow and the brandy had driven to madness. "We shall see. Take that, thou devil's spawn, take that!" And he ran at me, and kicked me as hard as he could with his heavy sea boots. Some of the gang laughed, but the man who had spoken before gave the Dutchman a shove that sent him whirling. "None of that," he said sternly. "We'll have British fair play on British soil, and none of your cursed longshore tricks. I won't stand by and see an Englishman kicked, d'ye see, by a tub-bellied, round-starn, schnap-swilling, chicken-hearted son of an Amsterdam Lustvrouw. Hang him if the skipper likes. That's all above board. But by thunder, if it's a fight that you will have, touch that man again." "All right, Dickon," said their leader soothingly. "We all know that Pete's not a fighting man, but he's the best cooper on the coast, eh, Pete? There is not his equal at staving, hooping, and bumping. He'll take a plank of wood and turn it into a keg, while another man would be thinking of it." "Oh, you remember that, Captain Murgatroyd," said the Dutchman sulkily. "But you see me knocked about and schlagged and bullied and called names, and what help have I? So help me, when the Maria is in the Texel next, I'll take to me old trade, I will, and never set foot on her again." "No fear," the captain answered, laughing. "While the Maria brings in 5,000 good pieces a year, and can show her heels to any cutter on the coast, there is no fear of Greedy Pete losing his share of her. Why, man, at this rate you may have a lust house of your own in a year or two, with a trimmed lawn, and the trees all clipped like peacocks, and the flowers in pattern, and a canal by the door, and a great bouncing housewife just like any burgomeister. There's many such a fortune been made out of Mechlin and cognac." "Ay, and there's many a broken kopf got over Mechlin and cognac," grumbled my enemy. "Donner! There are other things beside lust houses and flower beds. There are lee shores and nor'westers, beaks and preventives. And there's where the smart seaman has the pull over the herring bus, or the skulking coaster that works from Christmas to Christmas with all the danger and none of the little pickings. But enough said. Up with the prisoner, and let us get him safely into the bilboes." I was raised to my feet, and half carried, half dragged along in the midst of the gang. My horse had already been led away in the opposite direction. Our course lay off the road, down a very rocky and rugged ravine, which sloped away towards the sea. There seemed to be no trace of a path, and I could only stumble along over rocks and bushes as best I might in my fettered and crippled state. The blood, however, had dried over my wounds, and the cool sea breeze playing upon my forehead refreshed me and helped me to take a clearer view of my position. It was plain from their talk that these men were smugglers. As such, they were not likely to have any great love for the government, or desire to uphold King James in any way. On the contrary, their goodwill would probably be with Monmouth, for had I not seen the day before a whole regiment of foot in his army, raised from among the coaster folk? On the other hand, their greed might be stronger than their loyalty, and might lead them to hand me over to justice in the hope of reward. On the whole, it would be best, I thought, to say nothing of my mission, and to keep my papers secret as long as possible. But I could not but wonder, as I was dragged along, what had led these men to lie in wait for me as they had done. The road along which I had travelled was a lonely one, and yet a fair number of travellers bound from the west, through Weston to Bristol, must use it. The gang could not lie in perpetual guard over it. Why had they set a trap on this particular night, then? The smugglers were a lawless and desperate body, but they did not, as a rule, descend to foot paddery or robbery. As long as no one interfered with them, they were seldom the first to break the peace. Then, why had they lain in wait for me, who had never injured them? Could it possibly be that I had been betrayed? I was still turning over these questions in my mind when we all came to a halt, and the captain blew a shrill note on a whistle which hung round his neck. End of part 1. Section 25 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 23 of The Snare on the Weston Road, Part 2. The place where we found ourselves was the darkest and most rugged spot in the whole wild gorge. On either side great cliffs shot up, which arched over our heads, with a fringe of ferns and bracken on either lip, so that the dark sky and the few twinkling stars were well nigh hid. Great black rocks loomed vaguely out in the shadowy light, while in front a high tangle of what seemed to be brushwood barred our road. At a second whistle, however, a glint of light was seen through the branches, and the whole mass was swung to one side, as though it moved upon a hinge. Beyond it, a dark, winding passage opened into the side of the hill, down which we went with our backs bowed, for the rock ceiling was of no great height. On every side of us sounded the throbbing of the sea. Passing through the entrance, which must have been dug with great labour through the solid rock, we came out into a lofty and roomy cave, lit up by a fire at one end and by several torches. By their smoky yellow glare, I could see that the roof was, at least, 50 feet above us, and was hung by long lime crystals, which sparkled and gleamed with great brightness. The floor of the cave was formed of fine sand, as soft and velvety as a Wilton carpet, sloping down in a way which showed that the cave must at its mouth open upon the sea, which was confirmed by the booming and splashing of the waves, and by the fresh salt air which filled the whole cavern. No water could be seen, however, as a sharp turn cut off our view of the outlet. In this rock-girt space, which may have been 60 paces long and 30 across, there were gathered great piles of casks, kegs, and cases. Muskets, cutlasses, staves, cudgels, and straw were littered about upon the floor. At one end a high wood fire blazed merrily, casting strange shadows along the walls, and sparkling like 1,000 diamonds among the crystals on the roof. The smoke was carried away through a great cleft in the rocks. Seated on boxes, or stretched on the sand round the fire, there were 7 or 8 more of the band, who sprang to their feet and ran eagerly towards us as we entered. "Have you got him?" they cried. "Did he indeed come? Had he attendants?" "He is here, and he is alone," the captain answered. "Our hawser fetched him off his horse as neatly as ever a gull was netted by a cragsman. What have ye done in our absence, Silas?" "We have the packs ready for carriage," said the man addressed, a sturdy, weather-beaten seaman of middle age. "The silk and lace are done in these squares covered over with sacking. The one I have marked yarn, and the other jute. 1,000 of Mechlin to 100 of the shiny. They will sling over a mule's back. Brandy, schnapps, Scheidam, and Hamburg Goldwasser are all set out in due order. The baccy is in the flat cases over by the black drop there. A plaguey job we had carrying it all out, but here it is shipshape at last, and the lugger floats like a skimming dish, with scarce ballast enough to stand up to a 5-knot breeze." "Any signs of the Fairy Queen?" asked the smuggler. "None. Long John is down at the water's edge looking out for her flashlight. This wind should bring her up if she has rounded Combe Martin Point. There was a sail about 10 miles to the east-nor'east at sundown. She might have been a Bristol schooner, or she might have been a king's flyboat." "A king's crawl-boat," said Captain Murgatroyd with a sneer. "We cannot hang the gouger until Venables brings up the Fairy Queen, for after all it was one of his hands that was snackled. Let him do his own dirty work." "'Tausend Blitzen!" cried the ruffian Dutchman. "Would it not be a kindly grass to Captain Venables to chuck the gouger down the black drop ere he come? He may have such another job to do for us some day." "Zounds, man, are you in command or am I?" said the leader angrily. "Bring the prisoner forward to the fire. Now, hark ye, dog of a land shark, you are as surely a dead man as though you were laid out with the tapers burning. See here!" He lifted a torch, and showed by its red light a great crack in the floor across the far end of the cave. "You can judge of the black drop's depth," he said, raising an empty keg and tossing it over into the yawning gulf. For 10 seconds we stood silent before a dull, distant clatter told that it had at last reached the bottom. "It will carry him halfway to hell before the breath leaves him," said one. "It's an easier death than the Devizes gallows," cried a second. "Nay, he shall have the gallows first," a third shouted. It is but his burial that we are arranging. He hath not opened his mouth since we took him, said the man who was called Dickon. Is he a mute, then? Find your tongue, my fine fellow, and let us hear what your name is. It would have been well for you if you had been born dumb, so that you could not have sworn our comrade's life away. I have been waiting for a civil question after all this brawling and brabbling, said I. My name is Micah Clarke. Now, pray inform me who ye may be, and by what warrant ye stop peaceful travellers upon the public highway. This is our warrant, Murgatroyd answered, touching the hilt of his cutlass. As to who we are, ye know that well enough. Your name is not Clarke, but Westhouse or Waterhouse, and you are the same cursed exciseman who snackled our poor comrade, Cooper Dick, and swore away his life at Ilchester. I swear that you are mistaken, I replied. I have never in my life been in these parts before. Fine words, cried another smuggler. Gouger or not, you must jump for it, since you know the secret of our cave. Your secret is safe with me, I answered. But if you wish to murder me, I shall meet my fate as a soldier should. I should have chosen to die on the field of battle, rather than to lie at the mercy of such a pack of water-rats in their burrow. My faith, said Murgatroyd, this is too tall talk for a gouger. He bears himself like a soldier too. It is possible that in snaring the owl we have caught the falcon. Yet we had certain token that he would come this way, and on such another horse. Call up Long John, suggested the Dutchman. I would not give a plug of Trinidado for the Schlemsword. Long John was with Cooper Dick when he was taken. Aye, growled the mate Silas. He got a wipe over the arm from the gouger's whinyard. He'll know his face if any will. Call him then, said Murgatroyd, and presently a long, loose-limbed seaman came up from the mouth of the cave, where he had been on watch. He wore a red kerchief round his forehead, and a blue jerkin, the sleeve of which he slowly rolled up as he came nigh. "Where is Gouger Westhouse?" he cried. "He has left his mark on my arm. Rat me if the scar is healed yet. The sun is on our side of the wall now, Gouger. But hullo, mates! Who be this that ye have clapped into irons? This is not our man." "Not our man!" they cried, with a volley of curses. "Why, this fellow would make two of the Gouger, and leave enough over to fashion a magistrate's clerk. Ye may hang him to make sure, but still he's not the man." "Yes, hang him," said Dutch Pete. "Sapperment, is our cave to be the talk of all the country? Fair is the pretty Maria to go then, with her silks and her satins, her kegs and her cases. Are we to risk our cave for the sake of this fellow? Besides, has he not schlagged my kopf, schlagged your Cooper's kopf, as if he had hit me mit mine own mallet? Is that not worth a hemp cravat?" "Worth a jorum of rumbo," cried Dickon. "By your leave, Captain, I would say that we are not a gang of padders and mitchers, but a crew of honest seamen, who harm none but those who harm us. Exciseman Westhouse hath slain Cooper Dick, and it is just that he should die for it. But as to taking this young soldier's life, I'd as soon think of scuttling the saucy Maria, or of mounting the Jolly Roger at her peak." What answer would have been given to this speech I cannot tell, for at that moment a shrill whistle resounded outside the cave, and two smugglers appeared bearing between them the body of a man. It hung so limp that I thought at first that he might be dead, but when they threw him on the sand he moved, and at last sat up like one who is but half awoken from a swoon. He was a square, dog-faced fellow, with a long white scar down his cheek, and a close-fitting blue coat with brass buttons. "It's Gouger Westhouse!" cried a chorus of voices. Yes, it is Gauger Westhouse, said the man calmly, giving his neck a wriggle as though he were in pain. I represent the King's law, and in its name I arrest ye all, and declare all the contraband goods which I see around me to be confiscate and forfeited, according to the 2nd section of the 1st clause of the statute upon illegal dealing. If there are any honest men in this company, they will assist me in the execution of my duty. He staggered to his feet as he spoke, but his spirit was greater than his strength, and he sank back upon the sand amid a roar of laughter from the rough seamen. We found him lying on the road when we came from Daddy Mycroft's, said one of the newcomers, who were the same men who had led away my horse. He must have passed just after you left, and the rope caught him under the chin and threw him a dozen paces. We saw the revenue button on his coat, so we brought him down. Body o' me, but he kicked and plunged for all that he was 3/4 stunned. Have you slacked the hawser? The captain asked. We cast one end loose and let it hang. 'Tis well. We must keep him for Captain Venables. But now, as to our other prisoner, we must overhaul him and examine his papers, for so many craft are sailing under false colours that we must needs be careful. Hark ye, Mr. Soldier, what brings you to these parts, and what king do you serve? For I hear there's a mutiny broke out, and 2 skippers claim equal rating in the old British ship. I am serving under King Monmouth, I answered, seeing that the proposed search must end in the finding of my papers. Under King Monmouth? Cried the smuggler. Nay, friend, that rings somewhat false. The good king hath, I hear, too much need of his friends in the south to let an able soldier go wandering along the sea-coast like a Cornish wrecker in a sou'wester. I bear dispatches, said I, from the king's own hand to Henry, Duke of Beaufort, at his castle at Badminton. Ye can find them in my inner pocket, but I pray you not to break the seal, lest it bring discredit upon my mission. Sir, cried the gauger, raising himself upon his elbow, I do hereby arrest you on the charge of being a traitor, a promoter of treason, a vagrant, and a masterless man within the meaning of the 4th statute of the Act. As an officer of the law, I call upon you to submit to my warrant. Brace up his jaw with your scarf, Jim, said Murgatroyd. When Venables comes, he will soon find a way to check his gab. Yes, he continued, looking at the back of my papers, it is marked, as you say, from James the 2nd of England, known lately as the Duke of Monmouth, to Henry, Duke of Beaufort, President of Wales, by the hand of Captain Micah Clarke, of Saxon's regiment of Wiltshire Foot. Cast off the lashings, Dickon. So, Captain, you are a free man once more, and I grieve that we should have unwittingly harmed you. We are good Lutherans to a man, and would rather speed you than hinder you on this mission. Could we not indeed help him on his way? Said the mate Silas. For myself, I don't fear a wet jacket or a tarry hand for the cause, and I doubt not ye are all of my way of thinking. Now, with this breeze, we could run up to Bristol and drop the captain by morning, which would save him from being snapped up by any land sharks on the road. Aye, aye, cried Long John. The king's horse are out beyond Weston, but he could give them a slip if he had the Maria under him. Well, said Murgatroyd, we could get back by 3 long tacks. Venables will need a day or so to get his goods ashore. If we are to sail back in company, we shall have time on our hands. How would the plan suit you, Captain? My horse? I objected. It need not stop us. I can rig up a handy horse stall with my spare spars and the grating. The wind has died down. The lugger could be brought to Dead Man's Edge, and the horse led down to it. Run up to Daddy's, Jim, and you, Silas, see to the boat. Here is some cold junk and biscuit. Seaman's fare, Captain, and a glass of the real Jamaica to wash it down and thy stomach be not too dainty for rough living. I seated myself on a barrel by the fire and stretched my limbs, which were cramped and stiffened by their confinement, while one of the seamen bathed the cut on my head with a wet kerchief, and another laid out some food on a case in front of me. The rest of the gang had trooped away to the mouth of the cave to prepare the lugger, save only 2 or 3 who stood on guard round the ill-fated gouger. He lay with his back resting against the wall of the cave, and his arms crossed over his breast, glancing round from time to time at the smugglers with menacing eyes, as a staunch old hound might gaze at a pack of wolves who had overmatched him. I was turning it over in my own mind whether aught could be done to help him, when Murgatroyd came over, and dipping a tin pannikin into the open rum tub, drained it to the success of my mission. "I shall send Silas Bolitho with you," said he, "while I bide here to meet Venables, who commands my consort. If there is aught I can do to repay you for your ill usage—" "There is but one thing, Captain," I broke in eagerly. "It is as much or more for your own sake than mine that I ask it. Do not allow this unhappy man to be murdered." Murgatroyd's face flushed with anger. "You're a plain speaker, Captain Clarke," said he. "This is no murder, it is justice. What harm do we hear? There is not an old housewife over the whole countryside who does not bless us. Where is she to buy her souchong or her strong waters, except from us? We charge little, and force our goods on no one. We are peaceful traders. Yet this man and his fellows are ever yelping at our heels, like so many dogfish on a cod bank. We have been harried and chivied and shot at, until we are driven into such dens as this. A month ago, 4 of our men were bearing a keg up the hillside to Farmer Black, who hath dealt with us these 5 years back. Of a sudden, down came 50 score of horse, led by this gouger, hacked and slashed with their broadswords, cut Long John's arm open, and took Cooper Dick prisoner. Dick was haled to Ilchester jail, and hung up after the assizes like a stoat on a gamekeeper's door. This night we had news that this very gouger was coming this way, little knowing that we should be on the lookout for him. Is it a wonder that we should lay a trap for him, and that, having caught him, we should give him the same justice as he gave our comrades? He is but a servant, I argued. He hath not made the law. It is his duty to enforce it. It is with the law itself that your quarrel is. You're right, said the smuggler gloomily. It is with Judge Moorcroft that we have our chief account to square. He may pass this road upon his circuit. Heaven send he does, but we shall hang the gouger too. He knows our cave now, and it would be madness to let him go. I saw that it was useless to argue longer, so I contented myself with dropping my pocket-knife on the sand within reach of the prisoner, in the hope that it might prove to be of some service to him. His guards were laughing and joking together, and giving little heed to their charge, but the gouger was keen enough, for I saw his hand close over it. I had walked and smoked for an hour or more, when Silas the mate appeared, and said that the lugger was ready and the horse aboard. Bidding Murgatroyd farewell, I ventured a few more words in favour of the gouger, which were received with a frown and an angry shake of the head. A boat was drawn up on the sand inside the cave at the water's edge. Into this I stepped, as directed, with my sword and pistols, which had been given back to me, while the crew pushed her off and sprang in as she glided into deep water. I could see by the dim light of the single torch which Murgatroyd held upon the margin that the roof of the cave sloped sheer down upon us as we sculled slowly out towards the entrance. So low did it come at last that there was only a space of a few feet between it and the water, and we had to bend our heads to avoid the rocks above us. The boatman gave 2 strong strokes, and we shot out from under the overhanging ledge and found ourselves in the open, with the stars shining murkily above us, and the moon showing herself dimly and cloudily through a gathering haze. Right in front of us was a dark blur which, as we pulled towards it, took the outline of a large lugger rising and falling with the pulse of the sea. Her tall, thin spars and delicate network of cordage towered above us as we glided under the counter, while the creaking of blocks and rattle of ropes showed that she was all ready to glide off upon her journey. Lightly and daintily she rode upon the waters, like some giant sea-fowl, spreading one white pinion after another in preparation for her flight. The boatman ran us alongside and steadied the dinghy while I climbed over the bulwarks onto the deck. She was a roomy vessel, very broad in the beam, with a graceful curve in her bows, and masts which were taller than any that I had seen on such a boat on the Solent. She was decked over in front, but very deep in the after part, with ropes fixed all round the sides to secure kegs when the hold should be full. In the midst of this after deck the mariners had built a strong stall, in which my good steed was standing, with a bucketful of oats in front of him. My old friend shoved his nose against my face as I came aboard, and neighed his pleasure at finding his master once more. We were still exchanging caresses when the grizzled head of Silas Bolitho, the mate, popped out of the cabin hatchway. "We're fairly on our way now, Captain Clarke," said he. "The breeze has fallen away to nothing, as you can see, and we may be some time in running down to our port. Are you not a-weary?" "I am a little tired," I confessed. "My head is throbbing from the crack I got when that hawser of yours dashed me from my saddle." "An hour or two of sleep will make you as fresh as a Mother Carey's chicken," said the smuggler. "Your horse is well cared for, and you can leave him without fear. I will set a man to tend him, though, truth to say, the rogues know more about studding sails and halyards than they do of steeds and their requirements. Yet no harm can come to him, so you had best come down and turn in." I descended the steep stairs which led down into the low-roofed cabin of the lugger. On either side a recess in the wall had been fitted up as a couch. "This is your bed," said he, pointing to one of them. "We shall call you if there be aught to report." I needed no second invitation, but flinging myself down without undressing, I sank in a few minutes into a dreamless sleep, which neither the gentle motion of the boat nor the clank of feet above my head could break off. End of chapter 23, part 2.
Section 26 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 24 of the Welcome That Met Me at Badminton. When I opened my eyes, I had some ado to recall where I was, but on sitting up it was brought home to me by my head striking the low ceiling with a sharp rap. On the other side of the cabin, Silas Bolitho was stretched at full length, with a red woolen nightcap upon his head, fast asleep and snoring. In the centre of the cabin hung a swing table, much worn and stained all over with the marks of countless glasses and pannikins. A wooden bench, screwed to the floor, completed the furniture, with the exception of a stand of muskets along one side. Above and below the berths in which we lay were rows of lockers, in which doubtless some of the more choice laces and silks were stowed. The vessel was rising and falling with a gentle motion, but from the flapping of canvas I judged that there was little wind. Slipping quietly from my couch, so as not to wake the mate, I stole upon deck. We were, I found, not only becalmed, but hemmed in by a dense fog-bank, which rolled in thick, choking wreaths all round us, and hid the very water beneath us. We might have been a ship of the air, riding upon a white cloud-bank. Now and anon a little puff of breeze caught the foresail and bellied it out for a moment, only to let it flap back against the mast, limp and slack once more. A sunbeam would at times break through the dense cloud, and would spangle the dead grey wall with a streak of rainbow colour. But the haze would gather in again and shut off the bright invader. Covenant was staring right and left with great questioning eyes. The crew were gathered along the bulwarks and smoking their pipes while they peered out into the dense fog. "God den, Captain," said Daikin, touching his fur cap, "we have had a rare run while the breeze lasted, and the mate reckoned before he turned in that we were not many miles from Bristol town." "In that case, my good fellow," I answered, "ye can set me ashore, for I have not far to go." "We must even wait till the fog lifts," said Long John. "There's only one place along here, d'ye see, where we can land cargoes unquestioned. When it clears we shall turn her head for it, but until we can take our bearings it is anxious work with the sands under our lee." "Keep a look out there, Tom Baldock," cried Daikin to a man in the bows. "We are in the track of every Bristol ship, and though there's so little wind, a high sparred craft might catch a breeze which we miss." "Sh!" said Long John suddenly, holding up his hand in warning. "Sh!" We listened with all our ears, but there was no sound save the gentle wash of the unseen waves against our sides. "Call the mate," whispered the seaman. "There's a craft close by us. I heard the rattle of a rope upon her deck." Silas Bolitho was up in an instant, and we all stood straining our ears and peering through the dense fog bank. We had well nigh made up our minds that it was a false alarm, and the mate was turning back in no very good humour, when a clear loud bell sounded 7 times quite close to us, followed by a shrill whistle and a confused shouting and stamping. "It's a king's ship," growled the mate. "That's 7 bells, and the boatswain is turning out the watch below." "It was on our quarter," whispered one. "Nay, I think it was on our larboard side," said another. The mate held up his hand, and we all listened for some fresh sign of the whereabouts of our scurvy neighbour. The wind had freshened a little, and we were slipping through the water at 4 or 5 knots an hour. Of a sudden a hoarse voice was heard roaring at our very side. "'Bout ship!" it shouted. "Bear a hand on the lee braces there! Stand by the halyards! Bear a hand, ye lazy rogues, or I'll be among ye with my cane, with a wannion to ye!" "It is a king's ship, sure enough, and she lies just there," said Long John, pointing out over the quarter. "Merchant adventurers have civil tongues. It's your blue-coated, gold-braided, swivel-eyed quarter-deckers that talk of canes. Ha! Did I not tell ye?" As he spoke, the white screen of vapour rolled up like the curtain in a playhouse, and uncovered a stately warship, lying so close that we could have thrown a biscuit aboard. Her long, lean, black hull rose and fell with a slow, graceful rhythm, while her beautiful spars and snow-white sails shot aloft until they were lost in the wreaths of fog which still hung around her. 9 bright brass cannons peeped out at us from her portholes. Above the line of hammocks, which hung like carded wool along her bulwarks, we could see the heads of the seamen staring down at us and pointing us out to each other. On the high poop stood an elderly officer with cocked hat and trim white wig, who at once whipped up his glass and gazed at us through it. "Ahoy there!" he shouted, leaning over the taffrail. "What lugger is that?" "The Lucy," answered the mate, "bound from Portlock Quay to Bristol, with hides and tallow. Stand ready to tack," he added in a lower voice. "The fog is coming down again." "Ye have one of the hides with the horse still in it," cried the officer. "Run down under our counter. We must have a closer look at ye." "Aye, aye, sir," said the mate, and putting his helm hard down, the boom swung across, and the Maria darted off like a scared seabird into the fog. Looking back, there was nothing but a dim loom to show where we had left the great vessel. We could hear, however, the hoarse shouting of orders and the bustle of men. "Look out for squalls, lads," cried the mate. "He'll let us have it now." He had scarcely spoken before there were a half a dozen throbs of flame in the mist behind, and as many balls sung among our rigging. One cut away the end of the yard and left it dangling. Another grazed the bowsprit, and sent a puff of white splinters into the air. "Warm work, captain, eh?" said old Silas, rubbing his hands. "Zounds, they shoot better in the dark than ever they did in the light. There have been more shots fired at this lugger than she could carry were she loaded with them, and yet they never so much as knocked the paint off her before. There they go again." A fresh discharge burst from the man of war, but this time they had lost all trace of us, and were firing by guess. "That is their last bark, sir," said Dicon. "No fear, they'll blaze away for the rest of the day," growled another of the smugglers. "Why, Lord bless ye, it's good exercise for the crew, and the munition is the king's, so it don't cost nobody a groat." "It's well the breeze freshened," said Long John. "I heard the creak of davits just after the first discharge. She was lowering her boats, or I'm a Dutchman." "The better for you if you was, you 7-foot stockfish," cried my enemy the cooper, whose aspect was not improved by a great strip of plaster over his eye. "You might have learned something better than to pull on a rope, or to swab decks like a vrow all your life." "I'll set you adrift in one of your own barrels, you skin of lard," said the seaman. "How often are we to trounce you before we knock the sauce out of you?" "The fog lifts a little towards the land," Silas remarked. "Methinks I see the loom of St. Austin's Point. It rises there upon the starboard bow." "There it is, sure enough, sir," cried one of the seamen, pointing to a dark cape which cut into the mist. "Steer for the 3-fathom creek then," said the mate. "When we are on the other side of the point, Captain Clarke, we shall be able to land your horse and yourself. You will then be within a few hours' ride of your destination." I led the old seaman aside, and having thanked him for the kindness which he had shown me, I spoke to him of the gauger, and implored him to use his influence to save the man. "It rests with Captain Venables," said he gloomily. "If we let him go, what becomes of our cave?" "Is there no way of ensuring his silence?" I asked. "Well, we might ship him to the plantations," said the mate. "We could take him to the Texel with us, and get Captain Donders or some other to give him a lift across the Western Ocean." "Do so," said I, "and I shall take care that King Monmouth shall hear of the help which ye have given his messenger." "Well, we should be there in a brace of shakes," he remarked. "Let us go below and load your ground tier, for there is nothing like starting well trimmed with plenty of ballast in the hold." Following the sailor's advice, I went down with him, and enjoyed a rude but plentiful meal. By the time that we had finished, the lugger had been run into a narrow creek, with shelving sandy banks on either side. The district was wild and marshy, with few signs of any inhabitants. With much coaxing and pushing, Covenant was induced to take to the water, and swam easily ashore, while I followed in the smuggler's dinghy. A few words of rough, kindly leave-taking were shouted after me. I saw the dinghy return, and the beautiful craft glided out to sea, and faded away once more into the mists which still hung over the face of the water. Truly Providence works in strange ways, my children, and until a man comes to the autumn of his days, he can scarce say what hath been ill luck and what hath been good. For of all the seeming misfortunes which have befallen me during my wandering life, there is not one which I have not come to look upon as a blessing. And if you once take this into your hearts, it is a mighty help in enabling you to meet all troubles with a stiff lip. For why should a man grieve when he hath not yet determined whether what hath chanced may not prove to be a cause of rejoicing? Now here ye will perceive that I began by being dashed upon a stony road, beaten, kicked, and finally well nigh put to death in mistake for another. Yet it ended in my being safely carried to my journey's end, whereas had I gone by land, it is more than likely that I should have been cut off at Weston. For as I heard afterwards, a troop of horse were making themselves very active in those parts by blocking the roads and seizing all who came that way. Being now alone, my first care was to bathe my face and hands in a stream which ran down to the sea, and to wipe away any trace of my adventures of the night before. My cut was but a small one, and was concealed by my hair. Having reduced myself to some sort of order, I next rubbed down my horse as best I could, and rearranged his girth and his saddle. I then led him by the bridle to the top of a sand hill hard by, whence I might gain some idea as to my position. The fog lay thick upon the channel, but all inland was very clear and bright. Along the coast the country was dreary and marshy, but at the other side a goodly extent of fertile plain lay before me, well tilled and cared for. A range of lofty hills, which I guessed to be the Mendips, bordered the whole skyline, and further north there lay a second chain in the blue distance. The glittering Avon wound its way over the countryside like a silver snake in a flower bed. Close to its mouth, and not more than 2 leagues from where I stood, rose the spires and towers of stately Bristol, the Queen of the West, which was and still may be the second city in the kingdom. The forests of masts which shot up like a pine grove above the roofs of the houses bore witness to the great trade both with Ireland and with the plantations which had built up so flourishing a city. As I knew that the Duke's seat was miles on the Gloucestershire side of the city, and as I feared lest I might be arrested and examined should I attempt to pass the gates, I struck inland with intent to ride round the walls and so avoid the peril. The path which I followed led me into a country lane, which in turn opened into a broad highway crowded with travellers, both on horseback and on foot. As the troublous times required that a man should journey with his arms, there was naught in my outfit to excite remark, and I was able to jog on among the other horsemen without question or suspicion. From their appearance they were, I judged, country farmers or squires for the most part, who were riding into Bristol to hear the news and to store away their things of price in a place of safety. "By your leave, sir," said a burly, heavy-faced man in a velveteen jacket, riding up upon my bridle arm. "Can you tell me whether his Grace of Beaufort is in Bristol or at his house of Badminton?" I answered that I could not tell, but that I was myself bound for his presence. "He was in Bristol yestreen a drilling of the train bands," said the stranger. "But indeed his Grace be that loyal and works that hard for his Majesty's cause that he's a lower the country, and it is but chance work for to try and to catch him. But if you are about to seek him, whither shall you go?" "I will to Badminton," I answered, "and await him there. Can you tell me the way?" "What, not know the way to Badminton?" he cried, with a blank stare of wonder. "Why, I thought all the world knew that. You're not from Wales or the border countries, sir, that be very clear." "I am a Hampshire man," said I. "I have come some distance to see the Duke." "Ay, so I should think," he cried, laughing loudly. "If you don't know the way to Badminton, you don't know much. But I'll go with you, danged if I don't, and I'll show you your road, and run my chance of finding the Duke there. What be your name?" "Micah Clarke is my name." "And Vermer Brown is mine. John Brown by the register, but better knowed as the Varmer. Take this turn to the right off the high road. Now we can trot our beasts and not be smothered in other folks' dust. And what be you going to Beaufort for?" "On private matters, which will not brook discussion," I answered. "Lord, now, affairs of state belike," said he, with a whistle. "Well, a still tongue saves many a neck. I'm a cautious man myself, and these be times when I wouldna whisper some of my thoughts, no, not into the ears of my old brown mare here, for fear I'd see her some day standing over against me in the witness box." "They seem very busy over there," I remarked, for we were now in full sight of the walls of Bristol, where gangs of men were working hard with pick and shovel, improving the defences. "Aye, they be busy sure enough, making ready in case the rebels come this road. Cromwell and his tawnies found it a rasper in my father's time, and Monmouth is like to do the same." "It hath a strong garrison too," said I, bethinking me of Saxon's advice at Salisbury. "I see 2 or 3 regiments out yonder on the bare open space." "They have 4,000 foot and 1,000 horse," the farmer answered, "but the foot are only train bands, and there's no trusting them after Axminster. They say up here that the rebels run to nigh 20,000, and that they give no quarter. Well, if we must have civil war, I hope it may be hot and sudden, not spun out for a dozen years like the last one. If our throats are to be cut, let it be with a sharp knife and not with a blunt head shears." "What say you to a stoup of cider?" I asked, for we were passing an ivy-clad inn with the Beaufort arms printed upon the sign. "With all my heart, lad," my companion answered. "Ho there! 2 pints of the old hard brewed. That will serve to wash the dust down. The real Beaufort arms is up yonder at Badminton, for at the buttery hatch one may call for what one will in reason and never put hand to pocket." "You speak of the house as though you knew it well," said I. "And who should know it better?" asked the sturdy farmer, wiping his lips, as we resumed our journey. "Why, it seems but yesterday that I played hide and seek with my brothers in the old Boteler castle that stood where the new house of Badminton, or Acton Turville, as some calls it, now stands. The Duke hath built it but a few years, and indeed his dukedom itself is scarce older. There are some who think that he would have done better to stick by the old name that his forebears bore." "What manner of man is the Duke?" I asked. "Hot and hasty, like all of his blood. Yet when he hath time to think, and hath cooled down, he is just in the main. Your horse hath been in the water this morning, friend?" "Yes," said I shortly, "he hath had a bath." "I am going to his Grace on the business of a horse," quoth my companion. "His officers have pressed my piebald 4-year-old and taken it with your leave, or by your leave, for the use of the King. I would have them know that there is something higher than the Duke, or even than the King. there is the English law, which will preserve a man's goods and his chattels. I would do aught in reason for King James's service, but my piebald 4-year-old is too much. I fear that the needs of the public service will override your objection, said I. Why, it is enough to make a man a Whig, he cried. Even the Roundheads always paid their ver penny for every pennyworth they had, though they wanted a fair pennyworth for each penny. I have heard my father say that trade was never so brisk as in '46, when they were down this way. Old Noll had a noose of hemp ready for horse stealers, were they for king or for parliament. But here comes his Grace's carriage, if I mistake not. As he spoke, a great heavy yellow coach, drawn by 6 cream-coloured Flemish mares, dashed down the road, and came swiftly towards us. 2 mounted lackeys galloped in front, and 2 others, all in light blue and silver liveries, rode on either side. His Grace is not within, else there had been an escort behind, said the farmer, as we reined our horses aside to let the carriage pass. As they swept by, he shouted out a question as to whether the Duke was at Badminton, and received a nod from the stately, bewigged coachman in reply. "We are in luck to catch him," said Farmer Brown. "He's as hard to find these days as a crake in a wheat field. We should be there in an hour or less. I must thank you that I did not take a fruitless journey into Bristol. What did you say your errand was?" I was again compelled to assure him that the matter was not one of which I could speak with a stranger, on which he appeared to be huffed, and rode for some miles without opening his mouth. Groves of trees lined the road on either side, and the sweet smell of pines was in our nostrils. Far away the musical pealing of a bell rose and fell on the hot, close summer air. The shelter of the branches was pleasant, for the sun was very strong, blazing down out of a cloudless heaven, and raising a haze from the fields and valleys. "'Tis the bell from Chipping Sodbury," said my companion at last, wiping his ruddy face. "That's Sodbury Church yonder over the brow of the hill, and here on the right is the entrance of Badminton Park. High iron gates, with the leopard and griffin, which are the supporters of the Beaufort arms, fixed on the pillars which flank them, opened into a beautiful domain of lawn and grassland, with clumps of trees scattered over it, and broad sheets of water, thick with wild fowl. At every turn, as we rode up the winding avenue, some new beauty caught our eyes, all of which were pointed out and expounded by Farmer Brown, who seemed to take as much pride in the place as though it belonged to him. Here it was a rookery, where 1,000 bright-coloured stones shone out through the ferns and creepers which had been trained over them. There it was a pretty prattling brook, the channel of which had been turned so as to make it come foaming down over a steep ledge of rocks. Or perhaps it was some statue of nymph or sylvan god, or some artfully built arbour overgrown with roses or honeysuckle. I have never seen grounds so tastefully laid out, and it was done, as all good work in art must be done, by following nature so closely that it only differed from her handiwork in its profusion in so narrow a compass. A few years later, our healthy English taste was spoiled by the pedant gardening of the Dutch, with their straight flat ponds and their trees all clipped and in a line like vegetable grenadiers. In truth, I think that the Prince of Orange and Sir William Temple had much to answer for in working this change. But things have now come round again, I understand, and we have ceased to be wiser than nature in our pleasure grounds. As we drew near the house, we came on a large extent of level sward, on which a troop of horse were exercising, who were raised, as my companion informed me, entirely from the Duke's own personal attendants. Passing them, we rode through a grove of rare trees, and came out on a broad space of gravel, which lay in front of the house. The building itself was of great extent, built after the new Italian fashion, rather for comfort than for defence. But on one wing there remained, as my companion pointed out, a portion of the old keep and battlements of the feudal castle of the Botelers, looking as out of place as a farthingale of Queen Elizabeth joined to a court dress fresh from Paris. The main doorway was led up to by lines of columns and a broad flight of marble steps, on which stood a group of footmen and grooms who took our horses when we dismounted. A grey-haired steward or major-domo inquired our business, and on learning that we wished to see the Duke in person, he told us that his Grace would give audience to strangers in the afternoon at 3:30 by the clock. In the meantime, he said that the guests' dinner had just been laid in the hall, and it was his master's wish that none who came to Badminton should depart hungry. My companion and I were but too glad to accept the steward's invitation. So, having visited the bathroom and attended to the needs of the toilet, we followed a footman who ushered us into a great room where the company had already assembled. The guests may have numbered 50 or 60, old and young, gentle and simple, of the most varied types and appearance. I observed that many of them cast haughty and inquiring glances round them, in the pauses between the dishes, as though each marvelled how he came to be a member of so motley a crew. Their only common feature appeared to be the devotion which they showed to the platter and the wine flagon. There was little talking, for there were few who knew their neighbours. Some were soldiers who had come to offer their swords and their services to the King's lieutenant. Others were merchants from Bristol with some proposal or suggestion anent the safety of their property. There were 2 or 3 officials of the city who had come out to receive instructions as to its defence, while here and there I marked the child of Israel who had found his way there in the hope that in times of trouble he might find high interest and noble borrowers. Horse dealers, saddlers, armourers, surgeons, and clergymen completed the company, who were waited upon by a staff of powdered and liveried servants, who brought and removed the dishes with the silence and deftness of long training. The room was a contrast to the bare plainness of Sir Stephen Timewell's dining hall at Taunton, for it was richly panelled and highly decorated all round. The floor was formed of black and white marble, set in squares, and the walls were of polished oak, and bore a long line of paintings of the Somerset family, from John of Gaunt downwards. The ceiling, too, was tastefully painted with flowers and nymphs, so that a man's neck was stiff ere he had done admiring it. At the further end of the hall yawned a great fireplace of white marble, with the lions and lilies of the Somerset arms carved in oak above it, and a long gilt scroll bearing the family motto, Mutare vel timere sperno. The massive tables at which we sat were loaded with silver chargers and candelabra, and bright with the rich plate for which Badminton was famous. I could not but think that, if Saxon could clap eyes upon it, he would not be long in urging that the war be carried on in this direction. After dinner, we were all shown into a small antechamber, set round with velvet settees, where we were to wait till the Duke was ready to see us. In the centre of this room there stood several cases, glass-topped and lined with silk, wherein were little steel and iron rods, with brass tubes and divers other things, very bright and ingenious, though I could not devise for what end they had been put together. A gentleman in waiting came round with paper and inkhorn, making notes of our names and of our business. Him I asked whether it might not be possible for me to have an entirely private audience. His Grace never sees in private, he replied. He has ever his chosen counsellors and officers in attendance. But the business is one which is only fit for his own ear, I urged. His Grace holds that there is no business fit only for his own ear, said the gentleman. You must arrange matters as best you can when you are shown in to him. I will promise, however, that your request be carried to him, though I warn you that it cannot be granted. I thanked him for his good offices, and turned away with the farmer to look at the strange little engines within the cases. What is it? I asked. I have never seen aught that was like it. It is the work of the mad Marquis of Worcester, quoth he. He was the Duke's grandfather. He was ever making and devising such toys, but they were never of any service to himself or to others. Now look ye here. This with the wheels were called the water engine, and it was his crazy thought that, by heating the water in that ere kettle, he might make the wheels go round, and thereby travel along iron bars quicker nor a horse could run. Oons, I'd match my old brown mare against all such contrivances to the end of time. But to our places, for the Duke is coming. We had scarce taken our seats with the other suitors when the folding doors were flung open, and a stout, thick, short man of 50 or thereabouts came bustling into the room, and strode down it between two lines of bowing clients. He had large projecting blue eyes, with great pouches of skin beneath them, and a yellow, sallow visage. At his heels walked a dozen officers and men of rank, with flowing wigs and clanking swords. They had hardly passed through the opposite door into the Duke's own room, when the gentleman with the list called out a name, and the guests began one after the other to file into the great man's presence. Methinks his Grace is in no very gentle temper, quoth Farmer Brown. Did you not mark how he gnawed his nether lip as he passed? He seemed a quiet gentleman enough, I answered. It would try Job himself to see all these folk of an afternoon. Hark at that, he whispered, raising his finger. As he spoke, the sound of the Duke's voice, in a storm of wrath, was heard from the inner chamber, and a little sharp-faced man came out and flew through the antechamber as though fright had turned his head. He is an armourer of Bristol, whispered one of my neighbours. It is likely that the Duke cannot come to terms with him over a contract. Nay, said another, he supplied Sir Marmaduke Hyson's troop with sabres, and it is said that the blades will bend as though they were lead. Once used, they can never be fitted back into the scabbard again. The tall man who goes in now is an inventor, quoth the first. He hath the secret of some very grievous fire, such as hath been used by the Greeks against the Turks in the Levant, which he desires to sell for the better fortifying of Bristol. The Greek fire seemed to be in no great request with the Duke, for the inventor came out presently with his face as red as though it had been touched by his own compound. The next upon the list was my honest friend the farmer. The angry tones which greeted him promised badly for the fate of the 4-year-old, but a lull ensued, and the farmer came out and resumed his seat, rubbing his great red hands with satisfaction. "Ecod," he whispered, "he was plaguely hot at first, but he soon came round, and he hath promised that if I pay for the hire of a dragoner as long as the war shall last, I shall have back the piebald. I had been sitting all this time wondering how in the world I was to conduct my business among the swarm of suppliants and the crowd of officers who were attending the Duke. Had there been any likelihood of my gaining audience with him in any other way, I should gladly have adopted it, but all my endeavours to that end had been useless. Unless I took this occasion, I might never come face to face with him at all. But how could he give due thought or discussion to such a matter before others? What chance was there of his weighing it as it should be weighed? Even if his feelings inclined him that way, he dared not show any sign of wavering when so many eyes were upon him. I was tempted to feign some other reason for my coming, and trust to fortune to give me some more favourable chance for handing him my papers. But then that chance might never arrive, and time was pressing. It was said that he would return to Bristol next morning. On the whole, it seemed best that I should make the fittest use I could of my present position, in the hope that the Duke's own discretion and self-command might, when he saw the address upon my dispatches, lead to a more private interview. I had just come to this resolution when my name was read out, on which I rose and advanced into the inner chamber. It was a small but lofty room, hung in blue silk, with a broad gold cornice. In the centre was a square table littered over with piles of papers, and behind this sat his Grace, with full-bottomed wig rolling down to his shoulders, very stately and imposing. He had the same subtle air of the court which I had observed both in Monmouth and in Sir Gervas, which, with his high bold features and large piercing eyes, marked him as a leader of men. His private scrivener sat beside him, taking notes of his directions, while the others stood behind in a half circle, or took snuff together in the deep recess of the window. "Make a note of Smithson's order," he said, as I entered. 100 pots, and as many fronts and backs, to be ready by Tuesday. Also 60 snaphances for the musketeers, and 200 extra spades for the workers. Mark that the order be declared null and void, unless fulfilled within the time appointed. "It is so marked, your Grace." "Captain Micah Clarke," said the Duke, reading from the list in front of him. "What is your wish, Captain?" "One which it would be better if I could deliver privately to your Grace," I answered. "Ah, you are he who desired private audience? Well, Captain, these are my counsel, and they are as myself, so we may look upon ourselves as alone. What I may hear, they may hear. Zounds, man! Never stammer and boggle, but out with it." My request had roused the interest of the company, and those who were in the window came over to the table. Nothing could have been worse for the success of my mission, and yet there was no help for it but to deliver my dispatches. I can say with a clear conscience, without any vainglory, that I had no fears for myself. The doing of my duty was the one thought in my mind. And here I may say once for all, my dear children, that I am speaking of myself all through this statement with the same freedom as though it were another man. In very truth, the strong, active lad of 21 was another man from the grey-headed old fellow who sits in the chimney corner and can do naught better than tell old tales to the youngsters. Shallow water gives a great splash, and so a braggart has ever been contemptible in my eyes. I trust, therefore, that ye will never think that your grandad is singing his own praises, or setting himself up as better than his neighbours. I do but lay the facts, as far as I can recall them, before you with all freedom and with all truth. My short delay and hesitation had sent a hot flush of anger into the Duke's face, so I drew the packet of papers from my inner pocket and handed them to him with a respectful bow. As his eyes fell upon the superscription, he gave a sudden start of surprise and agitation, making a motion as though to hide them in his bosom. If this were his impulse, he overcame it, and sat lost in thought for a minute or more with the papers in his hand. Then, with a quick toss of the head, like a man who hath formed his resolution, he broke the seals and cast his eyes over the contents, which he then threw down upon the table with a bitter laugh. "What think ye, gentlemen?" he cried, looking round with scornful eyes. "What think ye this private message hath proved to be? It is a letter from the traitor Monmouth, calling upon me to resign the allegiance of my natural sovereign, and to draw my sword in his behalf. If I do this, I am to have his gracious favour and protection. If not, I incur sequestration, banishment, and ruin. He thinks Beaufort's loyalty is to be bought like a packman's ware, or bullied out of him by ruffling words. The descendant of John of Gaunt is to render fealty to the brat of a wandering playwoman." Several of the company sprang to their feet, and a general buzz of surprise and anger greeted the Duke's words. He sat with bent brows, beating his foot against the ground, and turning over the papers upon the table. "What hath raised his hopes to such mad heights?" he cried. "How doth he presume to send such a missive to one of my quality? Is it because he hath seen the backs of a parcel of rascally militiamen, and because he hath drawn a few hundred chawbacons from the plough's tail to his standard, that he ventures to hold such language to the President of Wales? But ye will be my witnesses as to the spirit in which I received it." "We can preserve your grace from all danger of slander on that point," said an elderly officer, while a murmur of assent from the others greeted the remark. "And you," cried Beaufort, raising his voice and turning his flashing eyes upon me, "who are you that dare to bring such a message to Badminton? You had surely taken leave of your senses ere you did set out upon such an errand." "I am in the hands of God here as elsewhere," I answered, with some flash of my father's fatalism. "I have done what I promised to do, and the rest is no concern of mine." "You shall find it a very close concern of thine," he shouted, springing from his chair and pacing up and down the room, "so close as to put an end to all thy other concerns in this life. Call in the halberdiers from the outer hall. Now, fellow, what have you to say for yourself?" "There is naught to be said," I answered. "But something to be done," he retorted in a fury. "Seize this man and secure his hands." 4 halberdiers, who had answered the summons, closed in upon me and laid hands on me. Resistance would have been folly, for I had no wish to harm the men in the doing of their duty. I had come to take my chance, and if that chance should prove to be death, as seemed likely enough at present, it must be met as a thing foreseen. I thought of those old-time lines which Master Chillingfoot of Petersfield had ever held up to our admiration: "Non civium ardor prava jubentium, non voltus instantis tyranni, mente quantit solida." Here was the vultus instantis tyranny in this stout, bewigged, lace-covered, yellow-faced man in front of me. I had obeyed the poet in so far that my courage had not been shaken. I confess that this spinning dust-heap of a world has never had such attractions for me that it would be a pang to leave it. Never, at least, until my marriage, and that, you will find, alters your thoughts about the value of your life, and many other of your thoughts as well. This being so, I stood erect, with my eyes fixed upon the angry nobleman, while his soldiers were putting the gyves about my wrists. End of section 26. Section 27 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 25 of Strange Doings in the Boteler Dungeon. "Take down this fellow's statement," said the Duke to his scrivener. "Now, sirrah, it may not be known to you that his gracious Majesty the King hath conferred plenary powers upon me during these troubled times, and that I have his warrant to deal with all traitors without either jury or judge. You do bear a commission, I understand, in the rebellious body which is here described as Saxon's regiment of Wiltshire foot. Speak the truth for your neck's sake." "I will speak the truth for the sake of something higher than that, your grace," I answered. "I command a company in that regiment." "And who is this Saxon?" "I will answer all that I may concerning myself," said I, "but not a word which may reflect upon others." "Ha!" he roared, hot with anger. "Our pretty gentleman must needs stand upon the niceties of honour, after taking up arms against his king. I tell you, sir, that your honour is in such a parlous state already that you may well throw it over and look to your safety. The sun is sinking in the west. Ere it set, your life too may have set for ever." "I am the keeper of my own honour, your grace," I answered. "As to my life, I should not be standing here this moment if I had any great dread of losing it. It is right that I should tell you that my colonel hath sworn to exact a return for any evil that may befall me, on you or any of your household who may come into his power. This I say, not as a threat, but as a warning, for I know him to be a man who is like to be as good as his word. Your colonel, as you call him, may find it hard enough to save himself soon," the Duke answered with a sneer. "How many men hath Monmouth with him?" I smiled and shook my head. "How shall we make this traitor find his tongue?" he asked furiously, turning to his council. "I should clap on the thumbikins," said one fierce-faced old soldier. "I have known a lighted match between the fingers work wonders," another suggested. "Sir Thomas Dalzell hath in the Scottish war been able to win over several of that most stubborn and hardened race, the Western Covenanters, by such persuasion." "Sir Thomas Dalzell," said a grey-haired gentleman, clad in black velvet, "hath studied the art of war among the Muscovites, in their barbarous and bloody encounters with the Turks. God forbid that we Christians of England should seek our examples among the skin-clad idolaters of a savage country. Sir William would like to see war carried out on truly courteous principles," said the first speaker. "A battle should be like a stately minuet, with no loss of dignity or of etiquette." "Sir," the other answered hotly, "I have been in battles when you were in your baby linen, and I handled a batoon when you could scarce shake a rattle. In leaguer or onfall a soldier's work is sharp and stern, but I say that the use of torture, which the law of England hath abolished, should also be laid aside by the law of nations." "Enough, gentlemen, enough," cried the Duke, seeing that the dispute was like to wax warm. "Your opinion, Sir William, hath much weight with us, and yours also, Colonel Hearn. We shall discuss this at greater length in privacy. Halberdiers, remove the prisoner, and let a clergyman be sent to look to his spiritual needs. Shall we take him to the strong room, your grace? Asked the captain of the guard. No, to the old Boteler dungeon, he replied, and I heard the next name upon the list called out, while I was led through a side door with a guard in front and behind me. We passed through endless passages and corridors, with heavy stop and clank of arms, until we reached the ancient wing. Here, in the corner turret, was a small bare room, mouldy and damp, with a high arched roof and a single long slit in the outer wall to admit light. A small wooden couch and a rude chair formed the whole of the furniture. Into this I was shown by the captain, who stationed a guard at the door, and then came in after me and loosened my wrists. He was a sad-faced man, with solemn sunken eyes and a dreary expression, which matched ill with his bright trappings and gay sword knot. "Keep your heart up, friend," said he, in a hollow voice. "It is but a choke and a struggle. A day or two since we had the same job to do, and the man scarcely groaned. Old Spender, the Duke's marshal, hath as sure a trick of tying, and as good judgment in arranging a drop, as hath done of Tyburn. Be of good heart, therefore, for you shall not fall into the hands of a bungler." "I would that I could let Monmouth know that his letters were delivered," I exclaimed, seating myself on the side of the bed. "Ay, faith, they were delivered. Had you been the penny postman of Mr. Robert Murray, of whom we heard so much in London last spring, you could not have handed it in more directly. Why did you not talk the Duke fair? He is a gracious nobleman, and kind of heart, save when he is thwarted or angered. Some little talk as to the rebels' numbers and dispositions might have saved you." "I wonder that you, as a soldier, should speak or think of such a thing," said I coldly. "Well, well, your neck is your own. If it please you to take a leap into nothing, it were pity to thwart you. But his Grace commanded that you should have the chaplain. I must away to him." "I prithee do not bring him," said I. "I am one of a dissenting stock, and I see that there is a Bible in yonder recess. No man can aid me in making my peace with God." "It is well," he answered, "for Dean Hewby hath come over from Chippenham, and he is discoursing with our good chaplain on the need of self-denial," moistening his throat the while with a flask of the prime Tokay. "At dinner I heard him put up thanks for what he was to receive, and in the same breath ask the butler how he dared to serve a deacon of the church with a pullet without truffle dressing. But perhaps you would desire Dean Hewby's spiritual help? No? Well, what can I do for you in reason shall be done, since you will not be long upon our hands. Above all, keep a cheery heart." He left the cell, but presently unlocked the door and pushed his dismal face round the corner. "I am Captain Sinclair of the Duke's household," he said, "should you have occasion to ask for me. You had best have spiritual help, for I do assure you that there hath been something worse than either warder or prisoner in this cell." "What then?" I asked. "Why, marry, nothing less than the devil," he answered, coming in and closing the door. "It was in this way," he went on, sinking his voice. 2 years agone, Hector Marot, the highwayman, was shut up in this very Boteler dungeon. I was myself on guard in the corridor that night, and saw the prisoner at 10 o'clock sitting on that bed, even as you are now. At 12 I had occasion to look in, as my custom is, with the hope of cheering his lonely hours, when lo, He was gone. Yes, you may well stare. Mine eyes had never been off the door, and you can judge what chance there was of his getting through the windows. Walls and floor are both solid stone, which might be solid rock for the thickness. When I entered there was a plaguy smell of brimstone, and the flame of my lanthorn burned blue. Nay, it is no smiling matter. If the devil did not run away with Hector Marot, pray who did? For sure I am that no angel of grace could come to him as to Peter of old. Perchance the evil one may desire a second bird out of the same cage, and so I tell you this, that you may be on your guard against his assaults. Nay, I fear him not, I answered. It is well, croaked the captain. Be not cast down. His head vanished, and the key turned in the creaking lock. So thick were the walls that I could hear no sound after the door was closed, save for the sighing of the wind in the branches of the trees outside the narrow window. All was as silent as the grave within the dungeon. Thus left to myself, I tried to follow Captain Sinclair's advice as to the keeping up of my heart, though his talk was far from being of a cheering nature. In my young days, more particularly among the sectaries with whom I had been brought most in contact, a belief in the occasional appearance of the Prince of Darkness and his interference in bodily form with the affairs of men was widespread and unquestioning. Philosophers in their own quiet chambers may argue learnedly on the absurdity of such things, but in a dim lit dungeon, cut off from the world, with the grey gloaming creeping down, and one's own fate hanging in the balance, it becomes a very different matter. The escape, if the captain's story were true, appeared to border upon the miraculous. I examined the walls of the cell very carefully. They were formed of great square stones cunningly fitted together. The thin slit or window was cut through the centre of a single large block, all over as high as the hand could reach. The face of the walls was covered with letters and legends cut by many generations of captives. The floor was composed of old foot-worn slabs firmly cemented together. The closest search failed to show any hole or cranny where a rat could have escaped, far less a man. It is a very strange thing, my dears, to sit down in cold blood and think that the chances are that within a few hours your pulses will have given their last throb, and your soul have sped away upon its final errand. Strange and very awesome. The man who rideth down into the press of the battle with his jaw set, and his grip tight upon rein and sword hilt, cannot feel this, for the human mind is such that one emotion will ever push out another. Neither can the man who draws slow and catching breaths upon the bed of deadly sickness be said to have experience of it, for the mind, weakened with disease, can but submit, without examining too closely that which it submits to. When, however, a young and hale man sits alone in quiet, and sees present death hanging over him, he hath such food for thought that, should he survive and live to be grey-headed, his whole life will be marked and altered by those solemn hours, as a stream is changed in its course by some rough bank against which it hath struck. Every little fault and blemish stands out clear in the presence of death, as the dust specks appear when the sunbeam shines into the darkened room. I noted them then, and I have, I trust, noted them ever since. I was seated with my head bowed upon my breast, deeply buried in this solemn train of thoughts, when I was startled by hearing a sharp click, such as a man might give who wished to attract attention. I sprang to my feet and gazed round in the gathering gloom, without being able to tell whence it came. I had well nigh persuaded myself that my senses had deceived me, when the sound was repeated louder than before, and casting my eyes upwards, I saw a face peering in at me through the slit, or part of a face rather, for I could but see the eye and corner of the cheek. Standing on my chair, I made out that it was none other than the farmer who had been my companion upon the road. "Hush, lad," he whispered, with a warning forefinger pushed through the narrow crack. "Speak low, or the guard may chance to hear. What can I do for you?" "How did you come to know where I was?" I asked in astonishment. "Whoa, mun," he answered, "I know as much of this 'ere house as Beaufort does himself. Afore Badminton was built, me and my brothers has spent many a day in climbing over the old Boteler tower. It's not the first time that I have spoke through this window. But quick, what can I do for you?" "I am much beholden to you, sir," I answered, "but I fear that there is no help which you can give me, unless indeed you could convey news to my friends in the army of what hath befallen me." "I might do that," whispered Farmer Brown. "Hark ye in your ear, lad, what I never breathed to man yet. Mine own conscience pricks me at times over this bolstering up of a papist to rule over a Protestant nation. Let like rule like, say I. At the 'lections I rode to Sudbury, and I put in my vote for Master Evans of Turnford, who was in favour of the exclusionists. Sure enough, if that same bill had been carried, the Duke would be sitting on his father's throne. The law would have said yes. Now it says nay. A wonderful thing is the law with its yea, yea, and nay, nay, like Barclay, the Quaker man, that came down here in a leather suit and called the parson a steepleman. There's the law. It's no use shooting at it or passing pikes through it. No, nor charging at it with a troop of horse. If it begins by saying nay, it will say nay to the end of the chapter. Ye might as well fight with the book of Genesis. Let Monmouth get the law changed, and it will do more for him than all the dukes in England. For all that he's a Protestant, and I would do what I might to serve him." "There is a Captain Lockerby who is serving in Colonel Saxon's regiment in Monmouth's army," said I. "Should things go wrong with me, I would take it as a great kindness if you would bear him my love, and ask him to break it gently, by word or by letter, to those at Havant. If I were sure that this would be done, it would be a great ease to my mind." "It shall be done, lad," said the good farmer. "I shall send my best man and fleetest horse this very night, that they may know the straits in which you are. I have a file here, if it would help you." "Nay," I answered, "human aid can do little to help me here. There used to be a hole in the roof. Look up and see if you can see aught of it." "It arches high above my head," I answered, looking upwards, "but there is no sign of any opening." "There was one," he repeated. "My brother Roger hath swung himself down with a rope. In the old time the prisoners were put in so, like Joseph into the pit. The door is but a new thing." "Hole or no hole, it cannot help me," I answered. "I have no means of climbing to it. Do not wait longer, kind friend, or you may find yourself in trouble." "Good bye, then, my brave heart," he whispered, and the honest grey eye and the corner of ruddy cheek disappeared from the casement. Many a time during the course of the long evening I glanced up with some wild hope that he might return, and every creak of the branches outside brought me on to the chair. But it was the last that I saw of Farmer Brown. This kindly visit, short as it was, relieved my mind greatly, for I had a trusty man's word that, come what might, my friends should at least have some news of my fate. It was now quite dark, and I was pacing up and down the little chamber, when the key turned in the door, and the captain entered with a rushlight and a great bowl of bread and milk. "Here is your supper, friend," said he. "Take it down, appetite or no, for it will give you strength to play the man at the time ye wot of. They say it was beautiful to see my Lord Russell die upon Tower Hill. Be of good cheer. Folk may say as much of you. His Grace is in a terrible way. He walketh up and down, and biteth his lip, and clencheth his hands like one who can scarce contain his wrath. It may not be against you, but I know not what else can have angered him." I made no answer to this Job's comforter, so he presently left me, placing the bowl upon the chair, with the rushlight beside it. I finished the food, and feeling the better for it, stretched myself upon the couch, and fell into a heavy and dreamless sleep. This may have lasted 3 or 4 hours, when I was suddenly awoken by a sound like the creaking of hinges. Sitting up on the pallet, I gazed around me. The rushlight had burned out, and the cell was impenetrably dark. A greyish glimmer at one end showed dimly the position of the aperture, but all else was thick and black. I strained my ears, but no further sound fell upon them. Yet I was certain that I had not been deceived, and that the noise which had roused me was within my very chamber. I rose and felt my way slowly round the room, passing my hand over the walls and door. Then I paced backwards and forwards to test the flooring. Neither around me nor beneath me was there any change. Whence did this sound come from then? I sat down upon the side of the bed, and waited patiently in the hope of hearing it once again. Presently it was repeated, a low groaning and creaking, as though a door or shutter long disused was being slowly and stealthily opened. At the same time a dull yellow light streamed down from above, issuing from a thin slit in the centre of the arched roof above me. Slowly, as I watched it, this slit widened and extended as if a sliding panel were being pulled out, until a good-sized hole was left, through which I saw a head looking down at me, outlined against the mighty light behind it. The knotted end of a rope was passed through this aperture, and came dangling down to the dungeon floor. It was a good stout piece of hemp, strong enough to bear the weight of a heavy man, and I found, upon pulling at it, that it was firmly secured above. Clearly it was the desire of my unknown benefactor that I should ascend by it. So I went up hand over hand, and after some difficulty in squeezing my shoulders through the hole, I succeeded in reaching the room above. While I was still rubbing my eyes after the sudden change from darkness into light, the rope was swiftly whisked up, and the sliding shutter closed once more. To those who were not in the secret, there was nothing to throw light upon my disappearance. I found myself in the presence of a stout, short man, clad in a rude jerkin and leather breeches, which gave him somewhat the appearance of a groom. He wore a broad felt hat drawn down very low over his eyes, while the lower part of his face was swathed round with a broad cravat. In his hand he bore a horn lanthorn, by the light of which I saw that the room in which we were was of the same size as the dungeon beneath, and differed from it only in having a broad casement which looked out upon the park. There was no furniture in the chamber, but a great beam ran across it, to which the rope had been fastened, by which I ascended. "Speak low, friend," said the stranger. "The walls are thick, and the doors are close, yet I would not have your guardians know by what means you have been spirited away." "Truly, sir," I answered, "I can scarce credit that it is other than a dream. It is wondrous that my dungeon should be so easily broken into, and more wondrous still that I should find a friend who would be willing to risk so much for my sake." "Look there," quoth he, holding down his lanthorn so as to cast its light on the part of the floor where the panel was fitted. "Can you not see how old and crumbled is the stonework which surrounds it? This opening in the roof is as old as the dungeon itself, and older far than the door by which you were led into it, for this was one of those bottle-shaped cells, or obliquettes, which hard men of old devised for the safe keeping of their captives. Once lowered through this hole into the stone-girt pit, a man might eat his heart out, for his fate was sealed. Yet you see that the very device which once hindered escape has now brought freedom within your reach." "Thanks to your clemency, your grace," I answered, looking keenly at my companion. "Now out on these disguises!" he cried, peevishly pushing back the broad-edged hat and disclosing, as I expected, the features of the Duke. "Even a blunt soldier lad can see through my attempts at concealment. I fear, Captain, that I should make a bad plotter, for my nature is as open, well, as thine is. I cannot better the simile." "Your Grace's voice once heard is not easily forgot," said I. "Especially when it talks of hemp and dungeons," he answered with a smile. "But if I clapped you into prison, you must confess that I have made you amends by pulling you out again at the end of my line, like a minnow out of a bottle. But how came you to deliver such papers in the presence of my council?" "I did what I could to deliver them in private," said I. "I sent you a message to that effect." "It is true," he answered, "but such messages come in to me from every soldier who wishes to sell his sword, and every inventor who hath a long tongue and a short purse. How could I tell that the matter was of real import? I feared to let the chance slip, lest it might never return," said I. "I hear that your Grace hath little leisure during these times." "I cannot blame you," he answered, pacing up and down the room, "but it was untoward. I might have hid the dispatches, yet it would have roused suspicions. Your errand would have leaked out. There are many who envy my lofty fortunes, and who would seize upon a chance of injuring me with King James. Sutherland or Somers would either of them blow the least rumour into a flame, which might prove unquenchable. There was naught for it, therefore, but to show the papers, and to turn a harsh face on the messenger. The most venomous tongue could not find fault in my conduct. What course would you have advised under such circumstances?" "The most direct," I answered. Aye, sir, honesty. Public men have, however, to pick their steps as best they may, for the straight path would lead too often to the cliff edge. The tower would be too scanty for its guests, were we all to wear our hearts upon our sleeves. But to you in this privacy I can tell my real thoughts, without fear of betrayal or misconstruction. On paper I will not write one word. Your memory must be the sheet which bears my answer to Monmouth, and first of all erase from it all that you have heard me say in the council room. Let it be as though it never were spoken. Is that done? I understand that it did not really represent your Grace's thoughts. Very far from it, Captain. But prithee tell me, what expectation of success is there among the rebels themselves? You must have heard your colonel and others discuss the question, or noted by their bearing which way their thoughts lay? Have they good hopes of holding out against the King's troops?" "They have met with naught but success hitherto," I answered, "against the militia, but they will find it another thing when they have trained troops to deal with. And yet, one thing I know, that any defeat of Feversham's army would cause a general rising throughout the country. On the other hand, the King's party are active. Every post brings news of some fresh levy. Albemarle still holds the militia together in the west. The Earl of Pembroke is in arms in Wiltshire. Lord Lumley is moving from the east with the Sussex forces. The Earl of Abingdon is up in Oxfordshire. At the University the caps and gowns are all turning into headpieces and steel fronts. James's Dutch regiments have sailed from Amsterdam. Yet Monmouth hath gained 2 fights, and why not a third? They are troubled waters, troubled waters." The Duke paced backwards and forwards with brows drawn down, muttering all this to himself rather than to me, and shaking his head like one in the sorest perplexity. "I would have you tell Monmouth," he said at last, "that I thank him for the papers which he hath sent me, and that I will duly read and weigh them. Tell him also that I wish him well in his enterprise, and would help him were it not that I am hemmed in by those who watch me closely, and who would denounce me were I to show my true thoughts. Tell him that, should he move his army into these parts, I may then openly declare myself. But to do so now would be to ruin the fortunes of my house without in any way helping him. Can you bear him that message?" "I shall do so, your Grace." "Tell me," he asked, "how doth Monmouth bear himself in this enterprise?" "Like a wise and gallant leader," I answered. "Strange," he murmured. "It was ever the jest at court that he had scarce energy or constancy enough to finish a game at ball, but would ever throw his racket down ere the winning point was scored. His plans were like a weather vane, altered by every breeze. He was constant only in his inconstancy. It is true that he led the King's troops in Scotland, but all men know that Claverhouse and Dalzell were the real conquerors at Bothwell Bridge. Methinks he resembles that Brutus in Roman history who feigned weakness of mind as a cover to his ambitions." The Duke was once again conversing with himself rather than with me, so that I made no remark, save to observe that Monmouth had won the hearts of the lower people. "There lies his strength," said Beaufort. "The blood of his mother runs in his veins. He doth not think it beneath him to shake the dirty paw of Jerry the Tinker, or to run a race against a bumpkin on the village green. Well, events have shown that he hath been right. These same bumpkins have stood by him when nobler friends have held aloof. I would I could see into the future. But you have my message, Captain, and I trust that, if you change it in the delivery, it will be in the direction of greater warmth and kindliness. It is time now that you depart, for within 3 hours the guard is changed, and your escape will be discovered." "But how depart?" I asked. "Through here," he answered, pushing open the casement and sliding the rope along the beam in that direction. "The rope may be a foot or two short, but you have extra inches to make matters even. When you have reached the ground, take the gravel path which turns to the right, and follow it until it leads you to the high trees which skirt the park. The 7th of these hath a bough which shoots over the boundary wall. Climb along the bough, drop over upon the other side, and you will find my own valet waiting with your horse. Up with you, and ride. Haste, haste, post haste, for the south. By morn you should be well out of danger's way." My sword? I asked. All your property is there. Tell Monmouth what I have said, and let him know that I have used you as kindly as was possible. But what will your Grace's council say when they find that I am gone? I asked. Pshaw, man, never fret about that. I will off to Bristol at daybreak, and give my council enough to think of without their having time to devote to your fate. The soldiers will but have another instance of the working of the father of evil, who hath long been thought to have a weakness for that cell beneath us. Faith, if all we hear be true, there have been horrors enough acted there to call up every devil out of the pit. But time presses. Gently through the casement. So, remember the message. Adieu, your Grace, I answered, and seizing the rope, slipped rapidly and noiselessly to the ground, upon which he drew it up and closed the casement. As I looked round, my eye fell upon the dark narrow slit which opened into my cell, and through which honest Farmer Brown had held converse with me. Half an hour ago I had been stretched upon the prison pallet without a hope or a thought of escape. Now I was out in the open, with no hand to stay me, breathing the air of freedom, with the prison and the gallows cast off from me, as the waking man casts off his evil dreams. Such changes shake a man's soul, my children. The heart that can steel itself against death is softened by the assurance of safety. So I have known a worthy traitor bear up manfully when convinced that his fortunes had been engulfed in the ocean, but lose all philosophy on finding that the alarm was false, and that they had come safely through the danger. For my own part, believing as I do that there is nothing of chance in the affairs of this world, I felt that I had been exposed to this trial in order to dispose me to serious thought, and that I had been saved that I might put those thoughts into effect. As an earnest of my endeavour to do so, I knelt down on the green sward in the shadow of the Boteler turret, and I prayed that I might come to be of use on the earth, and that I might be helped to rise above my own wants and interests, to aid forward whatever of good or noble might be stirring in my days. It is well nigh 50 years, my dears, since I bowed my spirit before the great unknown in the moon-tinted park of Badminton. But I can truly say that from that day to this, the aims which I laid down for myself have served me as a compass over the dark waters of life, a compass which I may perchance not always follow, for flesh is weak and frail, but which hath at least been ever present, that I might turn to it in seasons of doubt and of danger. The path to the right led through groves and past carp ponds for a mile or more, until I reached the line of trees which skirted the boundary wall. Not a living thing did I see upon my way, save a herd of fallow deer, which scudded away like swift shadows through the shimmering moonshine. Looking back, the high turrets and gables of the Boteler wing stood out dark and threatening against the starlit sky. Having reached the 7th tree, I clambered along the projecting bough, which shot over the park wall and dropped down upon the other side, where I found my good old dapple grey waiting me in the charge of a groom. Springing to my saddle, I strapped my sword once more to my side, and galloped off as fast as the 4 willing feet could carry me on my return journey. All that night I rode hard without drawing bridle, through sleeping hamlets, by moon-bathed farmhouses, past shining stealthy rivers, and over birch-clad hills. When the eastern sky deepened from pink into scarlet, and the great sun pushed his rim over the blue North Somerset hills, I was already far upon my journey. It was a Sabbath morning, and from every village rose the sweet tinkling and calling of the bells. I bore no dangerous papers with me now, and might therefore be more careless as to my route. At one point I was questioned by a keen-eyed toll-keeper as to whence I came, but my reply, that I was riding direct from his Grace of Beaufort, put an end to his suspicions. Further down, near Axbridge, I overtook a grazier who was jogging into Wells upon his sleek cob. With him I rode for some time, and learned that the whole of North Somerset, as well as South, was now in open revolt, and that Wells, Shepton Mallet, and Glastonbury were held by armed volunteers for King Monmouth. The royal forces had all retired west or east until help should come. As I rode through the villages, I marked the blue flag upon the church towers, and the rustics drilling upon the green, without any sign of trooper or dragoon to uphold the authority of the Stuarts. My road lay through Shepton Mallet, Piper's Inn, Bridgewater, and North Petherton, until in the cool of the evening I pulled up my weary horse at the Cross Hands, and saw the towers of Taunton in the valley beneath me. A flagon of beer for the rider, and a sieveful of oats for the steed, put fresh mettle into both of us, and we were jogging on our way once more, when there came galloping down the side of the hill about 40 cavaliers, as hard as their horses could carry them. So wild was their riding that I pulled up, uncertain whether they were friend or foe, until, as they came whirling towards me, I recognized that the two officers who rode in front of them were none other than Reuben Lockarby and Sir Gervas Jerome. At the sight of me they flung up their hands, and Reuben shot on to his horse's neck, where he sat for a moment astride of the mane, until the brute tossed him back into the saddle. "It's Micah! It's Micah!" he gasped, with his mouth open and the tears hopping down his honest face. "Odds pitlikins, man, how did you come here?" asked Sir Gervas, poking me with his forefinger, as though to see if I were really of flesh and blood. "We were leading a forlorn of horse into Beaufort's country to beat him up, and to burn his fine house about his ears, if you had come to harm. There has just come a groom from some farmer in those parts, who hath brought us news that you were under sentence of death, on which I came away with my wig half frizzled, and found that friend Lockarby had leave from Lord Grey to go north with these troopers. But how have you fared?" "Well and ill," I answered, wringing their kindly hands. "I had not thought last night to see another sunrise, and yet ye see that I am here, sound in life and limb. But all these things will take some time in the telling." "Aye, and King Monmouth will be on thorns to see you. Ride about, my lads, and back for the camp. Never was errand so rapidly and happily finished as this of ours. It would have fared ill with Badminton had you been hurt." The troopers turned their horses and trotted slowly back to Taunton, while I rode behind them between my two faithful friends, hearing from them all that had occurred in my absence, and telling my own adventures in return. The night had fallen ere we rode through the gates, where I handed Covenant over to the mayor's groom, and went direct to the castle to deliver an account of my mission. End of chapter 25. Section 28 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 26 of the Strife in the Council. King Monmouth's council was assembled at the time of my coming, and my entrance caused the utmost surprise and joy, as they had just heard news of my sore danger. Even the royal presence could not prevent several members, among whom were the old mayor and the 2 soldiers of fortune, from springing to their feet and shaking me warmly by the hand. Monmouth himself said a few gracious words, and requested that I should be seated at the board with the others. "You have earned the right to be of our council," said he, "and lest there should be a jealousy amongst other captains that you should come among us, I do hereby confer upon you the special title of Scoutmaster, which, though it entail few if any duties in the present state of our force, will yet give you precedence over your fellows. We had heard that your greeting from Beaufort was of the roughest, and that you were in sore straits in his dungeons, but you have happily come yourself on the very heels of him who bore the tidings. Tell us then from the beginning how things have fared with you." I should have wished to have limited my story to Beaufort and his message, but as the council seemed to be intent upon hearing a full account of my journey, I told in as short and simple speech as I could the various passages which had befallen me, the ambuscado of the smugglers, the cave, the capture of the Gauger, the journey in the lugger, the acquaintance with Farmer Brown, my being cast into prison, with the manner of my release and the message wherewith I had been commissioned. To all of this the council hearkened with the uttermost attention, while a muttered oath ever and anon from a courtier, or a groan and prayer from a Puritan, showed how keenly they followed the various phases of my fortunes. Above all, they gave the greatest heed to Beaufort's words, and stopped me more than once when I appeared to be passing over any saying or event before they had due time to weigh it. When I at last finished, they all sat speechless, looking into each other's faces, and waiting for an expression of opinion. "On my word," said Monmouth at last, "this is a young Ulysses, though his Odyssey doth but take 3 days in the acting. Scudery might not be so dull were she to take a hint from these smugglers' caves and sliding panels. How say you, Grey?" "He hath indeed had his share of adventure," the nobleman answered, "and hath also performed his mission like a fearless and zealous messenger. You say that Beaufort gave you naught in writing?" "Not a word, my lord," I replied. "And his private message was that he wished us well and would join us if we were in his country?" "That was the effect, my lord." "Yet in his council, as I understand, he did utter bitter things against us, putting affronts upon the king, and making light of his just claims upon the fealty of his nobility?" "He did," I answered. "He would fain stand upon both sides of the hedge at once," said King Monmouth. "Such a man is very like to find himself on neither side, but in the very heart of the briars. It may be as well, however, that we should move his way, so as to give him the chance of declaring himself." "In any case, as your Majesty remembers," said Saxon, "we had determined to march Bristolwards and attempt the town." "The works are being strengthened," said I, "and there are 5,000 of the Gloucestershire trainbands assembled within. I saw the labourers at work upon the ramparts as I passed." "If we gain Beaufort, we shall gain the town," quoth Sir Stephen Timewell. "There are already a strong body of godly and honest folk therein, who would rejoice to see a Protestant army within their gates. Should we have to beleaguer it, we may count upon some help from within." "Hegel und Blitzen!" exclaimed the German soldier, with an impatience which even the presence of the King could not keep in bounds. "How can we talk of sieges and leaguers when we have not a breeching piece in the army?" "The Lard will find us the breeching pieces," cried Ferguson, in his strange nasal voice. "Did the Lard no breach the Tulers o' Jericho without the aid of gunpowder? Did the Lard no raise up the man Robert Ferguson, and preserve him through 35 indictments and 22 proclamations of the godless? What is there he canna do? Hosanna! Hosanna!" "The doctor is right," said a square-faced, leather-skinned English independent. "We talk too much of carnal means and worldly chances, without leaning upon that heavenly goodwill which should be to us as a staff on stony and broken paths. Yes, gentlemen," he continued, raising his voice, and glancing across the table at some of the courtiers, "ye may sneer at words of piety, but I say that it is you and those like you who will bring down God's anger upon this army." "And I say so too," cried another sectary fiercely. "And I," shouted several, with Saxon, I think, among them. "Is it your wish, your Majesty, that we should be insulted at your very council board?" cried one of the courtiers, springing to his feet with a flushed face. "How long are we to be subject to this insolence, because we have the religion of a gentleman, and prefer to practise it in the privacy of our hearts, rather than at the street corners with these Pharisees?" "Speak not against God's saints," cried a Puritan, in a loud, stern voice. "There is a voice within me which tells me that it were better to strike thee dead, yea, even in the presence of the King, than to allow thee to revile those who have been born again." Several had sprung to their feet on either side. Hands were laid upon sword hilts, and glances as stern and as deadly as rapier thrusts were flashing backwards and forwards. But the more neutral and reasonable members of the council succeeded in restoring peace, and in persuading the angry disputants to resume their seats. "How now, gentlemen?" cried the King, his face dark with anger, when silence was at last restored. "Is this the extent of my authority, that ye should babble and brawl as though my council chamber were a Fleet Street pothouse? Is this your respect for my person? I tell ye that I would forfeit my just claims for ever, and return to Holland, or devote my sword to the cause of Christianity against the Turk, rather than submit to such indignity. If any man he proved to have stirred up strife amongst the soldiers or commonalty on the score of religion, I shall know how to deal with him. Let each preach to his own, but let him not interfere with the flock of his neighbour. As to you, Mr. Bramwell, and you, Mr. Joyce, and you also, Sir Henry Nuttall, we shall hold ye excused from attending these meetings until ye have further notice from us. Ye may now separate, each to your quarters, and tomorrow morning we shall, with the blessing of God, start for the north to see what luck may await our enterprise in those parts." The King bowed as a sign that the formal meeting was over, and taking Lord Grey aside, he conversed with him anxiously in a recess. The courtiers, who numbered in their party several English and foreign gentlemen, who had come over together with some Devonshire and Somerset country squires, swaggered out of the room in a body, with much clinking of spurs and clanking of swords. The Puritans drew gravely together, and followed after them, walking not with demure and downcast looks, as was their common use, but with grim faces and knitted brows, as the Jews of old may have appeared when "To your tents, O Israel!" was still ringing in their ears. Indeed, religious dissension and sectarian heat were in the very air. Outside, on the castle green, the voices of preachers rose up like the drone of insects. Every waggon or barrel or chance provision case had been converted into a pulpit, each with its own orator and little knot of eager hearkeners. Here was a russet-coated Taunton volunteer in jack-boots and bandolier, holding forth on the justification by works. Further on, a grenadier of the militia, with blazing red coat and white cross-belt, was deep in the mystery of the Trinity. In one or two places, where the rude pulpits were too near to each other, the sermons had changed into a hot discussion between the two preachers, in which the audience took part by hums or groans, each applauding the champion whose creed was most in accordance with his own. Through this wild scene, made more striking by the ruddy flickering glare of the campfires, I picked my way with a weight at my heart, for I felt how vain it must be to hope for success where such division reigned. Saxon looked on, however, with glistening eyes, and rubbed his hands with satisfaction. "The leaven is working," quoth he. "Something will come of all this ferment." "I see not what can come of it, save disorder and weakness," I answered. "Good soldiers will come of it, lad," said he. "They are all sharpening themselves, each after his own fashion, on the whetstone of religion. This arguing breedeth fanatics, and fanatics are the stuff out of which conquerors are fashioned. Have you not heard how old Noll's army divided into Presbyterians, Independents, Ranters, Anabaptists, Fifth Monarchy men, Brownists, and a score of other sects, out of whose strife rose the finest regiments that ever formed line upon a field of battle? Such as do build their faith upon the holy text of sword and gun. You know old Samuel's couplet. I tell you I would rather see them thus employed than at their drill, for all their wrangling and jangling. But how of this split in the council? I asked. Ah, that is indeed a graver matter. All creeds may be welded together, but the Puritan and the scoffer are like oil and water. Yet the Puritan is the oil, for he will be ever atop. These courtiers do but stand for themselves, while the others are backed up by the pith and marrow of the army. It is well that we are afoot tomorrow. The King's troops are, I hear, pouring across Salisbury Plain, but their ordnance and stores are delaying them, for they know well that they must bring all they need, since they can expect little from the goodwill of the country folk. "Ah, friend Bice, why get us?" "Ganz gut," said the big German, looming up before us through the darkness. "But, sapperment, what a cawing and croaking, like a rookery at sunset! You English are a strange people. Yes, Donnerwetter, a very strange people. There are no two of you who think alike upon any subject under Himmel. The Cavalier will have his gay coat and his loose word. The Puritan will cut your throat rather than give up his sad-coloured dress and his Bible. King James, cry some. King Monmouth, say the peasants. King Jesus, says the Fifth Monarchy man. No king at all, cry Master Wade and a few others, who are for a commonwealth. Since I set foot on the Helderenberg at Amsterdam, my head hath been in a whirl with trying to understand what it is that ye desire. For before I have got to the end of one man's tale, and begin to see a little through the finsternis, another will come with another story, and I am in as evil a case as ever. But, my young Hercules, I am right glad to see you back in safety. I am half in fear to give you my hand now, after your recent treatment of it. I trust that you are none the worse for the danger that you have gone through. Mine eyelids are in truth a little heavy, I answered, save for an hour or two aboard the lugger, and about as long on a prison couch. I have not closed an eye since I left the camp. We shall fall in at the second bugle call, about 8 of the clock, said Saxon. We shall leave you, therefore, that you may restore yourself after your fatigues. With a parting nod, the two old soldiers strode off together down the crowded Fore Street, while I made the best of my way back to the mayor's hospitable dwelling, where I had to repeat my story all over again to the assembled household before I was at last suffered to seek my room. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 27 of the Affair near Keynsham Bridge. Monday, June 21st, 1685, broke very dark and windy, with dull clouds moving heavily across the sky and a constant sputter of rain. Yet, a little after daybreak, Monmouth's bugles were blowing in every quarter of the town, from the Taunton Bridge to Shuttern, and by the hour appointed the regiments had mustered, the roll had been called, and the vanguard was marching briskly out through the eastern gate. It went forth in the same order as it entered, our own regiment and the Taunton burghers bringing up the rear. Mayor Timewell and Saxon had the ordering of this part of the army between them, and being men who had seen much service, they drew the ordnance into a less hazardous position, and placed a strong guard of horse, a cannon shot in the rear, to meet any attempt of the Royal Dragoons. It was remarked on all sides that the army had improved in order and discipline during the 3 days' halt, owing perchance to the example of our own unceasing drill and soldierly bearing. In numbers, it had increased to nigh 8,000, and the men were well fed and light of heart. With sturdy, close-locked ranks, they splashed their way through mud and puddle, with many a rough country joke and many a lusty stave from song or hymn. Sir Gervas rode at the head of his musketeers, whose beflowered tails hung limp and lank with the water dripping from them. Lockerby's pikemen and my own company of scythesmen were mostly labourers from the country, who were hardened against all weathers, and plodded patiently along with the raindrops glistening upon their ruddy faces. In front were the Taunton foot, behind the lumbering train of baggage wagons, with a horse in the rear of them. So the long line wound its way over the hills. At the summit, where the road begins to dip down upon the other side, a halt was called to enable the regiments to close up, and we looked back at the fair town which many of us were never to see again. From the dark walls and house roofs we could still mark the flapping and flutter of white kerchiefs from those whom we left behind. Reuben sat his horse beside me, with his spare shirt streaming in the wind and his great pikemen all a-grin behind him, though his thoughts and his eyes were too far away to note them. As we gazed, a long, thin quiver of sunshine slipped out between two cloud banks, and gilded the summit of the Magdalene Tower, with the royal standard which still waved from it. The incident was hailed as a happy augury, and a great shout spread from rank to rank at the sight of it, with a waving of hats and a clattering of weapons. Then the bugles blew a fanfare, the drums struck up a point of war, Reuben thrust his shirt into his haversack, and on we marched, through mud and slush, with the dreary clouds bending low over us, and buttressed by the no less dreary hills on either side. A seeker for omens might have said that the heavens were weeping over our ill-fated venture. All day we trudged along roads which were quagmires, over our ankles in mud, until in the evening we made our way to Bridgewater, where we gained some recruits, and also some £100 for a military chest, for it was a well-to-do place, with a thriving coast trade carried on down the River Parrett. After a night in snug quarters, we set off again in even worse weather than before. The country in these parts is a quagmire in the driest season, but the heavy rains had caused the fens to overflow, and turned them into broad lakes on either side of the road. This may have been to some degree in our favour, as shielding us from the raids of the king's cavalry, but it made our march very slow. All day it was splashing and swashing through mud and mire, the raindrops shining on the gun barrels, and dripping from the heavy-footed horses. Past the swollen Parrett, through Eastover, by the peaceful village of Bawdrip, and over Polden Hill we made our way, until the bugles sounded a halt under the groves of Ashcot, and a rude meal was served out to the men. Then on again, through pitiless rain, past the wooded park of Piper's Inn, through Walton, where the floods were threatening the cottages, past the orchards of Street, and so in the dusk of the evening into the grey old town of Glastonbury, where the good folk did their best by the warmth of their welcome to atone for the bitterness of the weather. The next morning was wet, still, and inclement, so the army made a short march to Wells, which is a good-sized town, well laid out, with a fine cathedral, which hath a great number of figures carved in stone and placed in niches on the outer side, like that which we saw in Salisbury. The townsfolk were strong for the Protestant cause, and the army was so well received that their victual cost little from the military chest. On this march we first began to come into touch with the royal horse. More than once, when the rain mist cleared, we saw the gleam of arms upon the low hills which overlook the road, and our scouts came in with reports of strong bodies of dragoons on either flank. At one time they massed heavily upon our rear, as though planning a descent upon the baggage. Saxon, however, planted a regiment of pikes on either side, so that they broke up again and glinted off over the hills. From Wells we marched upon the 24th to Shepton Mallet, with the ominous sabres and helmets still twinkling behind and on either side of us. That evening we were at Keynsham Bridge, less than 2 leagues from Bristol as the crow flies, and some of our horse forded the river and pushed on almost to the walls. By morning the rain clouds had at last cleared, so Reuben and I rode slowly up one of the sloping green hills which rose behind the camp, in the hope of gaining some sight of the enemy. Our men we left littered about upon the grass, trying to light fires with the damp sticks, or laying out their clothes to dry in the sunshine. A strange-looking band they were, coated and splashed with mud from head to heel, their hats all limp and draggled, their arms rusted, and their boots so worn that many walked barefoot, and others had swathed their kerchiefs round their feet. Yet their short spell of soldiering had changed them from honest-faced yokels into fierce-eyed, half-shaven, gaunt-cheeked fellows, who could carry arms or port pikes as though they had done naught else since childhood. The plight of the officers was no better than that of the men, nor should an officer, my dears, when he is upon service, ever demean himself by partaking of any comfort which all cannot share with him. Let him lie by a soldier's fire, and eat a soldier's fare, or let him hence, for he is a hindrance and a stumbling block. Our clothes were pulp, our steel fronts red with rust, and our chargers as stained and splashed as though they had rolled in the mire. Our very swords and pistols were in such a plight that we could scarce draw the one or snap the other. Sir Gervas alone succeeded in keeping his attire and his person as neat and as dainty as ever. What he did in the watches of the night, and how he gained his sleep, hath ever been a mystery to me, for day after day he turned out at the bugle call, washed, scented, brushed, with wig in order, and clothes from which every speck of mud had been carefully removed. At his saddle bow he wore with him the great flower dredger which you saw him use at Taunton, and his honest musketeers had their heads duly dusted every morning, though in an hour their tails would be as brown as nature made them, while the flour would be trickling in little milky streams down their broad backs, or forming in cakes upon the skirts of their coats. It was a long contest between the weather and the baronet, but our comrade proved the victor. "There was a time when I was called plump, Reuben," quoth my friend, as we rode together up the winding track. "What with too little that is solid and too much that is liquid, I am like to be skeleton, Reuben, ere I see Havant again. I am as full of rain water as my father's casks are of October. I would, Micah, that you would wring me out and hang me to dry upon one of these bushes." "If we are wet, King James's men must be wetter," said I, "for at least we have had such shelter as there was." "It is poor comfort when you are starved to know that another is in the same plight. I give you my word, Micah, I took in 1 hole of my sword belt on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 1 yesterday, and 1 today. I tell you I am thawing like an icicle in the sun." "If you should chance to dwindle to naught," said I, laughing, "what account are we to give of you in Taunton? Since you have donned armour and taken to winning the hearts of fair maidens, You have outstripped us all in importance, and become a man of weight and substance. I had more substance and weight ere I began trailing over the countryside like a Hambleton packman, quoth he. But in very truth and with all gravity, Micah, it is a strange thing to feel that the whole world for you, your hopes, your ambitions, your all, are gathered into so small a compass that a hood might cover it, and two little patterns support it. I feel as if she were my own higher self, my loftier part, and that I, should I be torn from her, would remain forever an incomplete and half-formed being. With her I ask nothing else. Without her, all else is nothing. But have you spoken to the old man? I asked. Are you indeed betrothed? I have spoken to him, my friend answered. But he was so busy in filling ammunition cases that I could not gain his attention. When I tried once more, he was counting the spare pikes in the castle armoury with a tally and an inkhorn. I told him that I had come to crave his granddaughter's hand, on which he turned to me and asked, which hand, with so blank a stare that it was clear that his mind was elsewhere. On the third trial, though, the day that you did come back from Badminton, I did at last prefer my request, but he flashed out at me that this was no time for such fooleries, and he bade me wait until King Monmouth was on the throne, when I might ask him again. I warrant that he did not call such things fooleries 50 years ago, when he went a-courting himself. At least he did not refuse you, said I. It is as good as a promise that, should the cause be successful, you shall be so too. By my faith, cried Reuben, if a man could by his own single blade bring that about, there is none who hath so strong an interest in it as I. No, not Monmouth himself. The apprentice Derrick hath for a long time raised his eyes to his master's daughter, and the old man was ready to have him as a son, so much was he taken by his godliness and zeal. Yet I have learned from a side wind that he is but a debauched and low-living man, though he covers his pleasures with a mask of piety. I thought as you did think that he was at the head of the roisterers who tried to bear Mrs. Ruth away, though, I' faith, I can scarce think harshly of them, since they did me the greatest service that ever men did yet. Meanwhile, I have taken occasion, ere we left Wells 2 nights ago, to speak to Master Derrick on the matter, and to warn him as he loved his life to plan no treachery against her. And how took he this mild intimation? I asked. As a rat takes a rat trap, snarled out some few words of godly hatred, and so slunk away. On my life, lad, said I, you have been having as many adventures in your own way as I in mine. But here we are upon the hilltop, with as fair an outlook as man could wish to have. Just beneath us ran the Avon, curving in long bends through the woodlands, with a gleam of the sun striking back from it here and there, as though a row of baby suns had been set upon a silver string. On the further side, the peaceful, many-hued country, rising and falling in a swell of cornfields and orchards, swept away to break in a fringe of forest upon the distant Malverns. On our right were the green hills near Bath, and on our left the rugged Mendips, with queenly Bristol crouching behind her forts, and the grey channel behind flecked with snow-white sails. At our very feet lay Keynsham Bridge, and our army spotted in dark patches over the green fields, the smoke of their fires and the babble of their voices floating up in the still summer air. A road ran along the Somersetshire bank of the Avon, and down this 2 troops of our horse were advancing, with intent to establish outposts upon our eastern flank. As they jangled past in somewhat loose order, their course lay through a pine wood, into which the road takes a sharp bend. We were gazing down at the scene when, like lightning from a cloud, a troop of the Horse Guards wheeled out into the open, and breaking from trot to canter, and from canter to gallop, dashed down in a whirlwind of blue and steel upon our unprepared squadrons. A crackle of hastily unslung carbines broke from the leading ranks, but in an instant the guards burst through them, and plunged on into the second troop. For a space the gallant rustics held their own, and the dense mass of men and horses swayed backwards and forwards, with the swirling sword blades playing above them in flashes of angry light. Then blue coats began to break from among the russet. The fight rolled wildly back for 100 paces, the dense throng was split asunder, and the royal guards came pouring through the rent, and swerved off to right and left through hedges and over ditches, stabbing and hacking at the fleeing horsemen. The whole scene, with the stamping horses, tossing manes, shouts of triumph or despair, gasping of hard-drawn breath, and musical clink and clatter of steel, to us upon the hill like some wild vision, so swiftly did it come, and so swiftly go. A sharp, stern bugle call summoned the Blues back into the road, where they formed up and trotted slowly away before fresh squadrons could come up from the camp. The sun gleamed, and the river rippled as ever, and there was nothing save the long litter of men and horses to mark the course of the hell blast which had broken so suddenly upon us. As the Blues retired, we observed that a single officer brought up the rear, riding very slowly, as though it went much against his mood to turn his back even to an army. The space betwixt the troop and him was steadily growing greater, yet he made no effort to quicken his pace, but jogged quietly on, looking back from time to time to see if he were followed. The same thought sprang into my comrade's mind and my own at the same instant, and we read it in each other's faces. "This path," cried he eagerly, "it brings us out beyond the grove, and it is in the hollow all the way." "Lead the horses until we get on better ground," I answered. "We may just cut him off if we are lucky." There was no time for another word, for we hurried off down the uneven track, sliding and slipping on the rain-soaked turf. Springing into our saddles, we dashed down the gorge, through the grove, and so out onto the road, in time to see the troop disappear in the distance, and to meet the solitary officer face to face. He was a sunburned, high-featured man, with black mustachios, mounted on a great raw-boned chestnut charger. As we broke out on to the road, he pulled up to have a good look at us. Then, having fully made up his mind as to our hostile intent, he drew his sword, plucked a pistol out of his holster with his left hand, and gripping the bridle between his teeth, dug his spurs into his horse's flanks, and charged down upon us at the top of his speed. As we dashed at him, Reuben on his bridle arm and I on the other, he cut fiercely at me, and at the same moment fired at my companion. The ball grazed Reuben's cheek, leaving a red wheal behind it like a lash from a whip, and blackening his face with the powder. His cut, however, fell short, and throwing my arm round his waist as the two horses dashed past each other, I plucked him from the saddle and drew him face upwards across my saddle-bow. Brave Covenant lumbered on with his double burden, and before the guards had learned that they had lost their officer, we had brought him safe, in spite of his struggles and writhings, to within sight of Monmouth's camp. "A narrow shave, friend," quoth Reuben, with his hand to his cheek. "He hath tattooed my face with powder until I shall be taken for Solomon Sprent's younger brother." "Thank God that you are unhurt," said I. "See, our horse are advancing along the upper road. Lord Grey himself rides at their head. We had best take our prisoner into camp, since we can do naught here." "For Christ's sake, either slay me or set me down," he cried. "I cannot bear to be carried in this plight, like a half-weaned infant, through your camp full of grinning yokels." "I would not make sport of a brave man," I answered. "If you will give your word to stay with us, you shall walk between us." "Willingly," said he, scrambling down and arranging his ruffled attire. "By my faith, sirs, ye have taught me a lesson not to think too meanly of mine enemies. I should have ridden with my troop had I thought that there was a chance of falling in with outposts or vedettes." "We were upon the hill before we cut you off," quoth Reuben. "Had that pistol ball been a thought straighter, it is I that should have been truly the cut-off one. Zounds, Micah! I was grumbling even now that I had fallen away, but had my cheek been as round as of old, the slug had been through it." "Where have I seen you before?" asked our captive, bending his dark eyes upon me. "Ay, I have it. It was in the inn at Salisbury, where my light-headed comrade Horsford did draw upon an old soldier who was riding with you. Mine own name is Ogilvy, Major Ogilvy of the Horse Guards Blue. I was right glad that ye did come off safely from the hounds. Some word had come of your errand after your departure, so this same Horsford with the mare and one or two other Tantivies, whose zeal methinks outran their humanity, slipped the dogs upon your trail." I remember you well, I answered. You will find Colonel Decimus Saxon, my former companion, in the camp. No doubt you will be shortly exchanged for some prisoner of ours. Much more likely to have my throat cut, said he, with a smile. I fear that Feversham in his present temper will scarce pause to make prisoners, and Monmouth may be tempted to pay him back in his own coin. Yet it is the fortune of war, and I should pay for my want of all soldierly caution. Truth to tell, my mind was far from battles and ruses at the moment, for it had wandered away to Aqua Regia and its action upon the metals until your appearance brought me back to soldiership. The horse are out of sight, said Reuben, looking backwards. Ours are well as theirs. Yet I see a clump of men over yonder at the other side of the Avon, and there on the hillside can you not see the gleam of steel? There are foot there, I answered, puckering up my eyes. It seems to me that I can discern 4 or 5 regiments, and as many colours of horse. King Monmouth should know of this with all speed. He does know of it, said Reuben. Yonder he stands under the trees with his council about him. See, one of them rides this way. A trooper had indeed detached himself from the group and galloped towards us. If you are Captain Clarke, sir, he said with a salute, the king orders you to join his council. Then leave the major in your keeping, Reuben, I cried. See that he hath what our means allow. So saying, I spurred my horse, and soon joined the group who were gathered round the king. There were Grey, Wade, Bice, Ferguson, Saxon, Hollis, and a score more, all looking very grave, and peering down the valley with their glasses. Monmouth himself had dismounted, and was leaning against the trunk of a tree, with his arms folded upon his breast, and a look of white despair upon his face. Behind the tree a lackey paced up and down, leading his glossy black charger, who pranced and tossed his lordly mane, a very king upon horses. You see, friends, said Monmouth, turning lacklustre eyes from one leader to another, Providence would seem to be against us. Some new mishap is ever at our heels. Not Providence, your Majesty, but our own negligence, cried Saxon boldly. Had we advanced on Bristol last night, we might have been on the right side of the ramparts by now. But we had no thought that the enemy's foot was so near, exclaimed Wade. I told ye what would come of it, and so did Oberst Bice and the worthy Mayor of Taunton, Saxon answered. However, there is naught to be gained by mourning over a broken pipkin. We must e'en piece it together as best we may. Let us advance on Bristol, and put our trust in the highest, quoth Ferguson. If it be his mighty will that we should take it, then shall we enter into it, yea, though drakes and sakers lay as thick as cobblestones in the streets. Aye, aye, on to Bristol, God with us, cried several of the Puritans excitedly. But it is madness, Dummheit, utter foolishness, Bice broke in hotly. You have the chance, and you will not take it. Now the chance is gone, and you are all eager to go. Here is an army of, as near as I can judge, 5,000 men on the right side of the river. We are on the wrong side, and yet you talk of crossing and making a beleaguering of Bristol without breaching pieces or spades, and with this force in our rear. Will the town make terms when they can see from their ramparts the van of the army which comes to help them? Or does it assist us in fighting the army to have a strong town beside us, from which horse and foot can make an outfall upon our flank? I say again that it is madness. What the German soldiers said was so clearly the truth that even the fanatics were silenced. Away in the east the long shimmering lines of steel and the patches of scarlet upon the green hillside were arguments which the most thoughtless could not overlook. What would you advise, then? asked Monmouth moodily, tapping his jewelled riding whip against his high boots. To cross the river and come to hand grips with them ere they can get help from the town, the burly German answered bluntly. I cannot understand what we are here for, if it be not to fight. If we win, the town must fall. If we lose, we have had a bold stroke for it, and can do no more. Is that your opinion too, Colonel Saxon? The king asked. Assuredly, your Majesty. If we can fight to advantage, we can scarce do that, however, by crossing the river on a single narrow bridge in the face of such a force. I should advise that we destroy this Keynsham Bridge, and march down this southern flank in the hope of forcing a fight in a position which we may choose. We have not yet summoned Bath, said Wade. Let us do as Colonel Saxon proposes, and let us in the meantime march in that direction and send a trumpet to the governor." "There is yet another plan," quoth Sir Stephen Timewell, "which is to hasten to Gloucester, to cross the Severn there, and so march through Worcester into the Shropshire and Cheshire. Your Majesty has many friends in those parts." Monmouth paced up and down with his hand to his forehead, like one distraught. "What am I to do?" he cried at last, "in the midst of all this conflicting advice, when I know that not only my own success, but the lives of these poor faithful peasants and craftsmen depend upon my resolution?" "By all humbleness, your Majesty," said Lord Grey, who had just returned with the horse, "I should suggest, since there are only a few troops of their cavalry on this side of the Avon, that we blow up the bridge and move onwards to Bath, whence we can pass into Wiltshire, which we know to be friendly." "So be it," cried the king, with the reckless air of one who accepts a plan, not because it is the best, but because he feels that all are equally hopeless. "What think you, gentlemen?" he added, with a bitter smile. "I have heard news from London this morning that my uncle has clapped 200 merchants and others who are suspected of being true to their creed into the Tower and the Fleet. He will have one half of the nation mounting guard over the other half ere long." "Or the whole, your Majesty, mounting guard over him," suggested Wade. "He may himself see the Traitor's Gate some of these mornings." "Ha, ha! Think you so? Think ye so?" cried Monmouth, rubbing his hands and brightening into a smile. "Well, mayhap you have nicked the truth. Who knows? Henry's cause seemed a losing one until Bosworth Field settled the contention. To your charges, gentlemen. We shall march in half an hour. Colonel Saxon and you, Sir Stephen, shall cover the rear and guard the baggage, a service of honour with this fringe of horse upon our skirts." The council broke up forthwith, every man riding off to his own regiment. The whole camp was in a stir, bugles blowing and drums rattling, until in a very short time the army was drawn up in order, and the forlorn of cavalry had already started along the road which leads to Bath. 500 horse, with the Devonshire militiamen, were in the van. After them in order came the sailor regiment, the North Somerset men, the 1st Taunton regiment of burghers, the Mendip and Bagworthy miners, the lace and wool workers of Honiton, Wellington, and Ottery St. Mary, the woodmen, the graziers, the marshmen, and the men from the Quantock district. Behind were the guns and the baggage, with our own brigade in 4 colours of horse as a rear guard. On our march we could see the red coats of Feversham keeping pace with us upon the other side of the Avon. A large body of his horse and dragoons had forded the stream and hovered upon our skirts, but Saxon and Sir Stephen covered the baggage so skilfully, and faced round so fiercely with such a snarl of musketry whenever they came too high, that they never ventured to charge home. End of section 29. Section 30 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 28 of the Fight in Wells Cathedral. I am fairly tied to the chariot wheels of history now, my dear children, and must follow on with name and place and date, whether my tale suffer by it or no. With such a drama as this afoot, it were impertinent to speak of myself, save in so far as I saw or heard what may make these old scenes more vivid to you. It is no pleasant matter for me to dwell upon, yet convinced as I am that there is no such thing as chance either in the great or the little things of this world, I am very sure that the sacrifices of these brave men were not thrown away, and that their strivings were not as profitless as might at first sight appear. If the perfidious race of Stuart is not now seated upon the throne, and if religion in England is still a thing of free growth, we may, to my thinking, thank these Somerset yokels for it, who first showed how small a thing would shake the throne of an unpopular monarch. Monmouth's army was but the vanguard of that which marched 3 years later into London, when James and his cruel ministers were flying as outcasts over the face of the earth. On the night of June 27, or rather early in the morning of June 28, we reached the town of Frome, very wet and miserable, for the rain had come on again, and all the roads were quagmires. From this next day we pushed on once more to Wells, where we spent the night and the whole of the next day, to give the men time to get their clothes dry, and to recover themselves after their privations. In the forenoon a parade of our Wiltshire regiment was held in the Cathedral Close, when Monmouth praised it, as it well deserved, for the soldierly progress made in so short a time. As we returned to our quarters after dismissing our men, we came upon a great throng of the rough Bagworthy and ore miners, who were assembled in the open space in front of the cathedral, listening to one of their own number, who was addressing them from a cart. The wild and frenzied gestures of the man showed us that he was one of those extreme sectaries whose religion runs perilously near to madness. The hums and groans which rose from the crowd proved, however, that his fiery words were well suited to his hearers, so we halted on the verge of the multitude and hearkened to his address. A red-bearded, fierce-faced man he was, with tangled shaggy hair tumbling over his gleaming eyes, and a hoarse voice which resounded over the whole square. "What shall we not do for the Lord?" he cried. "What shall we not do for the Holy of Holies? Why is it that his hand is heavy upon us? Why is it that we have not freed this land, even as Judith freed Bethulia? Behold, we have looked for peace, but no good came, and for a time of health, and behold trouble. Why is this, I say? Truly, brothers, it is because we have slighted the Lord, because we have not been whole-hearted towards him. Lo, we have praised him with our breath, but in our deeds we have been cold towards him. You know well that prelacy is an accursed thing, a hissing and an abomination in the eyes of the Almighty. Yet what have we, his servants, wrought for him in this matter? Have we not seen prelatist churches, churches of form and of show, where the creature is confounded with the Creator? Have we not seen them, I say, and have we not forborne to sweep them away, and so lent our sanction to them? There is the sin of the lukewarm and backsliding generation. There is the cause why the Lord should look coldly upon his people. Lo, at Shepton and at Frome we have left such churches behind us. At Glastonbury, too, we have spared those wicked walls which were reared by idolatrous hands of old. Woe unto ye, if, after having put your hands to God's plough, ye turn back from the work. See there, he howled, facing round to the beautiful cathedral. What means this great heap of stones? Is it not an altar of Baal? Is it not built for man-worship rather than God-worship? Is it not there that the man Ken, tricked out in his foolish rochet and baubles, may preach his soulless and lying doctrines, which are but the old dish of popery served up under a new cover? And shall we suffer this thing? Shall we, the chosen children of the Great One, allow this plague spot to remain? Can we expect the Almighty to help us when we will not stretch out a hand to help him? We have left the other temples of prelacy behind us. Shall we leave this one too, my brothers? No, no, yelled the crowd, tossing and swaying. Shall we pluck it down, then, until no one stone is left upon another? Yes, yes, they shouted. Now at once? Yes, yes. Then to work, he cried, and springing from the cart he rushed towards the cathedral with a whole mob of wild fanatics at his heels. Some crowded in, shouting and yelling, through the open doors, while others swarmed up the pillars and pedestals of the front, hacking at the sculptured ornaments and tugging at the grey old images which filled every niche. "This must be stopped," said Saxon curtly. "We cannot afford to insult and estray the whole Church of England to please a few hot-headed ranters. The pillage of this cathedral would do our cause more harm than a pitched battle lost. Do bring up your company, Sir Gervas, and we shall do what we can to hold them in check until they come." "Hi, Masterton!" cried the baronet, spying one of his under-officers among the crowd who were looking on, neither assisting nor opposing the rioters. "Do you hasten to the quarters, and tell Barker to bring up the company with their matches burning. I may be of use here." "Ha! Here is Bice!" cried Saxon joyously, as the huge German ploughed his way through the crowd. "And Lord Grey, too. We must save the cathedral, my lord. They would sack and burn it." "This way, gentlemen!" cried an old grey-haired man, running out towards us with hands outspread, and a bunch of keys clanking at his girdle. "Oh, hasten, gentlemen, if ye can indeed prevail over these lawless men. They have pulled down St. Peter, and they will have Paul down too, unless help comes. There will not be an apostle left. The east window is broken. They have brought a hogshead of beer, and are broaching it upon the high altar. Oh, alas, alas, that such things should be in a Christian land!" He sobbed aloud, and stamped about in a very frenzy of grief. "It is the verger's, sirs," said one of the townsfolk. "He hath grown grey in the cathedral." "This way, to the vestry door, my lords and gentlemen," cried the old man, pushing a way strenuously through the crowd. "Now, lack-a-day, the sainted Paul hath gone too." As he spoke, a splintering crash from inside the cathedral announced some fresh outrage on the part of the zealots. Our guide hastened on with renewed speed until he came to a low oaken door heavily arched, which he unlocked with much rasping of wards and creaking of hinges. Through this we sidled as best we might, and hurried after the old man down a stone-flagged corridor, which led through a wicket into the cathedral close by the high altar. The great building was full of the rioters, who were rushing hither and thither, destroying and breaking everything which they could lay their hands on. A good number of these were genuine zealots, the followers of the preacher whom we had listened to outside. Others, however, were on the face of them mere rogues and thieves, such as gather round every army upon the march. While the former were tearing down images from the walls, or hurling the books of common prayer through the stained-glass windows, the others were rooting up the massive brass candlesticks, and carrying away everything which promised to be of value. One ragged fellow was in the pulpit, tearing off the crimson velvet and hurling it down among the crowd. Another had upset the reading desk, and was busily engaged in wrenching off the brazen fastenings. In the centre of the side aisle a small group had a rope round the neck of Mark the Evangelist, and were dragging lustily upon it, until, even as we entered, the statue, after tottering for a few moments, came crashing down upon the marble floor. The shouts which greeted every fresh outrage, with the splintering of woodwork, the smashing of windows, and the clatter of falling masonry, made up a most deafening uproar, which was increased by the droning of the organ, until some of the rioters silenced it by slitting up the bellows. What more immediately concerned ourselves was the scene which was being enacted just in front of us at the high altar. A barrel of beer had been placed upon it, and a dozen ruffians gathered round it, one of whom, with many ribald jests, had climbed up, and was engaged in knocking in the top of the cask with a hatchet. As we entered, he had just succeeded in broaching it, and the brown mead was foaming over, while the mob with roars of laughter were passing up their dippers and pannikins. The German soldier rapped out a rough, jagged oath at the spectacle, and, soldiering his way through the roisterers, he sprang upon the altar. The ringleader was bending over his cask, black-jack in hand, when the soldier's iron grip fell upon his collar, and in a moment his heels were flapping in the air, and his head 3 feet deep in the cask, while the beer splashed and foamed in every direction. With a mighty heave, Bice picked up the barrel with the half-drowned miner inside, and hurled it clattering down the broad marble steps which led from the body of the church. At the same time, with the aid of a dozen of our men who had followed us into the cathedral, we drove back the fellow's comrades, and thrust them out beyond the rails which divided the choir from the nave. Our inroad had the effect of checking the riot, but it simply did so by turning the fury of the zealots from the walls and windows to ourselves. Images, stonework, and wood carvings were all abandoned, and the whole swarm came rushing up with a hoarse buzz of outrage, all discipline and order completely lost in their religious frenzy. "Smite the prelatists!" they howled. "Down with the friends of Antichrist! Cut them off even at the horns of the altar! Down with them!" On either side they massed, a wild, half-demented crowd, some with arms and some without, but filled to a man with the very spirit of murder. "This is a civil war within a civil war," said Lord Grey, with a quiet smile. "We had best draw, gentlemen, and defend the gap in the rails, if we may hold it good until help arrives." He flashed out his rapier as he spoke, and took his stand on the top of the steps, with Saxon and Sir Gervas upon one side of him, Buyse, Reuben, and myself upon the other. There was only room for 6 to wield their weapons with effect, so our scanty band of followers scattered themselves along the line of the rails, which were luckily so high and strong as to make an escalado difficult in the face of any opposition. The riot had now changed into open mutiny among these marshmen and miners. Pikes, scythes, and knives glimmered through the dim light, while their wild cries re-echoed from the high arched roof like the howling of a pack of wolves. "Go forward, my brothers!" cried the fanatic preacher, who had been the cause of the outbreak. "Go forward against them, what though they may be in high places. There is one who is higher than they. Shall we shrink from his work because of a naked sword? Shall we suffer the prelatist altar to be preserved by these sons of Amalek? On, on, in the name of the Lord!" "In the name of the Lord!" cried the crowd, with a sort of hissing gasp, like one who is about to plunge into an icy bath. "In the name of the Lord!" From either side they came on, gathering speed and volume, until at last with a wild cry they surged right down upon our sword points. I can say nothing of what took place to right or left of me during the ruffle, for indeed there were so many pressing upon us, and the fight was so hot, that it was all that each of us could do to hold our own. The very number of our assailants was in our favour, by hampering their sword arms. One burly miner cut fiercely at me with his scythe, but missing me, he swung half round with the force of the blow, and I passed my sword through his body before he could recover himself. It was the first time that I had ever slain a man in anger, my dear children, and I shall never forget his white startled face as he looked over his shoulder at me ere he fell. Another closed in with me before I could get my weapon disengaged, but I struck him out with my left hand, and then brought the flat of my sword upon his head, laying him senseless upon the pavement. God knows I did not wish to take the lives of the misguided and ignorant zealots, but our own were at stake. A marshman, looking more like a shaggy wild beast than a human being, darted under my weapon and caught me round the knees, while another brought a flail down upon my headpiece, from which it glanced on to my shoulder. A third thrust at me with a pike, and pricked me on the thigh, but I shore his weapon in two with one blow, and split his head with the next. The man with the flail gave back at the sight of this, and a kick freed me from the unarmed ape-like creature at my feet, so that I found myself clear of my assailants, and none the worse for my encounter, save for a touch on the leg and some stiffness of the neck and shoulder. Looking round, I found that my comrades had also beaten off those who were opposed to them. Saxon was holding his bloody rapier in his left hand, while the blood was trickling from a slight wound upon his right. 2 miners lay across each other in front of him, but at the feet of Sir Gervas Jerome no fewer than 4 bodies were piled together. He had plucked out his snuff-box as I glanced at him, and was offering it with a bow and a flourish to Lord Grey, as unconcernedly as though he were back once more in his London coffee-house. Buyse leaned upon his long broadsword, and looked gloomily at the headless trunk in front of him, which I recognized from the dress as being that of the preacher. As to Reuben, he was unhurt himself, but in sore distress over my own trifling scar, though I assured the faithful lad that it was a less thing than many a tear from branch or thorn which we had had when blackberrying together. The fanatics, though driven back, were not men to be content with a single repulse. They had lost 10 of their number, including their leader, without being able to break our line, but the failure only served to increase their fury. For a minute or so they gathered panting in the aisle. Then with a mad yell they dashed in once more, and made a desperate effort to cut a way through to the altar. It was a fiercer and more prolonged struggle than before. One of our followers was stabbed to the heart over the rails, and fell without a groan. Another was stunned by a mass of masonry hurled at him by a giant cragsman. Reuben was felled by a club, and would have been dragged out and hacked to pieces had I not stood over him and beaten off his assailants. Sir Gervas was borne off his legs by the rush, but lay like a wounded wildcat, striking out furiously at everything which came within his reach. Buyse and Saxon, back to back, stood firm amidst the seething, rushing crowd, cutting down every man within sweep of their swords. Yet in such a struggle numbers must in the end prevail, and I confess that I, for one, had begun to have fears for the upshot of our contest, when the heavy tramp of disciplined feet rang through the cathedral, and the baronet's musketeers came at a quick run up the central aisle. The fanatics did not await their charge, but darted off over benches and pews, followed by our allies, who were furious on seeing their beloved captain upon the ground. There was a wild minute or two, with confused shuffling of feet, stabs, groans, and the clatter of musket butts on the marble floor. Of the rioters, some were slain, but the greater part threw down their arms and were arrested at the command of Lord Grey, while a strong guard was placed at the gates to prevent any fresh outburst of sectarian fury. When at last the cathedral was cleared and order restored, we had time to look around us, and to reckon our own injuries. In all my wanderings, and the many wars in which I afterwards fought, wars compared to which this affair of Monmouth's was but the merest skirmish, I have never seen a stranger or a more impressive scene. In the dim, solemn light, the pile of bodies in front of the rails, with their twisted limbs and white-set faces, had a most sad and ghost-like aspect. The evening light, shining through one of the few unbroken stained-glass windows, cast great splotches of vivid crimson and of sickly green upon the heap of motionless figures. A few wounded men sat about in the front pews, or lay upon the steps moaning for water. Of our own small company, not one had escaped unscathed. 3 of our followers had been slain outright, while a 4th was lying stunned from a blow. Buyse and Sir Gervas were much bruised. Saxon was cut on the right arm. Reuben had been felled by a bludgeon stroke, and would certainly have been slain but for the fine temper of Sir Jacob Clancing's breastplate, which had turned a fierce pike thrust. As to myself, it is scarce worth the mention, but my head sang for some hours like a good wife's kettle, and my boot was full of blood, which may have been a blessing in disguise, for Snexon, our Havant barber, was ever dinning into my ears how much the better I should be for a phlebotomy. In the meantime all the troops had assembled, and the mutiny been swiftly stamped out. There were doubtless many among the Puritans who had no love for the Prelatists, but none save the most cracked-brained fanatics could fail to see that the sacking of the cathedral would set the whole Church of England in arms, and ruin the cause for which they were fighting. As it was, much damage had been done, for whilst the gang within had been smashing all which they could lay their hands upon, others outside had chipped off cornices and gargoyles, and had even dragged the lead covering from the roof and hurled it down in great sheets to their companions beneath. This last led to some profit, for the army had no great store of ammunition, so the lead was gathered up by Monmouth's orders and recast into bullets. The prisoners were held in custody for a time, but it was deemed unwise to punish them, so that they were finally pardoned and dismissed from the army. A parade of our whole force was held in the fields outside the town upon the 2nd day of our stay at Wells, the weather having at last become warm and sunny. The foot was then round to muster 6 regiments of 900 men, or 5,400 in all. Of these 1,500 were musketeers, 2,000 were pikemen, and the rest were scythesmen or peasants with flails and hammers. A few bodies, such as our own or those from Taunton, might fairly lay claim to be soldiers, but the most of them were still labourers and craftsmen with weapons in their hands. Yet, Ill-armed and ill-drilled as they were still strong, robust Englishmen, full of native courage and of religious zeal. The light and fickle Monmouth began to take heart once more at the sight of their sturdy bearing, and at the sound of their hearty cheers. I heard him as I sat my horse beside his staff speak exultantly to those around him, and asked whether these fine fellows could possibly be beaten by mercenary half-hearted hirelings. "What say you, Wade?" he cried. "Are we never to see a smile on that sad face of yours? Do you not see a woolsack in store for you as you look upon these brave fellows?" "God forbid I should say a word to damp your Majesty's ardour," the lawyer answered. "Yet I cannot but remember that there was a time when your Majesty, at the head of these same hirelings, did drive men as brave as these in headlong rout from Bothwell Bridge." "True, true," said the king, passing his hand over his forehead, a favourite motion when he was worried and annoyed. "They were bold men, the Western Covenanters, yet they could not stand against the rush of our battalions. But they had had no training, whereas these can fight in line and fire a platoon as well as one would wish to see." "If we hadn't a gun nor a patronal among us," said Ferguson, "if we hadna sae muckle as a sword, but just our ain honds, yet would the Lord gie us the victory, if it seemed good in his a seeing." "All battles are but chance work, your Majesty," remarked Saxon, whose sword arm was bound round with his kerchief. "Some lucky turn, some slip or chance which none can foresee, is ever likely to turn the scale. I have lost when I have looked to win, and I have won when I have looked to lose. It is an uncertain game, and one never knows the finish till the last card is played." "Not till the stakes are drawn," said Buyse in his deep guttural voice. "There is many a leader that wins what you call the trick, and yet loses the game." "The trick being the battle, and the game the campaign," quoth the king with a smile. "Our German friend is a master of campfire metaphors. But methinks our poor horses are in a sorry state. What would cousin William over at the Hague, with his spruce guards, think of such a show as this?" During this talk the long column of foot had tramped past, still bearing the banners which they had brought with them to the wars, though much the worse for wind and weather. Monmouth's remarks had been drawn forth by the aspect of the 10 troops of horse which followed. The chargers had been sadly worn by the continued work and constant rain, while the riders, having allowed their caps and fronts to get coated with rust, appeared to be in as bad a plight as their steeds. It was clear to the least experienced of us that if we were to hold our own, it was upon our foot that we must rely. On the tops of the low hills all round the frequent shimmer of arms, glancing here and there when the sun's rays struck upon them, showed how strong our enemies were in the very point in which we were so weak. Yet in the main this Wells review was cheering to us, as showing that the men kept in good heart, and that there was no ill feeling at the rough handling of the zealots upon the day before. The enemy's horse hovered about us during these days, but the foot had been delayed through the heavy weather and the swollen streams. On the last day of June we marched out of Wells, and made our way across flat, sedgy plains and over the low Polden hills to Bridgewater, where we found some few recruits awaiting us. Here Monmouth had some thoughts of making a stand, and even set to work raising earthworks, but it was pointed out to him that even could he hold the town, there was not more than a few days' provisions within it, while the country round had been already swept so bare that little more could be expected from it. The works were therefore abandoned, and, fairly driven to bay, without a loophole of escape left, we awaited the approach of the enemy. End of section 30. Section 31 of Micah Clarke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Fassio. Micah Clarke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 29 of The Great Cry from the Lonely House. And so our weary marching and counter-marching came at last to an end, and we found ourselves with our backs fairly against the wall, and the whole strength of the government turned against us. Not a word came to us of a rising or movement in our favour of any part of England, Everywhere the dissenters were cast into prison, and the church dominant. From north and east and west the militia of the counties was on its march against us. In London, 6 regiments of Dutch troops had arrived as a loan from the Prince of Orange. Others were said to be on their way. The city had enrolled 10,000 men. Everywhere there was mustering and marching to succour the flower of the English army, which was already in Somersetshire, and all for the purpose of crushing some 5,000 or 6,000 clodhoppers and fishermen, half-armed and penniless, who were ready to throw their lives away for a man and for an idea. But this idea, my dear children, was a noble one, and one which a man might very well sacrifice all for, and yet feel that all was well spent. For though these poor peasants, in their dumb, blundering fashion, would have found it hard to give all their reasons in words, yet in the inmost heart of them they knew and felt that it was England's cause which they were fighting for, and that they were upholding their country's true self against those who would alter the old systems under which she had led the nations. 3 more years made all this very plain, and showed that our simple, unlettered followers had seen and judged the signs of the times more correctly than those who called themselves their betters. There are, to my thinking, stages of human progress for which the Church of Rome is admirably suited. Where the mind of a nation is young, it may be best that it should not concern itself with spiritual affairs, but should lean upon the old staff of custom and authority. But England had cast off her swaddling clothes, and was a nursery of strong, thinking men, who would bow to no authority save that which their reason and conscience approved. It was hopeless, useless, foolish, to try to drive such men back into a creed which they had outgrown. Such an attempt was, however, being made, backed by all the weight of a bigoted king with a powerful and wealthy church as his ally. In 3 years the nation would understand it, and the king would be flying from his angry people. But at present, sunk in a torpor after the long civil wars and the corrupt reign of Charles, they failed to see what was at stake, and turned against those who had warned them, as a hasty man turns on the messenger who is the bearer of evil tidings. Is it not strange, my dears, how quickly a mere shadowy thought comes to take living form, and grow into a very tragic reality? At one end of the chain is a king brooding over a point of doctrine. At the other are 6,000 desperate men, chivied and chased from shire to shire, standing to bay at last amid the bleak Bridgewater marshes, with their hearts as bitter and as hopeless as those of hunted beasts of prey. A king's theology is a dangerous thing for his subjects. But if the idea for which these poor men fought was a worthy one, what shall we say of the man who had been chosen as the champion of their cause? Alas, that such men should have had such a leader! Swinging from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair, choosing his future council of state one day, and proposing to fly from the army on the next, he appeared from the start to be possessed by the very spirit of fickleness. But for the moderation and mercy with which he treated the vanquished, on the continent he had commanded an English brigade in a way that earned praise from old soldiers of Louis and the Empire. Yet now, when his own head and his own fortunes were at stake, he was feeble, irresolute, and cowardly. In my father's phrase, all the virtue had gone out of him. I declare, when I have seen him riding among his troops, with his head bowed upon his breast and a face like a mute at a burying, casting an air of gloom and of despair all round him, I have felt that, even in case of success, such a man could never wear the crown of the Tudors and the Plantagenets, but that some stronger hand, were it that of one of his own generals, would wrest it from him. I will do Monmouth the justice to say that from the time when it was at last decided to fight, for the very good reason that no other course was open, he showed up in a more soldierly and manlier spirit. For the first few days in July, no means were neglected to hearten our troops and to nerve them for the coming battle. From morning to night we were at work, teaching our foot how to form up in dense troops to meet the charge of horse, and how to depend upon each other and look to their officers for orders. At night the streets of the little town from the castle field to the Parrot Bridge resounded with the praying and the preaching. There was no need for the officers to quell irregularities, for the troops punished them amongst themselves. One man who came out on the streets hot with wine was well nigh hanged by his companions, who finally cast him out of the town as being unworthy to fight in what they looked upon as a sacred quarrel. As to their courage, there was no occasion to quicken that, for they were as fearless as lions, and the only danger was lest their fiery daring should lead them into foolhardiness. Their desire was to hurl themselves upon the enemy like a horde of Moslem fanatics, and was no easy matter to drill such hot-headed fellows into the steadiness and caution which war demands. Provisions ran low upon the third day of our stay in Bridgewater, which was due to our having exhausted that part of the country before, and also to the vigilance of the Royal Horse, who scoured the district round and cut off our supplies. Lord Grey determined, therefore, to send out 2 troops of horse under cover of night, to do what they could to refill the larder. The command of the small expedition was given over to Major Martin Hooker, an old life-guardsman of rough speech and curt manners, who had done good service in drilling the headstrong farmers and yeomen into some sort of order. Sir Gervas Jerome and I asked leave from Lord Grey to join the foray, a favour which was readily granted, since there was little stirring in the town. It was about 11 o'clock on a moonless night that we sallied out of Bridgewater, intending to explore the country in the direction of Bourrow Bridge and Athelney. We had word that there was no large body of the enemy in that quarter, and it was a fertile district, where the good store of supplies might be hoped for. We took with us 4 empty wagons, to carry whatever we might have the luck to find. Our commander arranged that 1 troop should ride before these, and 1 behind, while a small advance party, under the charge of Sir Gervas, kept some hundreds of paces in front. In this order we clattered out of the town just as the late bugles were blowing, and swept away down the quiet shadowy roads, bringing anxious peering faces to the casements of the wayside cottages as we whirled past in the darkness. That ride comes very clearly before me as I think of it. The dark loom of the club-headed willows flitted by us, the moaning of the breeze among the withies, the vague, blurred figures of the troopers, the dull thud of the hoofs, and the jingling of scabbard against stirrup. Eye and ear can both conjure up those old-time memories. The baronet and I rode in front, knee against knee, and his light-hearted chatter of life in town, with his little snatches of verse or song from Cowley or Waller, were a very balm of Gilead to my sombre and somewhat heavy spirit. "Life is indeed life on such a night as this," quoth he, as we breathed in the fresh country air with the reeks of crops and of kine. "Rabbit me, but you are to be envied, Clarke, for having been born and bred in the country. What pleasures has the town to offer compared to the free gifts of nature, provided always that there be a procurer's and a snuff merchant's, and a stent vendor's, and 1 or 2 tolerable outfitters within reach. With these, and a good coffee-house and a playhouse, I think I could make shift to lead a simple pastoral life for some months." "In the country," said I, laughing, "we have ever the feeling that the true life of mankind, with the growth of knowledge and wisdom, are being wrought out in the towns." "Ventre sangri! It was little knowledge or wisdom that I acquired there," he answered. "Truth to tell, I have lived more and learned more during these few weeks than we have been sliding about in the rain with our ragged lads, than ever I did when I was page of the court, with the ball of fortune at my feet. It is a sorry thing for a man's mind to have nothing higher to dwell upon than the turning of a compliment or the dancing of a coranto. Zounds, lad! I have your friend the carpenter to thank for much. As he says in his letter, unless a man can get the good that is in him out, he is of less value in the world than one of those fowls that we hear cackling, for they at least fulfil their mission, if it be only to lay eggs. Ged, it is a new creed for me to be preaching." "But," said I, "when you were a wealthy man you must have been of service to some one, for how could one spend so much money and yet none be the better?" "You dear bucolic Micah," he cried with a gay laugh, You will ever speak of my poor fortune with bated breath and in an awestruck voice, as though it were the wealth of the Indies. You cannot think, lad, how easy it is for a money bag to take unto itself wings and fly. It is true that the man who spends it doth not consume the money, but passes it on to some one who profits thereby. Yet the fault lies in the fact that it was to the wrong folk that we passed our money, thereby breeding a useless and debauched class at the expense of honest callings. Odds fish, lad! When I think of the swarms of needy beggars, the lecherous pimps, the nose-slitting bullies, the toadies, and the flatterers who are reared by us, I feel that in hatching such a poisonous brood our money hath done what no money can undo. Have I not seen them 30 deep of a morning when I have held my levee, cringing up to my bedside? Your bedside, I exclaimed. Ay, it was the mode to receive in bed, attired in laced cambric shirt and periwig, though afterwards it was permitted to sit up in your chamber, but dressed à la negligence, in gown and slippers. The mode is a terrible tyrant, Clarke, though its arm may not extend as far as Havant. The idle man of the town must have some rule of life, so he becomes a slave to the law of the fashions. No man in London was more subject to it than myself. I was regular in my irregularities, and orderly in my disorders. At 11 o'clock to the stroke, up came my valet with a morning cup of hippocras, an excellent thing for the qualms, and some slight refection, as the breast of an ortolan or the wing of a widgeon. Then came the levee, 20, 30, or 40 of the class I have spoken of, though now and then perhaps there might be some honest case of want among them, some needy man of letters in quest of a guinea, or pupilless pedant with much ancient learning in his head and very little modern coinage in his pocket. It was not only that I had some power of mine own, but I was known to have the ear of my Lord Halifax, Sidney Godolphin, Lawrence Hyde, and others whose will might make or mar a man. Mark you those lights upon the left. Would it not be well to see if there is not something to be had there? Hooker hath orders to proceed to a certain farm, I answered. This we could take upon our return, should we still have space. We shall be back here before morning. We must get supplies, if I have to ride back to Surrey for them, said he. Rat me, if I dare look my musketeers in the face again unless I bring them something to toast upon the end of their ramrods. They had little more savoury than their own bullets to put in their mouths when I left them. But I was speaking of old days in London. Our time was well filled. Should a man of quality incline to sport, there was ever something to attract him. He might see sword-playing at Hockley, or cocking at Shoe Lane, or baiting at Southwark, or shooting at Tothill Fields. Again, he might walk in the physic gardens of St. James, or go down the river with the ebb tide to the cherry orchards at Rotherhithe, or drive to Islington to drink the cream, or above all, walk in the park, which is more modish for a gentleman who dresses in the fashion. You see, Clarke, that we were active in our idleness, and that there was no lack of employment. Then, as evening came on, there were playhouses to draw us, Dorset Gardens, Lincoln's Inn, Drury Lane, and the Queen's. Among the four there was ever some amusement to be found. There at least your time was well employed, said I. You could not hearken to the grand thoughts or lofty words of Shakespeare over the Massinger without feeling some image of them in your own soul. Sir Gervas chuckled quietly. You are as fresh to me, Micah, as the sweet country air, said he. Know, thou dear babe, that it was not to see the play that we frequented the playhouse. Then why in heaven's name? I asked. To see each other, he answered. It was the mode, I assure you, for a man of fashion to stand with his back turned to the stage from the rise of the curtain to the fall of it. There were the orange wenches to quiz, plaguey sharp of tongue the hussies are, too, and there were the vizards of the pit, whose little black masks did invite inquiry, and there were the beauties of the town, and the toasts of the court, all fair mark for our quizzing glasses. Play, indeed! Spud, we had something better to do than to listen to Alexandrines or weigh the merits of hexameters. 'Tis true that if La Jeune were dancing, or if Miss Bracegirdle or Mrs. Oldfield came upon the boards, we would hum and clap, but it was the fine woman that we applauded, rather than the actress. And when the play was over, you went doubtless to supper and so to bed? To supper, certainly. Sometimes to the Rhenish House, sometimes to Pontack's in Abchurch Lane. Every one had his own taste in that matter. Then there were dice and cards at Groom Porter's, or under the arches at Covent Garden. Piquet, passage, hazard, primero, what you choose. After that you could find all the world at the coffee-houses, where an arrière supper was often served with devilled bones and prunes, to drive the fumes of wine from the head. Zounds, Micah! If the Jews should relax their pressure, or if this war brings us any luck, you shall come to town with me, and shall see all these things for yourself. Truth to tell, it doth not tempt me much, I answered. Slow and solemn I am by nature, and in such scenes as you have described I should feel a very death's head at a banquet. Sir Gervas was about to reply, when of a sudden out of the silence of the night there rose a long-drawn, piercing scream, which thrilled through every nerve of our bodies. I have never heard such a wail of despair. We pulled up our horses, as did the troopers behind us, and strained our ears for some sign as to whence the sound proceeded, for some were of opinion that it came from our right, and some from our left. The main body with the wagons had come up, and we all listened intently for any return of the terrible cry. Presently it broke upon us again, wild, shrill, and agonized, the scream of a woman in mortal distress. "'Tis over here, Major Hooker," cried Sir Gervas, standing up in his stirrups and peering through the darkness. "There is a house about 2 fields off. I can see some glimmer, and from a window with the blind drawn." "Shall we not make for it at once?" I asked impatiently, for our commander sat stolidly upon his horse as though by no means sure what course he should pursue. "I am here, Captain Clarke," said he, "to convey supplies to the army, and I am by no means justified in turning from my course to pursue other adventures." "Death, man, there is a woman in distress," cried Sir Gervas. "Why, Major, you would not ride past and let her call in vain for help. Hark, there she is again." As he spoke, the wild scream rang out once more from the lonely house. "Nay, I can abide this no longer," I cried, my blood boiling in my veins. "Do you go on your errand, Major Hooker, and my friend and I shall leave you here. We shall know how to justify our action to the king. Come, Sir Gervas." "Mark ye, this is flat mutiny, Captain Clarke," said Hooker. "You are under my orders, and should you desert me, you do so at your peril." "In such a case I care not a groat for thy orders," I answered hotly. Turning Covenant, I spurred down a narrow, deeply rutted lane which led toward the house, followed by Sir Gervas and 2 or 3 of the troopers. At the same moment I heard a sharp word of command from Hooker and the creaking of wheels, showing that he had indeed abandoned us and proceeded on his mission. "He is right," quoth the baronet as we rode down the lane. "Saxon or any other old soldier would commend his discipline." "There are things which are higher than discipline," I muttered. I could not pass on and leave this poor soul in her distress. But see, what have we here? A dark mass loomed in front of us, which proved as we approached to be 4 horses fastened by their bridles to the hedge. "Cavalry horses, Captain Clarke," cried one of the troopers, who had sprung down to examine them. "They have the government saddle and holsters. Here is a wooden gate which opens on a pathway leading to the house." "We had best dismount then," said Sir Gervas, jumping down and tying his horse behind the others. "Do you, lads, stay by the horses, and if we call for you, come to our aid. Sergeant Holloway, you can come with us. Bring your pistols with you." End of section 31.